Well, a warm welcome once again to Whilton Mill. It's O-Plate Sunday here for the IAME and Honda Cadet categories. And we are ready to go for what should be a fantastic day of racing here to open the season for the IAME and Honda Cadet categories in these Wera Tools British Kart Championships for 2025. My name's Andrew Mather. Alongside me in the commentary box once again is Henry Baudet, who is primed, ready to go for a full day of racing. Henry, you've had a good sleep. You've battled against the hour change. The clocks have gone forward, but we've got a spring in our step this morning.
We do. Dydd hapus fi mam. Happy Mother's Day, one and all. And today is the day where we find out which 5 drivers in the paddock are going to take home the coveted British Open title. And if yesterday's anything to go by, Andrew, today looks like we're going to be in for a cracking day's racing. The weather is set reasonably fair. You can see the Motorsport UK, the Demon Tweaks, the Wera Tools banners fluttering in the Midlands breeze. It is spring morning. This morning when I stepped out of my luxury accommodation at the Whilton Mill, there were rabbits on the grass, there were squirrels in the trees, and life seemed good. Extra hours Kip wouldn't have gone amiss, but you can't have it all. And look at that, the sun is shining. After the scattered clouds, obviously, but we are set for the finals. At least the main event this afternoon should take place under beautiful blue skies.
Has been a change in the wind, but we'll leave Piers Pryor to give us the weather field report in a few moments' time. You can get involved, of course, as well in the comments. Do let us know who you're cheering on, both on the Karting UK and Alpha Live channels. For now, though, let's head down for the first time today to Piers Pryor.
Andrew, thank you very much. Yes, down here on the grid once again. And my definition of a lovely day clearly is different to Henry's. You know, beautiful sunshine. However, it is absolutely freezing. If you see my hands starting to turn blue throughout the day, it's because the wind is certainly present. Only about 11 degrees at the moment. We're due to have a high of about 14 for the finals later on, but perfect for go-kart racing. And we've got a great day of racing ahead of us. Of course, today is O-Plate Day. We've got super heats this morning, which will help decide the grid for the final, and then for the finals the drivers will be coming out onto this very grid. I'll be grabbing some interviews and reaction before and after the races, chatting to a lot of the teams and drivers as well throughout the day down here in the pit and paddock area, and of course we'll be getting the live reaction after the races from those O-Plate winners. Andrew just alluded to it as well. The wind has certainly changed. Yesterday we had a bit of a tailwind coming down towards turn 1, which is a sort of diagonal on the right hand side for the drivers going up to Christmas. Today the wind has flipped round about 90 degrees, bit of a headwind going into turn 1, and should make a bit of extra slipstreaming action potentially going up towards Christmas, so look out for some overtakes there as well. We've had warm up this morning, which is a non-qualifying session, so just the drivers getting their eye in. And that has thrown up a little bit of few little stories. Some drivers who had pace yesterday, maybe not quite this morning, or who knows, maybe they're just sandbagging. That's one thing to look out for throughout the day. The tension's building. We saw it throughout yesterday as well. As the races went on from Heat 1 into Heat 2, things got closer, things got tighter, people got their elbows out a little more, and in the super heats, we're expecting to see full attack. Now, in a moment, we're going to hand over to Henry, who's going to talk through some of the stats from this round, the IAME O-Plate this weekend. But before then, we'll hear from our title sponsors, Wera Tools.
You all know me, and you know that I love a statistic. So here are some statistics about the 2025 Motorsport UK Honda and IAME British Open Championship presented by Wera Tools. We've got 124 drivers here across 5 different classes, and those drivers represent 10 nations. 8 of them are former or current Motorsport UK British Kart champions, 5 are current or former GP plate holders, and 3 drivers have won the O plate before. One of them has even won the IAME Warriors final, the biggest event in the entire world of IAME karting. But of those 124, only 5 are girls. Now, of the 124 drivers, 24 of them are classed as privateers, which means they've got no affiliation to any of the teams. But the remaining 100 drivers are spread across 25 different teams, some of the biggest in the world. They're driving 21 different brands of go-karts, and the karts all powered by engines built and tuned by 18 different tuning and building centres. And they're all scurrying around the paddock trying to get that last 1 or 2 thousandths of a second. We've got 6 Harrys racing, 5 Ollies and Olivers, 4 Lucas and Lukes, and in Senior X30 we've got 3 drivers called Harrison on the same grid. Now surely there's got to be a prize for the best finishing Harrison. But the most important number of all this weekend isn't in fact a number at all. It's a letter. The letter O, which stands for British Open Champion. Which 5 drivers will win the coveted O plate? Well, there's only one way to find out. Stay tuned. We'll find out today.
Very good, Mr. Baudet. Lovely stats. We love a stat in this commentary box, and we also are pretty keen on the X30 Junior category. They'll be the first category out on circuit today, and some of those Harrisons that we were talking about are going to be racing in the next few moments.
Yes, I can tell you what else I've noticed after looking back at that video. I also appear to like cheeseburgers as well nowadays, as well as stats. But there we go, the diet starts tomorrow. But yes, Junior X30, some excellent racing yesterday. Now, two of the three drivers that I mentioned in that stat, in fact, all 3 of the drivers that have previously won an O plate are on this grid. George Edgar, driver number 6, Finley Lines, driver number 81, and Ralphie Branscombe, driver number 96. None of them have ever won the O plate in the Junior X30 class. George Edgar in Cadet IAME, Finley Lines in Minimax, and Ralphie Branscombe in Honda Cadet. But you can see the activity starting to build up now in the pit lane as the whistle has blown and the mechanics now scurry off to find their best viewing spot to watch the superheat in Junior X30 unfold. 30 drivers, how many minutes? 10? 12. 12. So there is George Edgar. George, the 2021 IAME Cadet British Open champion. One of just a number of O plates that the Edgar family have won over the years. Ty Buckley, he is one of the wild cards today. Where will Ty end up? Well, we'll find out later. We'll find out where he starts right now. Race 1.
Here we go then, race 1 of O-Plate Sunday. It's the Superheat for Junior X30. Henry Carter starts on pole position from the performances in the heats yesterday. Rocco Leon Shenton joins Carter on the front row of the grid. Minimax O-Plate winner here last year, Finley Line, starts on row 2 and is joined by George Edgar.
Nat Johnston goes from the inside of row number 3 alongside Riley Cranham. Isaac Sayer from Singapore and Ty Buckley go from row number 4.
Completing the top 10, it's Mayan Patel and Aaron Richardson on row 5. Sukumani Kira had a good drive through the field yesterday, starts this one from row 6 and is joined by Harley Musk.
On row number 7, we find Cameron Edmonds alongside Zach Starbuck, with Zach McDonald and Jacob Marples next.
In the midfield on row 9, we find Oliver Meek and Freddie Wood, who's getting quicker and quicker with this circuit. Lot to be learnt here this weekend. Archie Owen and Ethan Woodward complete row 10.
Outside the top 20, we see Charlie Myers, who was ill yesterday, and Max Endicott on row 11, Samuel Woolley and the Netherlands' Baron Altensoy.
João Castro and John Foley Jr. go from row 13. Max Wright and Ralphie Branscombe on row 14. Completing the grid, it's Finley Allen and Harry Myers. Are we ready for a start? Yes, we are. 12 minutes plus 1 lap. Away and running here for the Superheat in Junior X30. Remember, it's double points from those yesterday, so it's still 0 for a win, it's 4 for second, it's 6 for third, and so on and so forth. These Superheats can make a big difference. It's a tidy start for Junior X30 with Henry Carter at the front of the field and a decent finals day 1 week ago in Cremona in the IAME Euro Series. Will be looking for more than the top 10 here today, though. He led brilliantly yesterday, and he's doing a nice job in the early stages of this one, Henry. George Edgar just behind.
Yeah, the start had all the hallmarks of 30 drivers knowing that they're all going to make the main event, but they're all trying to maximise their grid position at the back of the field. 2 drivers come to grief. One of them, Max Wright, the Simon Wright Racing Developments team. But as they cross the line, up at the front, it's Henry Carter, being pushed along by George Edgar. There's Rocco Shenton. So Crop Promotions versus Mick Barrett Racing versus a privateer driver. And it's the Mick Barrett Racing number 6, the Gillard chassis of George Edgar, taking the leads. They come across the top of Inkermans and down into Ashby with the number 2 plate, Riley Cranham, a multiple British GP plate winner, in 4th and closing.
Yeah, and arguably the favourites for this event before we turned a wheel on Saturday morning. Had a bit of a difficult qualifying yesterday, but did have some good race pace back through the field. Carter has found a route down the inside of Edgar and retaken the lead of this one at the end of lap 2. So the lap chart will show like nothing happened at all, but it's definitely a competitive one here in Junior X30's Superheat. Through Oblivion, up through Fine Lady, really tough part of the course. Edgar going for the move again down the inside into Christmas, has got it done, and this time Carter has to relinquish 2nd and 3rd places to Shenton and Cranham. Riley Cranham had a very good bit of form 1 week ago in the rain in Italy, was the class winner in the junior category for the IAME Euro Series, but he didn't have to deal with the likes of Rocket Lee and Shenton. Shenton down the inside takes the lead of this one. You can immediately feel we had some good racing yesterday through the heats, Henry, but you could feel the drivers were just keeping a lid on it. They know now this super heat, lots can change in the intermediate classification. They've sharpened their elbows extra sharp this morning and really going for it.
Rocco Shenton looked very aggressive coming up the hill a lap ago. He tried to follow George Edgar past Henry Carter, and that worked. Oh dear. And that's is Finley Lines for the premium karting team, the Argenti Drivers Academy back driver, trying to reattach his rear bumper. But one thing I noticed yesterday across all the classes in which they're competing, the Birrell Arc chassis is looking very, very strong. You've got Shenton leading, but look at the other second red and white machine. That's Mayan Patel in P6, and he's right there with it. And a special mention as well, the 5th place car, White Nose Cone, the green, white and black side pods with Jamie Green Racing. That is Isaac Sayer, Singapore's Isaac Sayer. Ty Buckley is there in 10th. Edgar defending 2nd. And, this is going to be turning into a bit of a traffic jam, Andrew.
It is indeed, and it's allowing Rocco Shenton to break away at the front of the field here. Edgar defensive into Ashby Corner. There may be an opportunity for Riley Cranham here to take 3rd place away from Henry Carter. In as well is Cummings, Sayer and Patel. Cameron Edmonds in the blue and orange suit, and that's a problem there for Henry Carter and George Edgar. Both of them out of contention in this superheat down at Osiers Corner, and we said things could change. This will change things. Carter was 2nd in the intermediate classification. He won't be now. He'll fall down the order. Still 8 minutes of this one remaining. Shenton's lead is now 2.4 seconds, and it's Mayan Patel who's up to 2nd place now. The Jade Racing team, who did not have a good start to this O-Plate weekend, they were having troubles with the seniors and the juniors, but they've found their race pace now, Henry, when it matters on finals day. This is a brilliant run from one of the seeded drivers from last year.
It's strange to think. I mean, look to me, and I think that we may be able to have a look at that incident again in a little bit, but it looked like Edgar was starting to defend quite early. You mentioned him defending coming into Ashby's, and then I think that sort of gave Henry Carter the thinking, maybe George's kart isn't set up quite right for this particular race. I've got to make a move and get after a fleeing Rocco Shenton. Now, here we go again into Ozius. Yeah, it's actually,
comes from a bit further back.
Yeah, it was a bit further back. I think that George didn't get a great run coming off Wilkins. That gave Henry Carter the idea of diving up the inside as the number 44 of Sutmani Kira just has a spin and continues at the back of the field. But as Henry Carter was sort of making a move, it did appear as though Isaac Sayer was thinking exactly the same thing. And 3 into 1 doesn't go. We saw Finley Lines in the pits earlier. Speaking of pits, Paddock Park Ferme, that means time for Piers Pryor. Piers, tell us, what do you know?
Yeah, I can see Finley Lines, of course, not going out again. I can confirm he won't be going out at this stage of the race. He's no longer in Park Ferme. Kart currently being fixed. Just looks like a rear bumper falling off owing to that contact he had, but no further damage, so we should see him back out on form in the next one, albeit a bit further down the grid.
Thank you very much, Piers. And yeah, he will be a bit further down the grid now. The final intermediate classification live points as things stand. Rocco Leon Shenton would be on pole position for the O-Plate race later on today. Isaac Sayer would be alongside on the front row. Keep an eye on Zach McDonald as well. Well, we often talk about how in a few years we reckon Zach McDonald's going to be after our jobs, Henry. But I tell you what, don't count him out as a driver because he's having a tremendous run here. He's up 7 places in the number 80 that's entered as a privateer effort.
I think you should definitely stay driving. Definitely stay driving.
Keep to the driving because it's going pretty well in this one at the moment. Also coming up through the field, Sam Woolley up 11 spots. We'll come back to that because there's more changes towards the front of the order as through there goes the number 88. Riley Cranham's on the move as well, gaining positions all the time. This is the battle between Sayer and Patel. That's for 5th place. Oh, this is a very junior race in a way.
I've got to say, I love that camera angle coming out of Ashby's because two things. You see just how bumpy it is and how much the drivers are having to hassle and muscle these karts, and then you just see how you can see the smoke coming off the tyres as Comet met Comet. Well, I think Comet met side pod actually, but Rocco Shenton now. George Edgar has started to come back a little bit. Oh, actually, no. So the timing and scoring monitor on the left-hand side of your screen, that's wrong. So I was going to say that Henry Carter's coming back at Rocco Shenton, but that's not right because Henry Carter and George Edgar, they're down the order. It's Cameron Edmonds. Now, I saw Mark Litchfield, the team boss of the MDL Motorsport team. He was watching practice with a small son in his arms. Edmonds a great second place from 12th on the grid, no, from 13th on the grid. Sayer, Patel, Cranham, Johnson, Starbuck, Buckley, Owen and McDonald going the other way. Well, Edgar now down in 22nd, Sutmani Kira at 23rd, Henry Carter and Finley Lines out of the race. Finley Lines couldn't lose an O-Plate last year, dominated the Minimax event here at Whilton Mill. It's not gone well for him in the O-Plates this year.
No, but I think there's still signs of promise there. The pace is quite clearly with him. It's, again, the learning curve of stepping up from an inter-category into the juniors that we talked about in the build-up show on Friday afternoon. Everybody has to go through that, and I'm sure Finley Lines will get there in good time.
New sets of rivals,
yeah,
and new sets of people who want to take nibbles out of the back of your go-kart.
And that's the thing, like, he's stepped up and he's already a name. Like, people will not have they'll have noticed what he did last year in the inter-category. Meanwhile, Zach Starbuck for the Piers Sexton Racing team is on the move. That was him going past Nat Johnston, and this is what can happen sometimes on an O-Plate Sunday. Bit of a wild card, a driver who's been a tad lower down the order suddenly finds something overnight, and that's 8 places gained for Zach Starbuck now, and the PSR team will be very, very happy with that indeed. There's a quick sight of Zach McDonald. There's a lovely CRG.
Yeah, Oliver Meek.
Yeah.
I saw Nathan Chafer, who's running, Nathan Chafer Racing, running the CRG operations in the UK. Nathan wasn't at the Rotax Oak because he disappeared off to Albert Park, Melbourne, to watch some former run cars go round and round in circles. But he's back here. But it's not gone well for Oliver at that corner, because that is the number 83 of Ethan Woodward going through. And there's one of the Sam Woolley, one of the BMR Restart drivers, making progress. Good battling, even if it is for 12th, 13th and 14th positions.
I'll tell you what, this is more like it from Sam Woolley. Sam had a really, really tough day yesterday, was not happy at all with how results went. Had some incidents out there, 25th and 21st, but this is more like the Sam Woolley we've come to know in the X30 categories over the years, and that's a gain of well into the teens now. Here's a move. I tell you what, there is some pace in that 88 this morning. That's Zach Starbuck past Riley Cranham for 5th place. So that is a tremendous bit of work by the whole team, and Zach, of course, to find something's clicked with them this morning. This is good to see.
Yeah, Zach. I think Zach was top 3 in the Honda Cadet O-Plate 2 years ago, driving with Piers Sexton Racing. And again, I think we spoke to Piers' son Phoenix in the Paddock show last night, and I think with Phoenix starting to race, we may see more of the Piers Sexton Racing team in the Paddock. Quiz question. Not the last time, because I think he's appeared a couple of times in the British Championship since on a one-off basis. But Piers Sexton back in 2022, I believe, turned up at Glenagors with a certain Jack Doohan.
He did.
Who went and won the KZ2 final. No, he didn't. Reese Usujima, his teammate, won the KZ2 final. Jack Doohan finished second, I believe. Second or third.
Not a bad result.
Not a bad result. He got passed by Morgan Porter at the end of the race.
Very good run from Starbuck continuing. He's just got past Mayan Patel now. 4P4 is the fastest driver out of circuit. Does need to be careful through the chicane though, and those flip-flops. That is an area that can be monitored by the officials with all the different cameras that they have round the circuit. Investigation notice has come up for Archie Owen. Cranham on the move. Cranham with good pace in the second half of the race again. This is what we saw yesterday in the heat. Now that is a good bit of news if you're a Riley Cranham supporter for the final later on today. Yes, he's at the moment not going to start it at the very front. He'll be on the inside of row number 2 as score stand, which to be honest is not a bad place to be. But a longer race, of course, when we get to the finals this afternoon. So keep an eye on Riley Cranham. Yes, he's not at the very front like we've become accustomed to in recent times, and particularly that strong finish to the season last year at Three Sisters, but he's definitely not out of the game. On the final lap, there's your race leader, Rocco Shenton, who's pounded thousands of laps around this place over the years, and he's on course for a superheat victory and a securing movement of pole position for the O-Plate race later on this afternoon. Cameron Edmonds still there in second place. He's going to be on the 4th row of the grid on the outside, which is a good effort, so don't count the MDL Motorsport team out in that final later on today. But Rocco Lee and Shenton, easy does it through the final chicane. He's going to take the first superheat of the day in Junior X30 and is on pole for the final. There's problems for the number 40.
Baron Altensoy
out there, going slowly on the final lap, but it's Shenton's victory. Edmonds second, Sayer in third for Jamie Green Racing. Zach Starbuck, a real star of the show in that one, up 10 places to P4. Riley Cranham's 5th place means he'll be on the inside of row 2 for the final. Isaac Sayer will be on the outside of row number 1, just to mention. Nat Johnston in the top 10 there as well, be on the outside of row number 2. But we're going to very quickly go down to Piers Pryor, because Piers has news.
Yeah, it's not really news, guys. It's just an observation from down here on ground level. Watching Shenton, that sort of second half of the race, from about 4 minutes to go, it looked like he certainly was pushing a little less hard through the boot section, and from what I could see through Ashby as well, not quite sliding the kart as much. So he potentially had the opportunity to save a little bit of tyre life as well. So who knows? He may be having a slight tyre advantage owing to that in the final.
Yes. With 5 minutes to go, Rocco Shenton had a 2.5 second lead. The end of the race, he had an 0.8 of a second lead. That is no disrespect to Cameron Edmonds, but I think that Piers is quite right that Rocco had just eased back somewhat. But I mean, looking at the provisional starting lineup, the underdog, the privateer Rocco Shenton, and Singapore's Isaac Sayer, provisionally on the front row. Then you've got the first of the, the pre-race favourites, the number 2 plates, Riley Cranham, Nat Johnson, George Edgar, 5th, Mayan Patel, Ty Buckley, and Cameron Edmonds. But looking at the points, 32 points normally would be outside
Mid-pack.
the top 10.
Yep.
Yeah, but in this class, 32 points gets you 8th place, which tells you the up and downs, the fluctuating fortunes. And 2 drivers there, Henry Kart and Finlay Lines. If that was the front row of the grid, you'd think, okay, but that was the last 2 positions in the superheat. They've got work to do, but it can be done. Now, one thing that can't be done is this championship without our partners, so it's about time we hear from some of them.
Here at Demon Tweaks, you probably know us for our massive kartwear range. We've got everything from suits, boots, gloves and helmets from the biggest brands in the business. But we are so much more than that, because if you're looking for kart parts, well, we've got you covered too. We've got everything from Rotax parts, sprockets and chains, discs and pads, data loggers and dashers, fuel tanks, steering wheels, bead breakers, and loads more. But of course, it doesn't just stop at the track, and if you're looking to build your skills in the sim, then we've got everything you're going to need to build the ultimate rig. So whether you're just getting started or you're already at the top of your game, Demon Tweaks has got you.
The Superheat's already throwing up some surprise results in the Junior X30, everything heating up, and we've got Senior X30 up next, and I expect the racing to be just as good. Starting on pole position after one of the wins, taking 1 win yesterday, was Fred Green, the 51 for Croc Motion, outside of the front row Cian Geraghty in the GP plate. Gabriel Stilp starting 3rd place in the number 11. He's certainly one to watch out for, had excellent pace on Friday testing. Looked like potentially struggling a little bit in terms of pace in the warm-up this morning, but who knows what tyres everyone is running. We've got some people to look out for as well. I mentioned yesterday Harrison Mackie, who is starting in 9th position in the 23 just to my left. He's qualified only in 18th place, again lower than we'd expect. Had 2 good races yesterday, gaining 9 positions in both of those. 2 9th places puts him 9th on the grid in this one, so he'll be looking forward to a good race in that. I asked him after his first heat when he went from 18th to 9th, rate that out of 10. He said 6 out of 10, so if he has a 10 out of 10 day today, he's certainly going to be in for a chance for a win. Other drivers to look out for, slightly out of position. Sam Lewis, the number 24, he's actually starting in 14th place. He qualified up in 9th, but had an off in one of the races, so he might be looking to push his way through the field. And a mention for the number right at the back of the grid, number 21 of Molly Pugh here, just in the pink car. She's actually going to be very shortly raising some money for the Brain Tumour charity, doing a skydive in June. So really good to see some charity work being done by our drivers. But the Senior X30 Superheat is scheduled to be an excellent race, and that's up in just a moment's time.
Thank you very much, Piers. It's time for the Superheat in Senior X30. Let's take you through the runners and riders for this one. Fred Green starts on pole position, won here at Kart Club 1 week ago. Cian Geraghty joins him on the front row. Gabriel Stilp, returning to karting action this weekend, is on row 2 and is joined by the number 5 seed from last year, Lewis Bird.
Stilp, the 2022 IAME Warriors Final Junior Champion. Harrison Whittaker and Jack Buckley go from row 3. Morgan Moore and Samuel Branston are on row 4.
Harrison Mackie, junior champion last year, starts on row 5, is joined by Oliver Rands, Micah Taylor and Alistair Cresswell are on row 6.
Theo Lestrange and Sam Lewis are on row 7. Sri Lanka's Rian Damadasa and Ryan Ashburn, row 8.
Row number 9, Laith Khan and Harvey Roth. Good performance from Roth yesterday after a difficulty in qualifying. CJ Bennett and Spencer Braum complete the top 20.
Roth seeking sponsorship because this potentially could be his last race. Jensen Pugh and Tristan Powell. The third Harrison Morrow and Oliver Harris on row 12.
Rattle through the end of the grid. Jack Dan and George Quartermain on row 13. Luca Mann and Max Cooper on row 14. It's a 30-strong field completed by Molly Pugh and Henry Ryan. This should be good, folks. Superheat time for the seniors. Are we good to go? No, we will go around for an extra formation lap. The chevron flag is out. Bit more time for the drivers to get heat into their tyres, heat into their brakes. Current standings overnight: Fred Green on 2 points, Cian Geraghty on 3, Gabriel Stilp on 5, Lewis Bird on 10, Harrison Whitcomb on 11, Jack Buckley on 13, Morgan Moore on 16, Sam Branston completing the top 8 at the moment on 18. If you've just joined us, this superheat is double points in comparison to what we had yesterday for the standard heat. So it's 0 points for a race win, it's 4 points for second place, 6 points for third, so on and so forth. And as we've just seen with the juniors, that does mean a lot can change in that intermediate classification in the next 12 minutes plus 1 lap.
A couple more bits of any other business. As Piers prior alluded to, Molly Pugh and her mechanic Louis Harvey doing a skydive to raise money for the brain tumour charity. Unfortunately, Molly's father suffers has a brain tumour. If you want to donate, you can look on her Instagram, which is MollyPugh21. And so that is the other little bits of business to take care of. But here we go, second time of asking. Somebody goes up, oh, that's Harrison Morrow, the third Harrison, off to the side of the circuit. Now, I wanted to say, is he going to get back at the speed? I wanted to say a big get well soon to Yihan Kalichern, Harrison's teammate with the Classer Motorsports outfit, who was injured in a horrific crash at the PFI a couple of weeks ago. He's recovering well. He'll be back in his usual TKM kart soon. And oh, this kart, there's Rian Damadasa off. There's a Tim Wilson Motorsport kart. That's the 87 of Max Cooper. He didn't have a good day yesterday because he missed the start of 2 of his races. We spoke to his mechanic. And so Max, was that Max? Was it possibly Max or was it Henry Allen?
It was Max Cooper going off. There was also problems at turn 1 for Harrison Whitcomb and Sam Branston. They have got going again, but they've lost some 7 or 8 seconds through sector number 1. I think it was one of the Optima Performance karts also in trouble there with damage after turn 2.
And then Harrison Whitcomb. I think Harrison's up there. He's doing.
Oh, okay. No, the timing's just reset.
Harrison's traditional bright red crash helmet. There was a lot to unpick, I will give you that, Andrew, from a very
Jack
hectic
Buckley.
opening
Sorry,
lap.
apologies. Jack Buckley on timing has fallen down the order in the early stages of that one. Sam Branston, Spencer Braum also had problems, down 8 positions in the PSR machine, so that might have been the kart with a bit of pink on it. I did see an Opta Performance runner with a dislodged NASA panel. That is going to be Oliver Rands, I think, who has gained 5 places in the early stages of this one, but we're going to keep an eye on the phone of doom, I think, at the end of this one for Oliver Rands.
Might be, I hope Mr. Hillary's charged his battery overnight. We got people watching from Florida, and now Craig Corbett watching from New Zealand. In the live chat, can we have a proper Kiwi give us a Yandel, please, Craig? In the chat. That's Scott McLaughlin. Give me the candle. But up the front, Fred Green. Fred in the number 51 kart. Let's have a look. What's his? He was 6th in the 2023 IWF Junior Final. All the different commercial engine packages, like Rotax has their grand finals, IAME has their Warriors final. The CIK have the FIA have the FIA World Championship, but that's for OK engines. All the other the FIA call them commercial classes. The IAME and the Rock, for example, has their Rock
Super
Cup,
Final.
the Super Finals. But that is effectively the IAME World Championship, the Warriors final.
You needed fog lights for it last year.
Pardon?
You needed fog lights for it in 24.
Fog lights from last year. Piers Pryor, you have something for us down in the pits.
Yeah, just an observation, actually. I'll try not to talk for too long because I can see there's a battle for second. But Geraghty yesterday mentioned that he felt like his kart came on strong towards the end of the race, and the Crocs come on quick at the start. Looks like potentially might be happening right now, although it's a bit jumbled up at the moment. So I'll let you get back to the racing.
Well, he's a very observant move. That's 2 races, 2 observations. But you know what? They've also been correct observations. As Piers was observing, we were observing on the screen Harrison Whitcomb and Cian Geraghty having a lively discussion over who was to lead the charge in 3rd position, as the number 11 of Gabriel Stilt, the 2022 Warriors Final Junior Champion and former British karting champion. I think he was 2020. Oh, let's have a little think. Where did he do? 2022 Junior X30 British champion, Gabriel Stilt. And he's showing his Croc promotion teammates, Fred Green, a clean pair of heels.
He's indeed. I say he's returning to karting this weekend after the crash and the ankle break that took him out of the World Championships in preparation for those World Championships at PF International back in the autumn. And it's been a very impressive performance indeed. Also impressive this morning, Harrison Mackie. Harrison Mackie was not happy in qualifying yesterday, but he seems to be on song now. The tour de force, as Geraghty goes down the inside of Fred Green for P2 at Ashby Corner. But keep an eye on Harrison Mackie there in 5th. Saw him win so many races, both at home and abroad in X30 Junior competition last year. He is, of course, taking that step up into the class with the big boys, but he's got the pace and he's closing in now on one of his rivals from last season's Wera Tools British Kart Championships, Harrison Whitcomb. Fred Green and Cian Geraghty obviously know this division very well indeed, and that's another new fastest lap of the race from Harrison Mackie into Christmas Corner. Geraghty, Green, Whitcomb, Mackie. Can they do anything about Gabriel Stilt? They've still got time to do so, Henry. 7 minutes plus 1 lap to go in this one.
Yeah, Harrison Mackie, he's realising that life goes a lot better when you obey the track limits, which was not his forte in qualifying. Nanny June's obviously had a word overnight.
Oh, good.
Yeah, but it's worked. And she's on the spanners the next round. Dad's been sacked. Lewis Mackie is doing AWOL, but watch this space. And so, yeah, get the big guns in. As we look at Geraghty again, I think 2 years ago was when Cian Geraghty really announced himself on the scene as Harrison Whitcomb. This is the Inter-Harrison battle, everybody. Harrison Whitcomb in the 66, Harrison Mackie in the number 23. I have heard word that Alpha Line producer, James Fitzhugh, said he's full steak dinner and champagne for the mums for the highest finishing Harrison in the Senior X35.
Very nice.
Well, I thought so.
What a lovely guy.
That is a really nice guy. And what a guy, James Fitzhugh.
6 minutes to go.
It was a steak dinner bought from Londis, mind you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Now that makes sense.
Hey, surprise.
5 minutes and 40 seconds of this one to go. A little bit further down the order, who's making progress? Ryan Ekberg's up 5 places to the outskirts of the top 10 in the number 73, as there is a move and there is a stop for Henry Ryan. The move was being pulled by Morgan Moore, the smiling Irishman, who's an assassin behind the wheel for Premium Karting, staying with that team at a very good 2024 with them. That's Morgan Moore moving up through the order. Still, it's going to potentially be a little bit of a distraction for Oliver Rands there with that loose NASA panel in the number 27.
Now, Harrison Morrow, we saw Harrison Morrow having a slow start. He's obviously got the Class and Motorsport MS kart going, and he's making some good progress. He's still bottom step of the Harrison podium, but 23rd and moving up.
Yes, indeed. Meanwhile, the other Harrisons at the sharp end of the field fighting over 3rd place. Harrison Whitcomb doing a good job here of holding off the reigning Junior X30 British champion. And Harrison Mackie is keen to get through here. There may be an opportunity for Fred Green into Ozies. No, not this time. Whitcomb covers the middle of the road. Good hustling. Mackie a bit frustrated there,
yes.
I think, because he's seeing that gap to Cian Geraghty grow and grow and grow. And down the inside goes Fred Green, takes 4th place away from Mackie.
he was getting frustrated because he's seeing Harrison Whitcomb defend with more than 4 minutes plus a lap still on the race clock. And of course, Harrison, Mackie and Whitcomb, they locked horns together a number of occasions last year. They're both first-year senior drivers, and that premium karting Argenti driving academy back machine is not a happy bunny at the moment. Yeah, but Harrison Whitcomb doesn't want to. I say he doesn't want to lose the position. He's obviously heard about the Londis steak dinner and is trying to be the first Harrison home at any given cost. Oliver Rands, you saw the Optima Performance driver. And of course, Oliver, do you know what? For a driver that didn't do cadets, that jumped straight into junior TKM and then moved across to senior X30, Ollie Rands is going really well. Optima Performance as well. They're, I think, third year now on the grid, and they're just, small incremental gains. Speaking of small incremental gains, Cian Garrity has made several small incremental gains, and the result is he's sitting on the exhaust pipe of our race leader, Gabriel Stilt, with 3 minutes to go.
And this is another good performance from both Stilt and Garrity at the moment. This race lead battle would also see things be decided for the pole position in the O-Plate final later on this afternoon. At the moment, Stilp is on 5 points. Garrity is on 7 points, so less than a 4-point gap. If these positions were to swing, it would result in Garrity being on pole position, but he's got to find a way through past Gabriel Stilp, who is rejuvenated here this weekend. Maybe the expectations a little bit lower because it is his first weekend back in competitive action for a while. Garrity was another one of the drivers, the British drivers, out in Italy last week, competing in the first round of the IAME Euro Series. He's had a very solid start to his European season. Always in and about the top 5 and the top 10 on the European stage, and at the very front of things here in the national stage.
And let's not forget that Cian is driving for the family-run team, the Garrity Racing team, only in their second year. You know, so that's a small building blocks to win a GP plate in their first year, to finish second in the British Kart Championship, third in the Senior X30 British Championship last year, in their first season as a team. Cian and his dad Nigel, that's a really strong performance, and to be doing it out in Europe as well. Now, there is a couple of little, Nanny June's watching at home. Good. Not on the spanners, but she's just watched Harrison pass Harrison for fourth. And someone's asking, is Theo Tyack here today? Yes, he is.
It's a big day.
It's his 11th birthday today. We'll catch up with that later on. We've now got a minute to go. Stilp and Garrity, 2 new rivals. This is what I love at the first big event of the season. Stilp, I think he only did the Kart Masters GP in Senior X30 last year, so Stilp and Garrity, they can meet, and these two picking up where they left off at the end of 2024. Slightly faster engine, same go-karts, same battles on track.
So not long to go in this one. Harvey Roth, we should mention, is charging through the fields for Tim Wilson Motorsport, up 8 places in this one, and is now sitting in the top 10. So tremendous work by Harvey Roth. Maybe it's an outside chance we could see the...
Well, he's hoping, because he did say that, I spoke to his dad last night, and he said that, the budget is not there this year. So this could be Harvey's last dance. We're not sure when we're going to see him in the kart again, unless he can get a sponsor. Now, here's the battle. Cian Garrity, he's been a couple of laps sizing up Gabriel Stilp, but now the clock has struck 0. It's time to go.
Clock has struck 0. This isn't the final lap, though. That will be next time around. Stilp looks over his shoulder, assesses where Cian Garrity is strong, which, to be honest, is pretty much everywhere at this stage of the race. Over the big curb there, little touch wide from Stilp. He checks over the shoulder, sees the final lap board. Surely up into Christmas is going to be Cian Garrity's best chance to win this superheat and take pole position for the final. But Stilp's got good drive up out of Fine Lady, takes the middle of the road. Good defence from Gabriel Stilp. Don't count out Fred Green as well. He's closing in there in third place, down into Ashby Corner, middle of the road again for Stilp. Has he got the exit out of Ashby? Right, Geraghty's gone through. Great stuff from Cian Geraghty. Puts Gabriel Stilp under pressure, shuts the door into Osius now. That was all the experience around Whilton Mill that Cian Geraghty's got over the years. And Fred Green's not done here for second place. Geraghty slows it down, controls it, but hasn't got it won yet. Still side by side as they go through the finals again. There's going to be a sprint to the line here to take pole position in the final. Geraghty takes it by 200ths of a second from Gabriel Stilp. What a finish. And Fred Green, with that third place, promotes himself onto the front row of the final. Stilp drops to third in the final intermediate classification. Again, there's that big question mark. Would you rather start second or third here at Whilton Mill? But either way, that is a last-minute change there. Fourth place for Harrison Whitcomb. Whitcomb had a strong finish, got Mackie back. So fourth place in that superheat gives him the outside of row number 2 for the final. Bird and Mackie will be on row 3 in a swap of where you see them in the classification for that race. So it'll be Bird 6th in that one, but 5th for the final at the start of it. Mackie the other way round. 7th, Morgan Moore. Micah Taylor 8th. Ali Cresswell, and good drive from the TWMs there to get both Cresswell and Roth up into the top 10. Lewis, Ekberg, Powell, Bennett, Lestrange, Pugh, Branston, Buckley, Khan and Mann all in the top 20 there. Good drive from Luca Mann there as well. That's good to see progress from the second of the Geraghty Motorsport drivers, up 7 spots into the top 20. Spencer Braun fought back to P21 after a difficult start. Graham Darmadasa, George Quartermain, Jack Dan, Harrison Morrow take us down to 25th. Harris, Pugh, Cooper, Rands and Ryan form out the rest of the order. 3 retirements in that one, Cooper, Rands and Ryan.
Well, if we get a last lap better than that in the main events, we will be doing very well indeed. I'm hoping that we're going to be able to have a look back at some of that last lap, which of course started with a Slim Shady and ended with a drag race.
Slows it down, controls it, but hasn't got it won yet. Still side by side as they go through the finals again. There's going to be a sprint to the line here to take pole position in the final.
And get a bit of extra rotation from the rear axle. But the move coming out of Ashby from Geraghty, he set Gabriel up perfectly.
He did.
Slim Shady, round the outside, out of Wilkins. But then, you know, Stilp started, he just sort of eased Cian a little bit wide coming through the boot, but not enough to, but then backed away.
Yeah.
But it was, he eased him wide enough to force Cian offline. Now, luckily, Alpha Live have got some tremendous multi-camera angle replays this year, which we're about to see. And, yeah, so force him offline. Thought if he even, do you know what? If Fred Green on the second Crop Promotions car had maybe stuck his nose on his teammate's rear bumper, we might have had a different winner there.
We might have. I think it just needed a bit more momentum.
Here we
This
go.
was the
Look
reverse
at this
angle.
There's the reverse angle. And I've got to say that some of the reverse angles that we saw yesterday shed a whole new light. But there we go. Now there was the opportunity, I think, for Green. Bang, across the line. Great stuff.
So into the pits come all the drivers. Spencer Braum also with a deranged front end there. We'll be back in a short moment's time with some more racing here at Whilton Mill after this short ad break. Let's get ready then for the Superheat and IAME Water Swift. Quick run through your grid. Harry Williams and Austin Newstead on the front row. Alfie Davidson and Austin Gibson on row 2. George Clark and George House on row 3, Colby Patterson and Luca Narroway on row 4. Zach Champney and Jensen Ackerman complete the top 10. Chester Fawkes and Knight Measures on row 6. Charlie Clough and Mason Brooks on row 7. Johnston Stewart and Oscar Kenny on row 8. Alessandro Salas and Margaret Skavetskas on row 9. Completing the top 20, it's Andy Stewart and Joseph Davis. Henry King and Orion Meta on row 11. Ethan Robinson and Ruben Sagu on row 12. Ilyas Sami and Sophie Campbell on row 13. It's a 27-strong field completed by Mason Hibbert. Into the tram lines, 12 minutes plus 1 lap are underway for our Superheat in IAME Water Swift. Good start from the Fusions off the front of the grid, and it's going to be Harry Williams again, who has a 4-point lead overnight from the heats. Leads the field once again in and through Christmas Corner. Good start, Henry, from IAME Water Swifts. Nice and clean as they run down to Ashby.
Yes, as George House now tries to break the Fusion Motorsport stranglehold. He's got past the number 4 kart of Austin Newstead. Austin, 2021 Motorsport UK Bambino champion. Next driver that George House has got to try and move aside is the number 5 plate, Austin Gibson. He's the 2023 British Water Swift Restricted champion. Then, next on George's list after that will be the number 46, Alfie Davidson. Last year's Motorsport UK British Water Swift Restricted champion. Harry Williams, yet to claim a first major national title, has just dropped from 1st to 3rd, but you can see if House wants to take it to the house, he's got to get past a bunch of champions. And speaking of a driver who isn't a champion yet, and I use the word yet is a big word, Luca Narroway. Absolutely stunning performance yesterday. He's on the Falcon chassis for the Evolve Motorsport team. Now, Luca was one of a number of British drivers that went to last year's IAME Warriors final in Mini X30, came away with a top 15 finish. That, his dad said, changed him as a driver completely. Yeah. He's doing this well, even though he hasn't actually been to Whilton Mill since June last year. So, there we go. But as Piers Pryor got another potential Paddock Pit Park Ferme observation for us.
Yes, I have, guys. Just being nosy on the grid because you didn't come down to me. I thought I'd stick my nose in the karts. Austin Newstead, interestingly, one of the 5 Fusion karts. His front end of the car, I won't tell you exactly what, because that's, of course, would be giving it away from the Fusion team, but his front end of the kart was set up differently to his other teammates, so not the same setup on all 5 of those karts.
Thanks, Piers. Now, every other mechanic will want to go and have a look at the front end of his car to see what the difference is. But don't worry, Piers, you didn't give the secret away.
Trouble for Newstead, though, at the moment. I'm not quite sure that different setup is working because he's fallen back in this one, 6 places to P8. End of lap number 3. Davidson leads from Gibson, and George House is there as here's a chance for Gibson. Down the inside. No, here comes George House. We say he doesn't give up, and that's why. Down the inside goes George House from 3rd to 1st in one corner. Oh,
so we had our first Slim Shady of the day in the last race and our first 3 wide of the day in this one. It's Super Sunday, Mother's Day, and 5 drivers wanting to become a British Open champion. Business is picking up, and the number 12 kart of Jensen Ackerman, privateer driver on the Synergy kart. He's moving into contention now as well. It's been a while since we saw Jensen up at the front of the field. He was 9th in the 2020 Motorsport UK Bambino class, so this is his last year as an inter, you know. A lot of experience there for Jensen in the number 12 kart. Here he goes to the inside of Narroway as House takes it to the house of a Christmas Corner. New leader, XL Motorsports, George House.
This is a continuation of the form that we've seen so far this year from George House, both at the IAME Winter Cup at Valencia back in February and last week at Cremona. Let's have a quick look at a replay of a moment earlier on in this race. This is coming out of Ashby Corner. Wide there was one of the Fusions. That was Mason Brooks. Sorry, that's he's changed teams, of course. It's now with the XL. But Mason Brooks having a moment there out of Ashby Hairpin.
And Harry Williams has faded a little bit in this phase of the race. He's down to 7th position now, but when I say faded a bit, 7th place is 1.7 seconds off the race leader, Colby Patterson, in the number 24 XL Motorsport Kart white crash helmet. There on your screen now, he is there in 8th, George Clark 9th, and Knight Measures, another one of those really nice, smart liveried Evolve Motorsport karts, the Falcon chassis. You saw Chris Lamar working with Knight Measures, the Knight Measures, this morning, and Knight Measures also almost run over our own Nicole Sutherland, who jetted back from Campillos, where she was working yesterday to do the Motorsport UK social media account. She was filming a TikTok this morning in Park Ferme.
It's
and
a good
Knight
one,
Measures came in from warm-up and almost took Nicole out.
Oh dear.
Yes. Almost.
Back with the racing, battle for 3rd place. Ackerman down the inside of Narroway and comes through to take 3rd place, whether Luca Narroway likes it or not. Austin Newstead's coming back into this, so maybe that setup change has worked, as meanwhile Gibson's gone for the race lead and got the race lead. George House drops to 2nd place. So all of a sudden, things are changing. The point situation as things stand, although these will already be out of date, these points, but Gibson currently looking at pole position for the final, 13 points. Williams alongside on the front row, 15 points. Newstead, 16 points. House, 17 points. That's how close it is in IAME Water Swift this weekend. 5 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock to go. Gibson confirmed as your new race leader. That gives him a little bit of a buffer now. Drops to 9 points in the FIC.
As Newstead tries to make a move on Ackerman, following Narroway through there, but just failing to follow Narroway through. We've got Chester. Well, First of all, Chester Fawkes has arrived at the back of this group. He's in the Argenti colours, although he's not running with the he's the Argenti back driver in this class. Believe it or not, Chester, he's got 2 wins in the British Championship. He's got 11 podium finishes in the British Championship. That's more than any other driver here this weekend. He was one of only 3 drivers to be on the podium of every single round of the British Championship last year. The other 2 were 2 Bambino drivers, Ralph Martin and Ollie West, who are also here this weekend. But also Alessandro Salas, last year's Water Swift Restricted GP plate winner. He's making progress as well. He's just behind this big pack, now being led by Luca Narroway. So this is 3rd place, back to about 13th.
Margus Kovetskis also part of this group, another one of the privateer runners who's stepped across from Honda Cadet. Has only just got over a year of owner karting experience, but has nicely moved his way up through the Motorsport UK karting pathway. Just over 4 minutes on the clock to go. Still lots to be decided here. Zach Champney looking for a route there through past Jensen Ackerman. Round to complete another lap. Gibson and House still working together, bumper to bumper. They'll do that, I reckon, for another 3 laps or so. They're continuing to extend their advantage over this group on your screens. It's up to 2.5 seconds now, and this is why, because they're fighting. Luca Narroway steps to the inside, stops Harry Williams, who's grown back into this race. Harry Williams not able to make a move there for 3rd place. Champney's through past Ackerman for P6. Alfie Davidson has dropped back a little bit in this race now to P8, and it's George Clark looking quick in the second half of one of these races again. Watch out for the number 42, currently in P9.
So this is the 3rd race of the day, Andrew. We've already had 1 privateer run Birrell ART kart have a storming start in the morning. That was Rocco Shenton and Junior X30. We've now got another privateer run Birrell ART chassis having a storming drive in this race. The 61 of Zach Champney, who is now running 5th. And with, both Water Swift and Junior X30 to run as a privateer up at the front is insanely difficult. Which was why I said there's, the Birrell chassis is performing very well because Champney is just getting stronger and stronger and stronger.
And it's something we've I remember you and Charman having a good run in the O-plate that we had here last year in the Rotax side on a Birrell chassis before it changed mid-season. So they do have a good record round here. That was a move by Chester Forks. Moving up into the top 10, running out of their own awning this weekend as a privateer. 2.5 minutes of this one to go. Gibson and House, again, they just keep working. A 51.23 last time around for Gibson. The gap is now out to 4 seconds over the chasing pack, who are still fighting hard over third place. Williams on that previous lap got through past Narroway for third place. I think they need to keep an eye on Zach Champney here because Champney's looking quick. That's a move by one of the Stewarts. That's Johnston Stewart going through, the brother and sister team of Johnston and Andy, both in this category, both in the same team as well for Excel Motorsport. As here's a fight between the number 4 of Austin Newstead, who's going to lose out there big time. Had a moment where the front axle was up in the air and he's got to wait for his turn now to slip back into the train and probably lost 4 or 5 positions there, Henry.
So I was going to say, look, 2 minutes to go. The gap from the leader to third place, Harry Williams, was 4.5 seconds. But Harry knows he's not going to catch the 2 leaders, so he is defending. He is defending. There was 2 minutes left on the race clock, so 2 minutes to go and start defending is fine. Look at how much the gap grows. Now, it was 4.5 seconds 40 seconds ago. It's already up over 5.2 seconds now as we come to the first sector of this next lap, and the group of drivers behind Harry Williams is just going to grow and grow and grow.
Very clever bit of defensive driving there from Harry Williams through Christmas Corner. You can really lean as Davidson goes down the inside of Champney for 6th place. Going uphill, you've got a positive camber through Christmas Corner. You can lean into it, and he just pinched an indecisive Narroway right onto the curb. It's allowed him to get a bit of a gap now over the rest of the field. So that was a clever piece of driving from Harry.
1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 4, about 7, 8, no, more than that. Let's have a little look down there. Well, Henry King in 20th position is only 4 seconds behind the third place kart. So 17 karts now in, wait for it, this gaggle. And you could just about get them all in the same camera shot. Just.
Harry Williams at the moment would also be on pole position for the final. He's only got a 1-point advantage, though, over Austin Gibson, so he needs to keep hold of this third place at least to secure that prime starting position. While the JGR is in a bit of trouble. That's
Charlie
the 51. Clough. Charlie Clough, who's had a really tough weekend, was on top form to start the season in Europe at the IAME Winter Cup with the same team. Bit of knowledge.
Yes.
In the UK, it's Charlie. In the European scene, he's now Charles.
Oh. Well, that's
because the French and the Italians and the Spanish can't say Charlie.
The Europeans, they love a monarchy. So we call him Charlie, but of course King Charles. They love a monarchy.
Meanwhile, back to the lead going on in the final lap of this one. Gibson versus House, and House has got an opportunity here to do exactly the same thing that Cian Geraghty did in the senior race, through on the exit of Ashby Corner. That is going to change things for House at the moment. House is 4th in the FIC, could be moving to the inside of row number 2 with this result if he can hold on to this superheat win.
He's not going to stop it at the inside, is he?
Look down the inside. House saw it coming. It's a sprint to the line once again, and House takes the superheat. Excel Motorsport will like that one on a Sunday. Yes. House is a winner again, like he was 1 week ago in Italy. But he needs to do it in the final next. Gibson P2, Williams P3 does secure pole position for the final later on today. 4th for Narroway, 5th for Ackerman, Davidson, Clark, Champney, Brooks and Newstead all secure top 10 finishes in a very tightly congested pack. From Narroway to Oscar Kenny in 18th place, there was less than 5 seconds at the end of those 15 laps.
Now, for some reason, my mind wants people to remember that last little complex.
Yes.
Because George House defended going into the boot. Austin Gibson decided, I'm not going to try and cut it, I'm going to try and go around the outside. that meant that there was a potential for a bit of side-by-side action going over the chicane. He didn't do it. However, if that was a final of a one-off O-plate event and Austin Gibson found himself in that exact same position,
He's going to go for it.
I would say, well, if I was one of those two flippers on the curbs,
Yep.
I would be very worried.
Yes.
Because I think, you know, hey, the driver hasn't cut me off, there's half a gap and a curb.
Yep.
What have I got to lose?
What have you got to lose indeed?
Watch this space for the final.
Quick rundown of the final intermediate classification to stress, ladies and gentlemen, these results are provisional. Harry Williams pole position, courtesy of 8 points from the 2 heats yesterday and that super heat. Austin Gibson on the outside of row 1 with 13. House, Davidson, Newstead, Clark, Narroway and Ackerman will form up the front 4 rows. We will see that final later on after this short break. It's IAME Water Swift Restricted.
What brilliant racing we've had in the super heat so far. A couple more to go now. Water Swift Restricted up next, and this is the grid right here. It is Dimitar Uzanov on pole position. We're going to walk in and grab a word with Dimitar. He's had a brilliant race weekend so far, taking both wins in the heats yesterday, but qualifying didn't quite go your way. This is the first time you're going to be starting on pole position. Have you ever been on pole round here before?
Not actually, no, I haven't.
Have you got a plan for what you're going to do in the first lap of the race? Of course, you've come through the field very well in the last couple, but this time you're leading them off.
Probably just go straight ahead when the lights go out and just get a gap.
Eyes forward. I like the sound of that. Well, good luck to Dimitar starting on pole position. You can see Dimitar's got his nice carbon helmet there. Outside of the front row is Albert Stubbs. We spoke to him yesterday. He's going to be going for second place for XL Motorsport. He had 2 second places. Oh, so close. He's going to be hoping to go one better at some point today, and probably he'd like that to be in the O-Plate final later on. Third place, Ralph Martin for Strawberry Racing. He's had a good weekend so far as well. Third place and a 4th place in the heats yesterday. Harry Chapman starting in 4th place. He's had what looks on paper like a pretty consistent weekend. He had a 2nd place in qualifying, then a 5th in the first race and a 3rd in the second race. But that 5th place, he had to come through the field. I'm going to grab a quick word with Harry. Can we have a quick word, Harry? Harry, of course, you've had a pretty good weekend so far, a 5th and a 3rd. But that first race, you had to come through the field. So you've got plenty of practice overtaking karts. Do you think that's going to help you throughout the day today?
Maybe, yes, hopefully.
And what do you think your chances are in this one? Do you think you've got the pace to win this one today?
Hopefully, yeah.
Hopefully indeed. Right, that's 1 minute, so we're going to walk just further down towards the back of the grid so we can get out of the way. But also, I'll draw your attention to, in 15th place, the number 30 of Theo Tyack. The reason being, it's his 11th birthday today, I believe, or it's his birthday. Theo, happy birthday. Good luck today. We'll see how he gets on. So I'm sure that will be a great birthday present as a good result for Theo. So in just a few moments' time, we will be having the super heat for Water Swift Restricted, and that is next.
Thank you very much, Piers. It is indeed time for the super heat for IAME Water Swift Restricted. Here's how they line up. This grid set by the heats results from yesterday. Dimitar Uzanov and LBJ Stubbs will form the front row of the grid. Ralph Martin and Harry Chapman are on row number 2. Reggie Chandler and Ollie West will start inside the top 6 from row 3. Bodie Batch and Freddie Baker with his new lid starts on row 4. Louis Williams-Mabs in the DAP Kart starts on row 5 and is joined by Patrick Wood. Finley Bedford from Bedford is joined by the new Russell with number 63. Leo Russell is on row number 6. Phoenix, Millen, Sexton and Corey Lyons go from row number 7. Theo Tyack on his birthday is on row 8 alongside Felix Booker. Frank Morris and Riley Aston Wilkins go from row 9. Harry Murphy and Darcy Dunford completes the top 20 and the full 20 entrants in this record grid for IAME Water Swift Restricted, open to anyone on an inter-club licence. That also includes the full Wera Tools British Kart Championship. So if you're on an inter-club licence, that's a change from 2024. Get your entries in for the championship that, of course, starts on the weekend of the 18th to the 20th of April at Warden Law.
Now, there's one kart, as they try to get themselves starting towards the back of the field, I think on the penultimate row, the number 55 of Frank Morris. Really smart liveried kart. And we're going to go around again. Yeah, Frank, he's Welsh to start, so tick.
Good.
Tick. Privateer driver. Tick, backbone of the sport, couldn't do without it. There it is on the inside of our camera shot there.
Yes.
Now there's Frank's car. What a graphics kit that is. And his sister designed that. So Sister Morris is we got to thank for that. It goes back to what we were saying yesterday. If you're a privateer driver looking for sponsorship, looking for a company to put some pennies behind your racing, make your wagon stand out. Make it look nice. We had a Bambino grid last week at the Kart Championship with one kart liveried like Nigel Mansell's 1992 Williams, one decorated like Ayrton Senna's Brazilian flag, and another decorated like Sebastian Vettel's Red Bull from a few years ago.
Very good.
Again, I love that, love it.
Here we go then, superheat time for IAME Water Swift Restricted. And I think we're going round again. Bit of time to talk about the Girls Karting Academy. If you've not heard about
please do,
this,
because we've only got 5 girls here racing and there's 124 drivers. We need more,
Exciting news for young female drivers. If you've not heard, Motorsport UK has launched the Girls Karting Academy. This is a national programme to develop the next generation of female karting talent. Who is it in collaboration with? Team Sports, who of course run the British Indoor Karting Championship.
Biggest network of indoor kart circuits in the UK.
And they are running a series of sessions over the Easter holidays to give girls at the age of 8 to 12, as Bodie Batch has had a little spin on this formation lap, to experience karting, develop skills, get their first steps in motorsport. If you want information on this, of how to get involved, head across to www.team-sport.co.uk/race academy /motorsport UK girls.
And it's open for girls aged between 8 and 12. Perfect for this class. Perfect. We need more women in racing. Third time lucky.
We're good.
Yes.
Away we go then, 12 minutes plus 1 lap for the superheat in IAME Water Swift Restricted, and it's a good start once again from the 62 of Dimitar Uznov. They head up to Christmas Corner. Oh, that's going to get a bit close, and a half slide for Ralph Martin in that moment with LBJ Stubbs, and Ralph Martin did very well to catch that one. Has lost a few positions, of course, but is still in this race. Harry Chapman's had a good start in the bright yellow and black shod number 32. I think he's up to second place. There's a moment there.
That was Corey Lyons. That was in the 14, the Irishman for the Daily Motorsport team. And again, that team, that looks so smart. Those deep regal blue and red. Ralph Martin, the Mighty Bambino champion from last year, spoke to him on the Paddock show, and you can see the Paddock show on the lunch break. You can also look at it on the Karting UK YouTube channel, premiered at 8 o'clock last night. Piers Pryor has yet another observation for us. What are you observing, Piers?
Just a little something. Sorry, Henry, I just spoke over you. Just a little something. You noticed that little spin on the final formation lap. The number 36, Patrick Wood, it looked like he regained his position, which is, well done for him. But it was quite late in the lap and technically under yellow flag. Sometimes they let that slide, but something to look out for potentially in the race.
Well, there is Patrick Woods, and all I would say to Patrick Woods' family is that if he does get a penalty afterwards, Piers is the one who spotted it and is in the grey jeans in the paddock holding a microphone. But again, Patrick Wood, I have seen some great Patrick Wood merchandise. There's Ralph Martin. Oh, Leo Russell I get by with a little help from my friends, 3 wide into the chicane. That was Leo. He's just starting out in karting. Oh, he's not happy with that. Leo, don't worry. You can scream and shout when you get back to the tent. You can go and have a go at your granddad about that afterwards. But just carry on now. Head down, hands on the wheel. Best advice you can get.
The silver linings.
Yes.
That's
clouds.
not the first time I've seen Leo Russell in the early stages of one of these races come up through the field. Yes, he's lost those positions now, and this is all a learning.
The apple doesn't never fall far from said tree.
No, it doesn't. And as I say, this is his first race weekend off novice plates, so still very early in his time in karting.
Very early. I'm still not quite sure what the family connection is.
He's the son of
I know
British
Benji.
champion.
I know Benji. Benji.
Oh,
Great.
the other one?
Yeah, the other one.
His uncle.
His uncle.
Pretty quick.
Is he?
Yeah.
Oh. Okay, who's his uncle? In the comments, tell me. Is he in karting?
He was.
He was. Oh,
Few
I
years
must
ago.
know him. I must know him. I can't imagine who he is. Update from Piers. This is now an update, an official update, not merely an observation, Andrew Mather. What have you got for us now, Piers?
Yeah, unfortunately, I think I'm probably going to get some stitches for being a snitch. Wood has got a penalty, I believe, 5 seconds, probably for that.
Yes,
indeed.
grey jeans, white trainers, snazzy
good-looking
haircuts.
one.
Piers Pryor.
That's why we put him in front of the camera.
But I plugged the Wood merchandise as well. Albie J. Stubbs doing a good job here. Now, Dimitar Uzanov, another one of these barrels. This is run by the JPD UK team. Uzanov. Now, he was down as a CKR, but that isn't. No. That is a barrel.
That's a barrel.
Harry Chapman, former British Bambino champion, 2023 Bambino Motorsport UK champion. Albie J. Stubbs sitting there watching. He's got Sam Fugit mechanicking for him this weekend. Very, very experienced mechanic around the world. As the 3 of them now breaking away. And I love this. Chapman is entered as a privateer.
Yep.
You've got XL Motorsport running Stubbs. Of course, XL run by Dan Hart, Paul Hardy were both here. They're going to be a major player in this year's British Championship. Of course, they're one of the biggest teams, if not the biggest team out in the United Arab Emirates. But of course, founded Dan Hart and Paul Hardy, both from the UK. And then a small team, JPD UK. Only got the one driver, I believe, here this weekend. Great mix, and this is what Water Swift Restricted is all about. It's not about the drivers, it's about giving smaller teams a chance to compete at the front.
Keep an eye on Bodie Batch in 4th place. I could see one of his supporters really willing him on through the boot there. But Bodie's gained 3 places in this race so far. As Chapman's going to go for the lead here with 7.25 minutes to go. That's a bold move and a nice move from Chapman. Near moment there between Uzanov and Stubbs. There is a bit of bad news though for LBJ Stubbs. It's my turn to be unpopular in the paddock. Plus 5 second penalty also for the number 96. That was earlier on our notifications, but we should keep that in mind. At the moment, Stubbs would drop down to 7th place. No, 6th place. He would just slot in ahead of Corey Lyons at the moment with the gaps out there on circuit. But I like that move from Harry Chapman.
Yes.
He's a confident young racer. Quite experienced already, of course, with his time in the Bambino categories and racing through from a very young age. That was a decisive move to take the initiative in this race. Of course, he's fighting back from a not-so-good moment, a technical problem in that very first heat yesterday.
Yes, as Dimitar Uzanov retakes the lead. Now, Andrew, I don't often think that you're wrong, but none of the Alpha Live YouTube universe are able to identify Leo Russell's uncle, which tells me he can't be that famous. I mean, by George, I can't believe that nobody's got that. Back to the track. Theo Tyack on his 11th birthday up into 8th position. Corey Lyons, the Irishman, up into P7. Ralph Martin, we saw him have a spin in the opening lap, back up to P6. Ollie West, one of only 3 drivers, along with Martin and Chester Fawkes, to be on the podium at every round of the Motorsport UK British Championship last year. He's up into 9th. Louis Williams-Mabb on the DAP is in 11th.
We've got to look at the
look back
replay.
at what occurred, what was occurring a few laps ago.
This was into, oh, bit of a spin there. Oh, and a moment for Frank Morris. It's the number 19 of Felix Booker who had the initial spin. Unfortunate for Frank Morris. I don't think there was much that Frank could have done with that.
No, wagon facing wrong way in path. Hopefully the graphics kit has emerged unscathed. Now, back to the front. Because the longer this race goes on, and the smarter these three are, the fewer positions Albie J. Stubbs will lose because of that start penalty. You said earlier that it would drop him to, what was it, 7th or 8th place? It would now drop him to only 6th position. However, the problem that Albie is going to have is if he stays in 3rd, Uzanov and Chapman are going to battle and slow themselves down. If I were Albie J. Stubbs, I would be looking for the message, say, right, go, make at least one pass. If you're in 2nd, you can then control things a bit better. You can push away. You can signal to Dimitar, who is leading at the moment, look, go, go, go. I'm not going to try and pass you, and hope that Dimitar will listen. If he stays in 3rd, he is at the mercy of the two drivers he is chasing, because these are the next two on your screen, Reggie Chandler and Bodie Batch, who are closing in. It's not so much those the two, it's the driver behind, the green and white Strawberry Racing Tony Kart of Ralph Martin. At the moment, Stubbs would finish less than a second behind Martin, but he's just got to push away to try and salvage a 5th place finish, because if he finishes P5, then Stubbs, well, he would consolidate. Well, at the moment, he would fall behind Chapman. He would probably start 3rd, maybe 4th.
Yeah.
But he wants to start 3rd. If he finishes ahead of Martin, then he should still start 3rd. That's important. So, Albie J. Stubbs, this is the difference between a P3 and a P4 start in the main event. If he doesn't get past Chapman and try and push Uzanov away, he probably will finish behind Ralph Martin, and that means he could start on the outside of row 2. If he works hard and finishes in front of Ralph Martin after his penalties applied, he should start 3rd.
We'll see how this is all going to shape up for our top 3 over the course of the next 3 minutes or so. The defensive work by Uzanov has begun. Pace last time around, as there is Freddie Baker's number 92, beautifully prepared number 92, but unfortunately he's out of this race. That's having been shown the technical flag. I don't know if Piers can hear us down in the paddock and investigate what the cause of that was. Meanwhile, Chapman has the door shut on him by Uzanov on the run into the boot there. There was a momentary overlap between the 62 and the 32 through the final chicane once again. Uzanov has had a warning flag from the race officials. 2 minutes to go in this one.
And this is the problem that Albie J. Stubbs is going to have.
Yeah.
Now they're defending, and Ralph Martin is only 4 seconds behind Stubbs. So on adjusted finishing order, Martin will finish ahead of Stubbs. Does Piers Pryor have another update on the untimely demise of Freddie Baker on the RCE kart? And speaking of untimely demises, the 24 of Ollie West and the number 36 of Patrick Woods come together, but both extricate themselves from one another's grasp and continue. Sorry, Piers, back to you.
No worries. I've just seen the number 92, Freddie Baker. He came in the pits. He's a couple of laps down, but has gone back out. So we'll see him on circuit again. He's probably just shaking it down, ready for the lead. And I don't know whether you guys caught it, actually, but the 62, our leader, Dimitar Uzanov, actually has had a warning flag for blocking. So he can't defend too much more on the remaining laps.
Well, I think it's a case of he started defending too early. No one's going to begrudge anybody from now. Here's a significant moment. Stubbs. No one's going to begrudge Dimitar Uzanov from defending now. There's a minute to go. It's ready to defend prior to the final 2 minutes of one of these races. So, watch the gap between Stubbs in second, now between Stubbs in second and Ralph Martin in 6th position. It was 4.5 seconds because these three are battling. It's now 3.7 seconds between Martin and Stubbs. LBJ Stubbs needs to get past Dimitar Uzanov and then just put his head down and try for all he's worth to pull away. He's got a second to gain on Martin. This is significant because this is the inside of row 2 for the main event versus the outside of row 2 for the main event. Here comes Stubbs up the hill, but Uzanov defends.
Good stuff there from Uzanov. Stubbs trying to work so hard, and they are losing time to Ralph Martin. So right now, Stubbs would be dropping in this race classification down to 6th place, and Chapman's got through. Chapman's got through into 2nd place. There's been a change for 7th place as well. Corey Lyons has got through past Theo Tyak. This isn't the final lap yet. Still got +1 lap to go in this one. Uzanov at the moment would be on a perfect score. 0 points through the 2 heats yesterday and this super heat. Harry Chapman right now 3rd in the intermediate classification, but could very well be taking 2nd anyway once LBJ Stubbs' penalty has been applied. On the final lap now, Uzanov up the hill to Christmas Corner. Nicely covers the line. No opportunity for Harry Chapman to get down the inside into that big braking zone. Stubbs still there in 3rd place, has the fastest lap in this one. We should note nearly a route through there for Stubbs into Ashby. Maybe there's one past Chapman, out and through into the next couple of corners. Gotta say, Uzanov, this is Alfie Davidson-like from last year. It's been a tremendous defender so far this weekend, but here's going to be another opportunity for Harry Chapman to keep alongside. LBJ Stubbs goes for 2nd place. Chapman tries to wrestle the door open. This is classic IAME Water Swift restricted racing. Uzanov is going to take his 3rd race victory of the weekend so far and secure pole position for the final later on today. Chapman P2, Stubbs P3. Start the timer. Where will Stubbs end up once that 5 seconds penalty has been applied? He will drop to 6th place. Behind Ralph Martin and ahead of Corey Lyons.
And well done, Reggie Chandler, who's getting plenty of support. Tina Chandler watching online. Reggie passes Bodie Batch. Oh dear! 5-second penalty for number 62. Dimitar Uzanov. That changes everything. That will drop Uzanov to 5th, and it will give Harry Chapman the victory. Now, you never want to give the race directors, the stewards, a hard time. Uzanov was given a warning for excessive defending in the middle part of the race. Now, we do have our stewards room cam that is, as they are reviewing all the footage, there they are. But when it comes to the final 2 minutes of a race and you're leading, you've got to defend. You've got to, in my opinion. But obviously, if you've already got a warning for excessive defending, that's a really tough call to make. But, you know, a precedent has been set. Does that mean that if you defend too much in the middle of a race, you can't defend an end?
And we did have we had a precedent set last year, did we not, when we were at Shennington for
we have a replay coming up. So we said that Reg Chandler got past Bodie Batch. We didn't see it on the live broadcast, but courtesy of the Alpha Live replay, here we go. There is Chandler going up the inside of Bodie Batch at Ozier's. And did I say how much I love the multi-angle Alpha Live replays?
You did.
I did I? Okay, can I reiterate how much?
Absolutely.
Because we didn't catch that before, but we can now. What else we can catch is a couple of commercials. Oh, and Mr. Hillary has caught a nose cone bracket as well.
Here we go then, superheat for Honda Cadets GX200. Ronnie Jones on pole position for this one. Elliot Bourke alongside on the front row. Shailen Srikantan starts on the inside of row 2, is joined by the S-plate holder Archie Cannon, Harry Search and Luke McGall. McGall had a good run in this event last year. They start on row 3. Harry Grant looking for a first top 5, starts on row 4, is joined by Scotland's Luca Bicocchi for Ambition Motorsports. Another Ambition driver, 2 Ambition drivers on row 5. The big smile of Jane Prakash there on the inside of row 5 with Jerry Duffy wrapping out the top 10. Oliver Ratton and Reggie Duffy go from row number 6. It's a 14-strong field completed by 2 drivers from Scotland, Kyle Kerr and Aidan Donnelly.
Now, during the Paddock show last night, we spoke to the mum of Ronnie Jones, who drives for the MJR team. It's their second year now. I'm trying to remember, is it Matt Jackson Racing? No, not Matt Jackson Racing. Mark Jackson Racing? Mark Jackson. Martin Jackson. I knew it began with an M and it ended in Jackson. But we spoke to the team boss, which is Mrs. Martin Jackson Racing, obviously because she's the boss. But yeah, there's an awful lot to decide. Now, Ralphie Branscombe, I wonder if Ralphie is out there. He won this race last year, and if he wants, I would say if Ralphie's out there to come in and give us a bit of commentary during this race. Of course, he couldn't do it yesterday because his race was up next. But Ralphie, where are you? Come in and tell us what's going through the minds of these young Honda Cadet drivers as we get the superheat underway.
Do indeed. Good start for Ronnie Jones. Up to Christmas corner for the first time. There's a battle between the Ambition Motorsport drivers heading into Christmas. Then in the end is won out by Luca Bicocchi there in the number 77. Good start, steady start for the Honda Cadets. Jane Prakash has a little look down the inside of his teammate there for the position in around probably 8th or 9th spot. Good start as well for Elliot Bourke there. Very detailed helmet, kart number 14. Zip Factory team have a good record in this race over the years. Had a 1-2 in the Honda Cadet O-Plate a couple of years ago.
Yeah, well, Zach Starbuck was the second of those 2 drivers a couple of years ago. Piers Pryor, we've had observations, we've had updates, now we have informations. Piers Pryor, tell us your informations.
Well, it's a unique opportunity to get close to the start with the Honda Cadets being a standing start. I stood right by the grid. They're all revving the engines on the brake as they pull away from the line, but I was very impressed that everyone's reaction times bang on. There was no one that was lagging behind, so clearly these lot have got some experience doing these standing starts, but no, really impressive all the way up and down the field. Must have been in 2/10, no more.
Yes, and of course you've got a cadet field. Now all these drivers are either on a zip kart or a Project 1. And anytime there's a cadet race full of zips and Project 1s, I'm a happy, happy boy. Because, you know, they are some great British-built chassis. It's Ronnie Jones leading Elliot Bourke. Shailen Srikantan is third, Luke McGall fourth. Now we talked about progress. Jayan Prakash, he's down in 11th place now. He finished 11th in last year's Honda Cadet O-Plate, but that 11th place finish, Andrew, was nearly a full lap behind Ralphie Branscombe. Yesterday, Jayan was running in the top 5 on merit, on pace, and yeah, that just goes to show the amount of improvements that these youngsters make, you know, week by week, month by month.
Absolutely. So progress so far in this race. Oh, someone lost a bit of bodywork there. It might have been a rib protector.
Oh dear, that's one thing you do not want to lose here at Whilton Mill.
I'm maybe speculating here. I definitely am speculating. I wonder if it might be the number 11. Saw that there's a bit of a twisted belt for Kyle Kerr there, but sure, the safety of all drivers will be paramount, and everything's looking okay. 8 minutes and 45 seconds of this one to go. Jones still leading from Sreekanten, Bork, McGall, Cannon. As things stand in the final intermediate classification, Jones would be on pole position with a perfect score through the heats and the super heats. Bork would be P2. Sreekanten would be third. McGall, with this result, will be moving from 6th to 4th in the final intermediate classification. Cannon and Search 5th and 6th at the moment.
Just a question. Obviously, the previous race, the Dimitar Uzanov penalty, has spurred the viewing public into life.
Yes.
The stewards, they are highly qualified, highly professional Motorsport UK licensed officials who it's their job to apply the rules as per the letter of the law as written in the Motorsport UK rule book, which sometimes ties their hands. Karting has not gone woke, because if this paddock was woke, I wouldn't be able to call the viewer that said they were idiots a tool, would I?
No.
There we go. A view of a tool.
7.5 minutes to go. Ronnie Jones still leading this one, and continuing to do something that you often don't see here at Whilton Mill, in Honda Cadet racing in particular, is able to just keep away from the rest of the field, just showing the level to which Ronnie Jones is driving this weekend. And he's got the pace to edge away, particularly in the mid-phase of races, from the rest of the pack. It's an MJR 1-2 right now with Jones and Sreekanten. There's the very nicely liveried number 40 of Harry Search, who is top privateer at the moment.
He's actually running as the third member of the MJR. He usually runs a privateer, but I think he's
into the awning.
Yeah, he's stepped in the awning for this weekend, but still retaining his, again, the pink and purple privateer livery. Someone goes to the British Indoor Karting Championship, which gives me a fantastic opportunity to remind everybody that, I mean, here at the Motorsport UK British Kart Championship, the coverage that we got from the Rotax O-Plate, over nearly 35,000 viewers across the 2 days, across all channels. It's the most watched karting broadcast anywhere in the UK this year. The British Indoor Kart Championship had slightly less viewers, but still a very impressive number. But again, we really appreciate everybody at the Alpha Live universe, at the Motorsport UK Rotax O-Plate, currently the most watched karting broadcast in the UK this year.
Piers has news in the paddock. Is he going to upset somebody again?
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I'm going to be a snitch again, unfortunately, guys. Andrew, you mentioned it might have been the 11 that lost a piece of rib protector. I looked a bit closer. It looks like a neck brace of the number 24, Reggie Duffy. And also just a note as well, the 27 of Aidan Donnelly looks like he has a drop down and his front bumper is bumping up and down on the road, especially as he comes over the curb at the last corner.
Eagle-eyed Piers Pryor. Well, I mean, I think that the neck brace for Reggie, that's not snitching, Piers. That's a public service announcement because, you know, now Reggie knows what to go and collect it at the end of the race. And of course, you know, Piers, with the greatest of respect, Piers, you can look at bobbling and wobbling nose cones all you like, but there's only one man here that can adjudicate onto the positioning of a nose cone bracket, and that is the owner of the iPhone of Doom, Mr. Dave Hillary.
So he'll be there at the end of this race.
Snitching Piers, but he's no the eagle-eyed. I mean,
and
it's great to have all these eyes around the place because, you know, it's a big event and there's lots of action to catch from all angles. And I think, even though we haven't got much action for the lead, business is about to pick up for second place because Elliot Bork is starting to look a little bit restless as he pokes around the rear bumper of Shayla and Sreekanten. There he goes, on cue. The Zip Young Guns, number 14, machine moves into second place.
Does indeed. 4 minutes and 10 seconds of this one to go. Pace at the moment for the race leader, 53.7. Very consistent pace because the best lap in this one by Ronnie Jones is a 53.65. So good performance from everyone out there, everyone in the 53s and the 54s. A couple of drivers just slipping into the 55s, but it's good to see with Honda Cadet GX200 because I don't think we could say this last year. We'd like more.
Yes.
We'd like more.
Well, you know what? I had a great conversation with an unnamed team boss last night who said, and we're going to get plenty more of that as Archie Cannon passes Luke McGaw. But of course, 2 years ago, we went from the venerable GX160 engine to the Honda GX200. Consternation ensued. Also, chassis, different, slightly different dimensions. Move forward, now there's going to be a lot more second-hand equipment on the market, which will attract more people into the sport. And of course, there'll be more second-hand engines, and therefore it will filter down. We're already seeing numbers increase in other championships. There's more Hondas here this year than there was in last year's O-Plate, and I think that the numbers are going to grow. Whenever there's change, because people don't like change, do they? No, I don't like change. But, once you get over the initial sort of resistance to change, people get on board because they can see that it's the same style of racing. It gives the drivers the same base set of skills they can transfer to anything else.
And there's by the data that we've got on our screens, a good parity across the field from the front to the rear, which sometimes in the old form of Honda Cadet wasn't always the case.
Well, I mean, you've got 4 different engine builders in this field alone. You've got RPM engines, you've got Venom engines, Tornado engines, GXT engines. So, we said earlier, but there's 18 different engine builders here in the paddock. 4 of them are in Honda Cadet, and they're 4 Honda Masters. It's not just an RPM fest. There's Tornado, there's Venom, there's GXT, and looking at the lap times, 53.65 for Ronnie Jones. And again, there's some drivers at the back that have done, 54.6 a second. There's Kyle Kerr in 12th position. But then you've got to take into the fact that some of these are novices because of the new inter-club license rule, which allows less experienced drivers on a less on a lower level license to race in this championship. So naturally you're going to bring in drivers who are just starting out in the sport and who won't be as quick as the more experienced runners.
And from not at this level, but I remember when I did my own little bit of karting, being on track at the same time as those with a bit more experience is a very good way to learn, because you start to compare yourself to them and say, okay, they're a little bit quicker in that corner, I'll try something different, and it can really bring drivers on. 1 minute to go in this one. The gap at the front is 2.2 seconds for Ronnie Jones. This is the fight for second place on your screens, with Srikantan looking down the inside of Elliot Borg for second place as the number 22 comes into the pits. That's Oliver Ratton for JMR.
Which was smoking.
Oh dear.
Here's a question, and it's a general question to the people of Motorsport. Do you have to have a license, a Motorsport UK license, to go indoor karting?
No, I don't. Initially, not a paid license.
You do have to have a license. I'm getting a thumbs up. Wow.
But it's not a paid one.
Not a paid one, I was
It's a
going
free
to say.
one. It's the same for Arrive and Driving Club 100.
Because of course there are now more, because it was Club 100 is seen as Arrive and Drive. However, you're using Rotax engines.
And it's the safety aspect.
It's
passing an
aspect,
assessment to get your license
aspect.
to make sure that you're safe out on track.
Wow, fair enough. Okay, well there we go. I have a question answered. Here we go, up the hill, Ronnie Jones. He's got the license to win this superheat because the clock has struck 0. And he leads by 2.34 seconds over Shailen Srikantan, Elliot Borg, Archie Cannon, Luke McGaw, Harry Search, Harry Grant, Luca Bikocki, then JM Prakash moved back into 9th position. The battle of a second is not over yet. Dan Ashton's watching.
I say he's not busy today.
No. I mean, I'm not saying Nicole Sutherland was with you at Campio's yesterday.
I say she's chatted
and she's here. She's doing social media.
What's Dan's excuse?
What's I know you can jump and run because we saw you that at
2 weeks ago.
PFI a couple of weeks ago.
Final lap board is out. Ronnie Jones looking for the clean sweep in these heats to finish it off in this super heat and secure his pole position. This battle on your screen is for the outside of row number 1. And I know we talk a lot about is it better to start second or third, but with a standing start in Honda Cadet, that difference is less pronounced. So Srikantan's going to want to keep this. Bork in third place. What's going to be the best opportunity to get through? Maybe a run into the boots. Not close enough into Osiers on that occasion, but what a job over the last day and a half by Ronnie Jones.
Yep.
From
And the team.
And the team,
And
yeah.
the team, because again, you're going up against the Zip Young Guns and Ambition Motorsport, two Honda specialists, two of the very, very best. And MJR finish 1-2 in the super heat. Scalps taken. And
Very good stuff.
you know, sorry, we're going to see the results now.
Yeah.
You know, we mentioned changing of the guards.
Yes.
You know, now new championship coordinator, Louise Brown in the paddock. But you know, you can't keep old dogs away. Sorry, not dogs. You can't keep former Motorsport UK Championship coordinators away. On Mother's Day, Danielle Short rocks up to watch some karting, and
She's ignoring us again.
His husband Alex is here as well. Hi dear, what do I do Mother's Day? Wilton Mill, please. Dear me.
There's your results. Ronnie Jones takes it again, 2.6 seconds clear of the rest of the field. Shaylin Srikantan with that second place also takes second place on the grid for the final. Elliot Bork, Archie Cannon, Luke McGall all in the top 5. And they will be in that same order on the grid for the final later on this afternoon. Harry Search P6. Look.
Oh, there she is.
There it is.
Couldn't stay away. Now, there you go. Danielle's daughter plays for Sheffield United young ladies team.
Fantastic team.
Well, exactly. So on the right side of Sheffield. The problem
Absolutely.
is that Danielle and her husband Alex are Wednesday fans. Boom.
See, that was the thing. I wasn't here 2 weeks ago, was I, for the double?
Yes, yes. But again, it's great to see. So yeah, you're on the screen. So again, and a big good luck to Sheffield United ladies. The right side of Sheffield, according to myself and Andrew Mather. Other teams are available, they're just not as good. Here we go then. There's some goodness going on the screen. There's the Honda Cadets coming in to Parc Ferme. Dave Hillary, one last look at with the iPhone of doom. And this means, Andrew Mather, that we've only got one set of races to go.
Very quick run of start times for the finals later on this afternoon. Don't go anywhere because we've got the Paddock show as well coming up from last night.
Don't do that.
12:40 for X30 Junior, 13:10. Sorry, I'm going to do this on a 24-hour clock for the seniors. 13:40 for Water Swift. 14:10 for Water Swift Restricted and 14:40 for Honda GX200. If you're watching from overseas, you might be a bit confused on the timings. Yes, the clocks changed in the UK last night, so 1 hour ahead of where we were yesterday.
I'm watching from Wilton Mill. I'm confused.
You're fine.
Am I? Okay.
Yeah, well,
okay.
you're all good. But yes, more to come here from Wilton Mill after this short ad break.
Right, now that we're off here, let's do Paddock Show Part 2, 8 o'clock at night. Hope you're enjoying your Saturday night. CJ, you are not a well boy, are you?
No, not this weekend, no. Definitely not.
What's wrong?
Just a bit of flu, really, but could be a bit better. Yeah, but struggling a little bit, but could be a bit better, but sure.
CJ, it's not an easy circuit around Wilton Mill, a senior car.
No, it's only my second time here. Last weekend was the first time here, so yeah, it's quite bumpy. Not what you get in Europe, more like what you get at home in Ireland, but yeah.
Yeah, for those who don't know you, what have you raced mostly before now if you haven't been to Wilton Mill a huge amount?
Well, last year I was doing Benelux, in Belgium and IAME Series Ireland, so it's been alright. I think the Irish tracks are quite similar to this track and some of the tracks over here.
Have to move as a Range Rover.
No, whoa, sorry. Piers is new to the Paddock Show. We move for no one. They know he's going to get interviewed now, so hang on a sec, so come in. Now, Pierre, CJ, you traditionally come to Kart Masters with the Audron Henry racing team. Say hi to all Audron Henry fans out there, because they love the crack.
Yeah, definitely, they love the crack, yeah. Great crack on Audron Henry racing, definitely.
Okay, thank you very much, CJ. Go back to sit. But there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Now, we will hijack this person here and have a quick interview with him, because it will be a Paddock Show without Seeker, and we shall find him. Hello, sir. How are you?
Oh, very well, how are you?
Welcome to the Paddock Show. What are we doing? All right, so name, rank and serial number. Now, you're with the Croc team.
I'm Fred Green's father, believe it or not, yeah.
Ah, now, Fred...
To get a flyer, actually.
Trying to get a flyer out of the paddock.
Been collared.
Unfortunately, yeah. Now, Fred, how much karting is Fred going to do this year?
Obviously, we're prioritising the Ginetta, so that clashes with the Euro Series and the British, unfortunately, so that's not ideal. So we're going to do as many of the big races as we can, but not the British.
Okay, no problems. Well, you had a very good start. You've gone wrong here, haven't you? Because they've noticed the Paddock Show's being filmed, and suddenly all the drivers are here.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so we're in the thick of it.
In the thick of it, indeed. Thank you very much, Mr. Green. Now, Piers Pryor.
Yes.
Piers meet Henry. Henry meet Piers. Henry. Piers. Henry. Piers.
Henry, come on in the middle.
Henry King.
Henry King, how's your day been?
Good.
Give us more.
Well, in practice, I hurt my back, so put me in a hard position for the heats, and then I've been driving in the heat, and then it stopped hurting in the last one, and then I was catching the people from behind, but had a really bad start. But yeah, we're going for tomorrow.
Absolutely, and of course you're going for that O plate.
Yeah, totally.
Remind everyone what number you are and which class you're in, so they can watch you tomorrow.
I'm 49 and I'm into Water
Looks good for 49.
Sorry?
Looks good for 49.
It does. You look terrible for 49.
Looks terrible. I don't look too great for 44. Now, yeah, XL Motorsport, they're not a new team on the block, but obviously Henry races in the UAE, out in Dubai. He does Rotax and IAME out in Dubai, the Middle East. Are we going to be seeing more of you this year in the UK?
Yeah, we're doing all the British IAME stuff, so yeah, we'll do the whole championship, and we're also doing IAME Euro Series.
Excellent, well done, Henry. Congratulations, you made your Paddock Show debut.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, do you know what? Usually, when we record the Paddock Show like an hour after racing, we've got to go and hunt and find drivers. This is great. We just brought the paddock. The paddock had come to us. We didn't have to move. I'm not going to get my steps in today. Right. There's 1,001 drivers and a football. Okay, we'll go through a couple. Right then. We'll speak to you, Reggie, in a minute. Okay, Jerry. Right. First of all, name, class, and how. Okay. Name, class, and how your day's gone in one sentence. Go.
My name is Jerry Delphusy. I race in Honda Cadet, and so far my day's been pretty good.
Okay, there we go, that's it. Right, next, out, in, come on. He's got a Wera tool, Okay, name, class, how's your day been?
Name Harry Grant, class Honda Cadet. My day's been actually really good.
What is an extra sentence? He's going to squeeze an extra sentence in. I didn't give Jerry an extra sentence. Right, you wait over by there. Nose cone man, name, class, and I guess your day haven't gone too great.
Aaron Richardson, Junior X13. It's been alright, but we've got a penalty.
Why is you holding a nose cone?
It's his back there.
It's his back there. Well, give him his nose cone back, and then we'll tell him, right. Hang on a sec. Okay, Aaron Richard, there we go. Thank you very much. Right, why have you broken your nose cone, and who are you?
Charlie Myers, Junior X30.
Ill?
Very.
Very ill, and...
It's not mine.
It's not yours. Okay, right. Okay, there we go. Next. Come on then. Oh, here we go. Finally, some sanity prevails. Go.
George Edgar, 6, Junior X30. It's been pretty good time.
Good, excellent, thank you very much. Right, blue tracksuit man, go.
Cam Edmonds, GX30, number 57. Day's been a bit alright at first, but had a bit unlucky, but oh well.
Okay, thank you very much. Right, we've got a small man in the red race suit. Come in. You're Mr. Keir, aren't you?
Yeah, my name's Kyle Kerr. I race in Honda 200 and my days went a wee bit bad.
A wee bit bad? Oh, okay. Well, it can get a wee bit better tomorrow.
Yep.
It can, okay. Child, come in here now. I know you. Go on then.
I'm Ethan Woodward, number 83, Junior X30, and the day's not been very good.
Okay, very good, succinct. And last but not least, in Aventus Power.
Harry Myers, number 20, Junior X30.
Your day's been very bad because you had a bit of an upsie in the last one, didn't you?
Driven over, and then everything was bent.
Everything was bent. There we go. Okay, well, thank you very much. Now, sanity can prevail. Jerry was our first driver in. He's been very patient waiting.
Come on in, Jerry.
I'll tell you what, Jerry is coming over from Ireland. You and your brother both race. You can explain to Piers, how your day has been in a more sensible, relaxed fashion.
Okay.
Please.
So, Heat 1, it was, all right. I started 9th and finished 10th. And then this heat, that's just happened. I did start 9th and finish 10th, but for most of the race I was in 11th, and then right at the end the guy was slowing a bit slower because he was taking the inside on all the corners. I was miles ahead of the guy behind, so I didn't need to do that, and I was just close behind. And coming into the pit complex, he was on the inside. He moved off the inside and I went down the inside.
Good move. We like a last lap move, don't we, Henry?
I love a last lap move. I love a last lap move. Really good, because you're racing a lot, a lot of travelling, but thank you for coming.
Good to see you. We'll see you again tomorrow.
Yes, see you tomorrow. Yes, see you tomorrow. Now, of course, some of you will be watching this live, not live, at 8 o'clock on Saturday night. Others will be watching it during the lunch break tomorrow. And now tomorrow, what is tomorrow, everybody? Tomorrow is Mother's Day.
Mothering Sunday.
Mothering Sunday. So it's not Father's Day, it's Mother's Day. There's another mum up there who's going to come in. She could come in.
She's the winner of our Honda Cadet. She's the mother of our Honda Cadet winner, so she can come in for an interview.
Hello, okay. Well, right, you go that side, Piers. First of all, happy Mother's Day to all the karting mums out there. On behalf of all the drivers, we're doing here because we've got a mum, but team boss?
Yes, well, team representative. The other team boss has just run away because he hates interviews. But we own MJR Racing. We're new this year / last year, and this is our first British meeting.
And it's going very well.
It's going very well.
You had two drivers in the front row, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, so 2 drivers in the front row. This is the mum of Ronnie, who's won both heats today.
Yeah. Clean sweep today.
Now, out of the commentary box window, when Ronnie Joe won his first heat race, there was a big hug and an embrace because that is your first win in a heat race at British level.
Yeah. That is correct, yes it is. Yeah, so very happy, very happy.
We saw a lot of hugs and celebrations going on.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't know what to expect, so he's done amazing, very proud.
Now, of course, we talk about the life of a karting mum is often a very stressful one because you have to deal with the emotional fallout. You're not only preparing driver and dad and mechanic.
Keep everyone calm.
Yeah.
And fed.
And calm, fed, watered.
Yeah.
But then, during a race, some mums, they cannot take their eyes off their driver.
No.
Others cannot bear to watch. Which camp do you fall under?
Watch every second.
Yeah, you're definitely the first, aren't you?
Yeah.
No, definitely.
It's not just Ronnie, obviously. We have the other boys, and it's all 3 of them. They're
I was going to say, so here we are, new team in the paddock, MJ. What MJ stands for?
It's MJR, so my partner's called Martin Jackson, so Martin Jackson Racing, and we abbreviated it, so yeah.
And who have we got? So this is, why should prospective Motorsport UK British Championship Honda Cadet drivers come to MJR? And who have we already got under the awning?
So today, this weekend we've got Ronnie Jones, we've got Shaylen, who qualified 2nd, and he came 3rd in both the heats today, and we've got Harry Search as well. He is running as a privateer with us, but they're all a group of friends. We're doing multiple series this year, and we're all about the drivers really. Martin used to race himself, and we're really hands-on. We love like everyone getting along and being a family basically. So yeah,
Lots of coaching. They're great with the kids. They're amazing. They're a really great team.
Great to hear.
Thank you.
Great to hear. We love that. We love a family atmosphere.
Thank you very much, MJR.
Happy Mother's Day.
Happy Mother's Day to a winning mum. Right, let's finally have a walk. Let's go. Oh, who have we got here? This is the Piers Saxton racing van. Well, he's not stopping. He's not stopping, is he? He didn't want to be caught on the Paddock show.
Someone didn't want an interview there, Henry.
No. Well, it gives a chance now to have a look. I tell you what. I mean, Andrew Mather. He said, "Come in. We'll share a microphone." Andrew, should we walk and talk?
Do you know what, Andrew? Take this one for now.
I'll take this one.
Well, is that because you're never going to shut me up? So why should I? That's the point. If you want to shut me up, you just make me share a microphone. The Paddock looks spectacular. What are your thoughts after day one of the British O-Plates presented by Wera Tools?
A really solid day, some good racing. Conditions have been good for the drivers, for the teams, and I fully agree with what you said at the very top of the programme about how I also like how this O-Plate kind of kicks us off.
Yep.
Yeah, there's a lot of learning for drivers going on out there, particularly those who've moved into new classes or as you say, stepped up to a British level for the first time.
Yep.
And there's not that pressure of round one of a championship over 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 rounds. There's still something to win. There's still that place to win and the honour of it, but it's a good place to get the lay of the land before we start talking championship points later in the spring.
Indeed. We mentioned earlier Mick Barrett racing. We briefly spoke to George Edgar, who's had a very good day. Here is the Mick Barrett team, and there's a wagon on the jig, which is not always the best place, but they'd be very impressive today. Very. Mick Barrett racing as Joseph. Should we have a look inside the almost clinically clean? And I tell you what, here's a driver. Now, in all my years of commentating, I have never, ever, only once has a driver won a national race and come in and then gone, "Have I won? I didn't know if I won." It was Josh Parker. It was Stars of Tomorrow, PF 2007. And
I remember that one.
No, you don't remember. You don't remember. I won. I was on the podium. Number 57. You were racing for Mick at the time.
Junior Road Tax.
That's the one.
That might be the one there. Danny B put a setup on me and I won by a long margin. Was it wet?
It was damp, yes.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Dan Barrett plopped a setup on. You won. I didn't think I was going to win. That was a most honest assessment of a driver.
Any time it was damp or wet, that was my only time I could shine, because too tall in the dry.
Too tall in the dry. You're back in the paddock because you took a bit of time away, and now you're back. Karting it gets under your skin, doesn't it? I've seen people here this weekend who at the end of 2024 they were like, "Time's come for me to leave karting. I've got to go into different pastures than you," and then they're here. They're not working for anyone. They're just here. You can't stay away, can you?
Well, I've done a good job of keeping away. I've been away for probably 6 months now because I look after a driver doing car racing. So I'm doing a good job of keeping away from racing. Probably shouldn't say on here, but I'm happy about it. But no, it's all good. Nice to be back. Good with the team. Mick and Dan, they do a good job. So yeah, it's nice to be with them.
Actually, there's Josh Parker, who did win a race, even though he wasn't sure at the time, back in the day.
It made me sound good there. Cheers.
Andrew, you mentioned that it was a tough year on and off the track for Mick Barrett racing last year, but it's been a really great start to the season for them this year.
And I'd say that I think what was good for Mick Barrett racing last year is that they never gave up. The performance that they put in. Okay, they didn't win LIWF. Everything that had happened with Valencia and then switching to Wera, and they kept focused.
Yes.
They got good results that just reminded us that this is a top team. And then they've come back this year. The performances that they've been having, particularly with Nat Johnson, who has changed teams. He's still got a very good relationship with the JGR guys just up the road. But, you know, we'll see what happens tomorrow. But I think they've got a very, very good chance of not just one driver on the podium. I wouldn't be surprised if we've got two drivers win this awning on their respective podiums tomorrow afternoon.
George Edgar, the Edgar family, multiple O-plate winners. Now, I'm going to hand this back to Piers Pryor. As you have a little sojourn, I am going to go and grab drivers and force them to talk. Force them to talk. So I'll go find drivers and bring them to you. Take it away, Piers.
Henry, thank you very much. We'll carry on.
We will.
We can talk about the racing. It's actually been very, very good so far, I think.
It's been solid. I think people have raced the right way. You know, particularly I think to the IAME Water Swift restricted category. You know, that battle that we were seeing back and forth between Chapman, Stubbs, Uzanov, that was of the highest quality. Yeah, it'll get more and more boisterous as the weekend goes on when we get to those finals on Sunday afternoon, and they know it's one-off race. We're not talking championship points. We're talking about an O-plate that you can then use for the rest of the season. Yeah, and we're going to see some drama.
And do you know what I've been really impressed with is even in the youngest of categories, the racing's actually been very, very, what I would say, mature racing. Like it's been calculated, it's been measured, and here's a young driver who has been racing.
Chester Forks, how are we finding IAME Water Swift? Stepping up, that really good season in IAME Water Swift Restricted last year. New colours as well. How's it going so far?
It's going all right. Just trying to find a bit more pace to get higher up. Just need to try and get a bit more rougher, and yeah.
What do you think is the biggest challenge? Because I say it's a similar engine, obviously a bit more power than you had last year. But as you say, the racing's different, isn't it? There's a lot more karts out on track.
Yeah, it's a lot more karts out there, and there's more people. Like, you can go from being in one place to another, and if you don't go forward, you're going backwards all the time.
And the new colours that you've got this season as well, now being part of the Argenti stable, in with premium karting this weekend as well. What's that been like?
It's just an amazing experience. It's so nice, and yeah.
Good stuff.
Brilliant. Good to hear from you, Chester. Well, good luck tomorrow. Talk to us about that Argenti situation, because that's new for the season, isn't it?
It's a further move from the Argenti organisation, I think, to have that presence across all the different categories. We've seen them racing obviously in the paddock for a very long time, but yeah, having that focus of one driver per category, it's going to be, and they've picked some good drivers as well, particularly with Chester. I've seen Chester race since he was 6 years old. The kid's got talent, the kid's got consistency already. What he did as a privateer, didn't win the championship last year, but that stat of being on the podium every single round last year showed just the work that he, his dad and his granddad did. I think they're going to flourish this year with a bit more backing.
Absolutely. And we've got some more drivers. Talk to us, remind everyone at home who doesn't know your face, who you are, who you're racing for.
I'm Harrison Mara. I race in CNX 30, number 72.
Absolutely. Harrison, talk to us about your day so far.
The morning was a bit hard, but we managed to pull it back in the heats. Heat 1 was okay, but I got a penalty due to the start. But we managed in Heat 2 to get in there and make some positions up.
And are we going to be seeing you carving away through the field tomorrow?
Hopefully, that's the plan.
Absolutely. And we've got another driver. Is that another driver as well?
Yeah, we're here with Rocco Shenton. Rocco, solid day. Good to see you back in Wera Tools British Kart Championships paddock. How's it been from your perspective?
Yeah, it's been quite a good day. I mean, the first race wasn't too good. I mean, we got fourth in that, but we didn't have enough speed. Then we made a few adjustments for Heat 2. Then we found a bit of pace.
I remember seeing one of your first races here back in the Honda Cadet days on a novice plate. So you're pretty experienced around this one. What do you think is going to make the difference, particularly when we get to the final tomorrow?
Just have to get your head down, a bit of a dogfight. So you just have to get your elbows out a bit and get on with it.
What are the plans for 2025? Are we going to see you in a full championship assault this year?
Yeah, we're going to try and win the championship and do our best.
Good stuff. Thanks for talking to us, Rocco. You've been doing some good work, Henry. Who else have you got? We've spoken to Harrison.
Oh, right, well, okay. It's time for another debut. So, racing for the first time in the British Championship. He's the son of Piers Saxon. I only called you Piers once today. This is Phoenix Miller Saxon. Phoenix, well, welcome to the Paddock Show. Welcome to the British Paddock.
Hello.
Right, okay, so tell us, how old are you? You're in Water Swift Restricted, aren't you? So when did you start racing? Was it last year?
Yeah.
Oh, last year. So is this the biggest meeting that you've done so far?
Yeah.
And how are you having fun?
Yeah.
What's it like? Is your dad behaving himself? Is he telling you what to do? Or are you going, shut up, Dad, I'm driving it now, you're old?
He's telling me what to do.
Oh, are you listening?
Yeah.
Okay, is there anyone you want to say hi to or thank for being on the Paddock show? Is he hiding? Your dad's hiding there. Who do you want to thank?
My family and my uncle.
Excellent, family and your uncle. So this is Phoenix. Thank you, Phoenix. You'll rise from the flames tomorrow and be a top 10. What do you hope to do tomorrow? Where do you think you're going to finish?
Hopefully 5th.
Hopefully 5th. Oh, there we go. Very specific.
There we go.
There we go. How did Phoenix do today?
Phoenix, in that last race, you finished in 14th upper position.
Okay, so you're getting quicker and quicker?
Yeah.
Okay, no problem at all. Thank you.
We'll see you in 5th tomorrow.
See you at P5 tomorrow. Phoenix, Miller, Saxton. There we go. There we go. Thank you, Phoenix.
Have a good evening. Stay warm. It's freezing. Put some clothes on. You too, Henry.
Anthony Jordan last weekend was extremely, I would say, I didn't think he was very nice about my old pair of skin-tight white jeans. And lo and behold, who turns up?
They're great.
They're great.
They're great. They're great.
They're great. Okay, well, mine were grey, but then they got washed a few times, and what have you. Then they shrunk a bit in the wash. We're getting up towards the paddock there now. Is that Ralph Martin?
Come on,
Ralph Martin. So, in 2024, this young man made history. Why did he make history? Because he became the first person to win an official Motorsport UK Championship in any discipline in history, driving an electric-powered vehicle. You were the Mighty Bambino champion last year. Now, you went out to the Dubai Kart Drone, to the Dubai O Plate this year with David Bright. Hello, Brighty. How have you found the transition from electric to combustion engine?
I found it very different because I'm used to the power off the corners in my T. And in Swift, I normally race in micro actually, but in Swift it's like there's not as much power out the corners as micro. And at the top end, they're much quicker than a micro. So I'm used to fast outlet corner, like out the corner, and not as much out the straight. So it's much different.
It's much different, but looking at the results, Piers, Ralph has taken to it like a duck to water.
Absolutely. Ralph, talk to us about your day. Where did you finish? Do you remember?
I finished 3rd and 4th in both heats because
Ralph Martin,
I kept up to the front runners, but in heat 2, I backed off to 4th, and a big gap to 4th, like 10 seconds, because my engine had a problem. Because we had nothing everywhere, so I had to defend, and Redley Chandler, the kid behind me, was a second faster than me every lap, so I defended him for 5 laps.
Sounds like a good race.
Oh, that's why the top 3 pulled an 8-second gap on everyone else, because Mr. Martin was nursing a sickly motor.
Yes.
But
a cork in the bottle.
A cork in the bottle, but you're learning to defend. Are you enjoying this?
I prefer the micro, but the Swift's actually quite fun.
Excellent, excellent. There we go. Thank you very much.
And who do we have here? We've got another driver waiting in the wings.
Here. Come on then. Right, who we got?
Bodie Batch.
Bodie. Now, Bodie Batch, you are the Argenti driver program, back driver in Water Swift or Water Swift Restricted? Restricted. Okay. How's your day been?
All right. We were 5th and 8th, so second heat we got a bit unlucky, but first heat was all right.
Okay, and who's your favourite football team?
Man City.
Man City? Well, you got Barcelona shorts on though.
Yeah.
Oh, they're in the FA Cup today, aren't they? Or is it tomorrow?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow, and they're going to get absolutely spanked, aren't they, by Bournemouth?
Maybe, yeah.
Definitely. There we go. Right, yeah. Well, there you go. Now, he's what's gone on?
We've had a good day. We've missed 2 sessions, Heat 1 and Heat 2, unfortunately, because the driver had a bit of a crash in qualifying.
Yes, this is Tim Wilson Motorsport. Is the driver okay?
He is okay, yeah, he's walking. Hopefully we'll do tomorrow, though.
Okay, which driver is this?
Number 12, Henry Ryan.
Henry Ryan. Yeah, Henry Ryan for the Tim Wilson Motorsport team. Here's another. There's speaking of this, Tim Wilson is there. Let's go speak because I just learned. Thank you very much, mate. I just learned a potentially catastrophic piece of news.
Go on.
Well, I have heard that Harvey Roth may be retiring at the end of this weekend. Mr. Wilson, sir, how are you? Hello.
Good, how are you?
I'm okay. I was okay until news broke that this could be Harvey Roth's final race, unless his dad can put his finger out and get his money in his pocket.
Some more money, yeah. He has mentioned that, yeah. I don't know, hopefully not, but we'll see. If anybody wants to sponsor him, then feel free.
Well, I mean, to be fair, he has got so much support on the online chat. I know, remarkable. Yes, I know. He does have friends. He's apparently
not on the track.
Not on the track, no, but off track. Next to CJ Bennett, Harvey Roth had the most mentions out of everybody today.
So that's a win. We've won something.
Won something. Thank you very much, Tim. All the best. As we get towards the end of the Paddock show, we'll try not to run over the children. Okay, Piers, who have we got here?
You nearly got your toes run over. We've got two drivers, and I'm assuming from the Jade Racing team, judging by the red overalls. Who have we got?
I'm Felix.
Felix, what's your surname?
Booker.
And?
I'm Theotac.
How's the day been going for you guys?
Really good. Like the track's all dry and stuff. Yeah, really good.
And I suppose you want it to stay dry tomorrow as well?
Yeah.
Well, it looks like it's going to be quite a nice day tomorrow. A bit chilly like today. What about yourself?
Yeah, the track felt nice and grippy today. It felt quick as well.
And what positions are we going for tomorrow, boys?
I got a 5-second penalty on the nose cone, so I'm starting 18th.
Was it deliberate or was it an accident?
It was an accident.
Oh, good. That's good.
I would love it if a driver turned around and goes, "No, it was deliberate. I absolutely roofed the kid." But no one would do that.
No one does that. No one does that, Henry. Of course.
What are you hoping for tomorrow?
I'm hoping to do really well tomorrow, yeah. And a nice dry session as well.
A nice dry session. Well, thank you very much. Now, last year, the Paddock show was missing an element. Thank you very much, drivers. The Paddock show was missing an element. Because the TKM classes decided to branch out and move away from the Paddock, we didn't see the Klassen Motorsport team, and we missed them because nobody does karting quite like the Klassens. And now they're back running Harrison Morrow. We can turn the music off so that YouTube don't demonetize this. Turn it off, turn it off. Right, where's the... Why are we playing? Oh my word, right, we can't come in, but the music's playing. Hang on. See, I said no one does karting quite like... What? Right, there we go. Now we can come in. So, no one does karting quite like the Klassens. They've all escaped. This is the Terry Fullerton wagon that Harrison Morrow has not quite broken yet. But it's early days, H. It's early days. You've got a full day to go. Where did Ashley Klassen go? Gone. Oh,
run away.
That's disappointing. We hyped them up, big them up, and then they disappear. That is absolutely shocking. I'll bring Rich in. Rich,
hello.
Tell us a little bit. Rick,
hello.
Now, we're going to speak this. So first of all, welcome back to the British Paddock.
Thank you
We've
very
only got
much.
a couple of minutes left. So, what we're going to do is you are going to speak for every karting dad now, and we're going to get Mum up here now as well.
Oh, God.
And you're going to say how much karting mums are loved and appreciated by all, because I'm standing next to your wife and she's going to batter you if you don't say it properly. So, on behalf of every karting dad, Rich Morrow, take it away.
We wouldn't be here if it wasn't for all the karting mums. They are the foundations that build everything we build everything on. We wouldn't have it any other way. They are amazing.
They are indeed. And some of them even do the spannerings as well.
Well, yes, she's a much better spanner than me. Much better spanner. She does all the kart prep after she's finished at the hospital. It's the same kind of thing, just a different patient.
Yeah. Well, so you're fixing things all day, Mrs. Morrow, and then you come and fix things on the weekend. Where else would you rather be on Mother's Day than Whilton Mill?
Nowhere else.
nowhere else.
Racing with my son.
Exactly. So it's a family thing. So I think are we coming to? I think we're gonna. We got
a couple more minutes.
We got a couple more. We got a couple more minutes. So as a kart mechanic as well as a kart mum, what does your job on a race day entail?
Just making sure he's got his helmet, he's fed, he's watered, and then we rely on Dave just to mechanic for us now.
You make sure he's got his helmet. Right. Look at you. You're a lump. Remember your helmet. What's wrong with you, boy?
No, but sometimes I need help. You know, I need like a chauffeur to help me.
Well, I've seen you drive. You need help on the track. I know that much. Anyway, back to you, man. Okay, so tomorrow, every driver, if you're watching this in the lunch break before the finals, nobody is allowed to forget their helmet, and every driver tomorrow must promise, Mum, they must, before the final, go to your mum and say, Mum, I love you, I appreciate you, thank you for all that you do for me. I know you'd rather be 5 Prosecco's deep right now, but you're freezing your watches off at Whilton Mill, but I promise this week I will tidy my room and I will put my dirty laundry in the laundry basket. I won't just throw it in the general direction. Does that work?
Yes, brilliant.
That's good. That's good. Brilliant. Well, it's they're hiding. The Classens are hiding behind them. We've missed the Classens on the Paddock show.
They're the best ever.
They do karting. They do karting right. Okay. Thank you very much, Classen Motorsport. Happy Mother's Day once again. Yeah. What can we expect tomorrow? Thank you for the heartfelt speech. You know. There we go, Rich. Yeah. They're over there hiding. You know, we were. But anyway, let's move back. Let's move back
into the lane. In answer to your question, Henry, I think full-bodied action, like a good wine.
Yeah,
matured over the off season.
Yes, it's fermented overnight and it's now getting ready. Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us. The Piers Pryor Paddock show, which hasn't quite feared Piers Pryor completely because I've taken over again. Sorry.
It happens.
Okay, tomorrow. 10 o'clock, we go racing. 20 past 10 we start?
20 past 10 first race, 5 races of super heats, then the lunch break and then those 5 finals. All can be watched here on the Karting UK platform.
And happy Mother's Day.
Here we are on the grid for the first O-Plate meeting, the moment that all these drivers have been building up to. We're about to walk out onto the grid in just a few moments' time, and we're going to have the first O-Plate final, and that is going to be Junior X30. And on pole position we have Rocco Leon Shenton, the privateer in the red Birrell ART number 86. We'll grab a word with Rocco as we walk out to the grid to see how he's feeling. Rocco, quick word before the final. Rocco, pole position, the best place to start the O-Plate final. How are you feeling?
Feeling very good. Hopefully it's a good race. Hopefully we can pull away and win.
What do you think your main challenge is going to be in this one?
Just stop the drivers from defending and causing a bit of a collision.
Well, Rocco, you had a good finish in the superheat this morning, managed to get away. I noticed that you potentially just backed off a little bit towards the end. Do you reckon that'll give you a bit of a tyre advantage?
Yeah, a bit of tyre saving. Always got to have good tyres.
Absolutely. Rocco Leon Shenton starting from pole position, the number 86 driver. He's trending in the right direction, actually. Qualified 4th in the heats, 4th in the first heat, 2nd in the second heat, won the superheat this morning. So things looking good for him so far. But he'll be pushed hard, I'm sure, by the man on the outside of the front row, Isaac Sayer. Isaac for Jamie Green Racing, he's again also trending in the right direction, qualified 5th, 8th, 3rd and 4th. Isaac, 2nd position, front row of the grid. Not quite pole position, but you're there or thereabouts in every single heat.
I think it's a long race, so the start will be very important. I'll try to slot into a good position and go from there.
Do you think you've got the pace to win this race?
Yeah, I think so, because again it's a long race, so even if you go back at the start, you can still catch everyone at the end.
How are you feeling right now? Do you, in races like this, do you feel nervous? Do you feel pumped? Do you feel excited?
Quite excited, yeah.
Isaac Sayer, 2nd place for Jamie Green Racing, outside of the front row. 3rd place, Riley Cranham. Riley didn't have the best qualifying, qualified 9th place. He was looking pretty confident, though, all things considered, and I was actually tipping him to be up there despite his not ideal qualifying. Riley, 3rd place, of course, highest seeded driver in this class this year. How are you feeling ahead of this one? 3rd place, some say, is better than 2nd at Whilton Mill.
Yeah, I'd say it is. I mean, I'm feeling confident, so we'll see how we go.
What do you reckon your chances are in this one?
I mean, anything can happen, so I'm not too sure.
Of course, we've seen you, you've got pace for the years back. Didn't quite unleash that pace in qualifying, but it seems like you've been chipping away and chipping away. Do you think you've got the pace in this one to take it to the guys on the front row?
Yeah, we definitely can. Obviously, we've been getting better and better throughout the weekend, so I don't see why we can't.
Absolutely. I look forward to Riley getting involved in this one. And 4th place on the grid, this is Nat Johnson. He's actually had very, very good pace in practice. Nat, can we have a quick word ahead of the final? Sure. I'd say you're probably the fastest driver on Friday. Didn't quite get it hooked up in qualifying, but do you reckon you can unleash some of that pace in this one?
Well, yeah, I reckon. I was actually on pole for quali, but I got a track limits penalty, so it put me down to 8. So I reckon if we can just get going, it should be a good race, and I'm excited for it.
Yeah, it's good to hear that you're excited. We heard the same from Isaac Sayer on the front row as well. He's excited for this one. I'm looking forward to a good race. What do you reckon it's going to be? Is it going to be pretty intense out there?
Well, I mean, obviously, because I've got good pace, I hope it's going to be a spaced out race, but you never know with these one-off events, so we'll see.
Absolutely, that is our 4th place driver, Nat Johnson, racing for Mick Barrett Racing. And I wanted to have a look and get a bit further down the grid. Our driver that was on pole position, Finley Lines. Of course, you may have seen in that superheat getting shuffled backwards. Finley, can we have a quick word? Of course, you were on pole position after qualifying. You know you've got the pace. A few karts to get through. Can you do it?
I think it's definitely possible. I think earlier last season I went from 9th in the British round here in Water Swift. I definitely think I can come through. Obviously the CPU was really unlucky, the bumper falling off, but we just got to hope for the best. It's going to be a big hack. It's the O-Plate, only one person wins it.
Only one person can win, of course, we know that. Another driver to look out for is Mayan Patel, qualified 28th. He will be starting in 6th place on the grid. The first O-Plate in the IAME category of 2025 is coming up next.
Thank you very much, Piers. Great to hear from the drivers down on the track before their final. This is the one we've been waiting for throughout the whole weekend, Henry Baudet. Junior X30 O-Plate. The drivers, all 30 of them on the grid, will take you through that grid in a short moment. But for this time of year, I don't think you could wish for better conditions for a big race like this at Whilton Mill.
I said it at the start of the day and people derided me for it, but we've got beautiful blue skies in Daventry. It's not a good start, though, for one driver. We'll pick that one up as we go through the grid. Your starting lineup is as follows.
Broccoli and Shenton, pole position. Can he take the O-plate from there? He's joined by Isaac Sayer on the front row. Riley Cranham is on row 2 alongside Nat Johnson, who was second on the podium here last week.
George Edgar, Mayan Patel, Ty Buckley, but not Zach Starbuck, whose kart has not fired up on the grid.
Henry Carter, P9. Aaron Richardson wraps out the top 10. Cameron Edmonds had a good superheat this morning, starts on row 6, is joined by Findlay Lines.
Zach McDonald and Sukmani Kira, Jacob Barples and Archie Owen are next. We're going to have 2 rolling laps, which allows us to run through the rest of the field.
Oliver Meek and Ethan Woodward start on row 9. Harley Musk is joined by Sam Woolley on row 10. Look out for Woolley, another driver who had a good superheat.
Freddie Wood and Max Endicott, Charlie Miles and John Foley Jr. are next.
Baron Altonsoy and Joao Castro go on an international row 13. Max Wright and last year's Honda Cadet O-plate winner here at Whilton Mill, Ralphie Branscombe, they go from row 14. Harry Myers and Finlay Allen complete the 30 runners for this, the 2025 Motorsport UK IAME O-plate for Junior X30.
Ralphie Branscombe can enjoy his final 60 minutes as a current O-plate champion before the Honda Cadet final goes out and he becomes a former O-plate champion. Now, I don't think that... Oh, Zach Starbuck is sat at the exit of pit lane. The kart is running. The Piers Sexton team have got that kart fired up. Nervous moments for the former top 3 finisher in the Honda Cadet O-plate. Nervous moments for the remaining 29 drivers out on circuit. It's Shenton and Sayer. On the front row, the O-plates for 2025 are go.
Good start for Shenton from pole position. Good start from Riley Cranham as well, as immediately up to P2. He's been able to use the advantage of starting on the inside. He immediately points to Shenton to say, go, don't defend. Let's break away from the rest of the field. All 30 drivers are through the first major braking zone, and already, Henry, the top 2 are breaking away.
Yes, now can they work together? We'll repeat, privateer run, lad and dad operation. I got a feeling that Rocco's young baby sister Dorothy might be watching one of her first kart races. Wouldn't it be great if Big Bro could take home the British Open title? But it's underdog versus the might of multiple British Kart Grand Prix champion, Fusion Motorsport, the all-conquering Fusion Motorsport team, Riley Cranham. It's a great way to start the 2025 main events here at the O-plate. David versus Goliath. At the moment, Goliath leads.
Good move there from Cranham to go past Shenton, because Isaac Sayer and George Edgar had a really strong second half. That lap's close in. Shenton immediately responds down the inside into Ashby. Sayer's going to go through. This is tough times for Riley Cranham. Sayer takes the lead momentarily. Shenton cuts back. George Edgar's there up the inside, going for second place for Mick Barrett Racing. Won at the Kart Club round here 1 week ago. Likes these big one-off races. Last year's gold medalist in the FIA Motorsport Games for the United Kingdom, on the move here, looking to pounce from 3rd place.
And the freight train goes from 1st all the way back to about 21st, up the hill towards Christmas. Here comes Singapore's Isaac Safer. Jamie Green Racing takes the lead of the race. Edgar 3rd. Cranham losing ground. He's down to about 7th position now. Buckley's up there. Henry Carter's up there. Oh, there goes Edgar over the grass. It's not going to be a second O-plate for George Edgar. Well, or is it? Long way to go.
We've seen races be won from a long, long way back here at Whilton Mill, but that was not a good moment for George Edgar, because he's got himself on the outside of Rockelay and Shenton, who was in this kind of race, you're never going to... Oh, big curb clatter there from Rockelay and Shenton. I think he got both flip-flops there. He needs to be careful with that. not only because that's an area where the officials will be watching, but has he hit the flip-flop so hard that it dropped his bumper as he hurt his wrist as well.
As he came across the line, as he came across the line, Rocco Shenton was flexing his wrist almost as though he was in a bit of pain. And now it's going off again. The 63 of Carter now joins the mix, and around the outside is the MDL machine of Cameron Edmonds and Nat Johnson. He said he had a fast wagon. He said he wanted a spread out race. Shenton's gone. Shenton has gone. Something was amiss. I thought the way he was looking down, the way he was gesticulating, that all was not well. And it's heartbreak for the underdog, Rocco Shenton. But he retires. Oh, his engine's come loose.
And I wonder again, is that because he took too much curb and hit the flip-flops on the previous lap that it's broken something? Something has gone wrong mechanically for Rockley and Shenton. It will not be an O-plate victory for him here today. Cranham looking down the inside of Henry Carter. Two drivers who were competing Cremona last week in the IAME Euro Series. This week it's all about taking the Motorsport UK O-plate. Good move there from Cranham, back up to third place. Ty Buckley, though, is pushing on for Mick Barrett Racing. They have prepared meticulously for this O-plate. They want that victory. Right now, though, they've got to deal with this 1.2 second gap for Isaac Sayer. We've gone through the first 4 minutes of this race. Now it's time to settle down, I feel, for this chasing pack. They've got to deal with Isaac Sayer's gap now and not let him get too comfortable out front.
Critical moment. Buckley and Cranham must work together. Now, Cranham to the inside. For those regular viewers of the Motorsport UK British Championship may not be that familiar with Ty Buckley, but of course, races around in Europe, the Irishman, and he's got a pretty formidable record. He's got 2 top 5 finishes as a junior in the IAME Warrior final, and he was 5th as a cadet in the British Kart Grand Prix 3 years ago. So he can drive, and he can drive in big events. Now he's got to follow last year's British vice champion, Riley Cranham, who has just set a new fastest lap of the race, 47.06 seconds. Isaac Sayer's lead stands at 1 1/4 seconds, but it's pressure. Can the Singaporean-based driver handle the pressure?
Good stuff there from Nat Johnston to take 4th place and hold on to 4th place ahead of Henry Carter. We know he's in good race form so far this week, and George Edgar's back. We said don't count him out despite that problem earlier on with Rocco Shenton. George Edgar is back up to 7th place, and we've still got the best part of 10 minutes to go. Mayan Patel fights in there, the number 10 seed from last year's championship. He's not running the number 10 places. Out of the race is Myers, Harry Myers. It's been a tough weekend for the Optima Performance crew. They are out of this one. I think Joao Castro is also out of this one. Baron Alton Soy has seen the technical flag. Zach McDonald is on the move. That is why Baron Alton Soy is out. Nassau panel completely deranged. That is a safety issue. He has been called in. Johnston fighting round the outside of Carter once again for P4. We've got 8 minutes and 50 seconds of this one to go, Henry.
Well, Henry Carter just had an accident without having an accident. That kart was at all sorts of angles, none of them the actual right way, but he saved it somehow and got it slowed down before he made side-by-side contact with anybody else. Great kart control from Carter in the croc.
Sukhmani Kira's on the move as well, we should note, Henry. She did not have a good qualifying early on in the week as George Edgar steps down the inside of Cameron Edmonds for P7. But Sukhmani Kira, bad qualifying. Had to start both of the heats yesterday from the back. Fighting there with Zach McDonald. This is all over 9th place at the moment, so McDonald's got the better of the Alpine Racer Academy driver to take that position at this stage. But there's good race pace there for the number 44. She worked her way up through the order through the heats. Did so likewise in the Super Heat, was in the top 6 last week here in Kart Club. So we know she's got good performance, and that's why down the inside of McDonald again, Sukhmani Kira up to P9.
Now, during the during the... Okay, we'll come back to my info, but Piers' info is more important. Piers.
I'm just watching Riley Cranham, and he's absolutely on it. That car, looking through the last sector, is pinpoint perfection. Every single lap he's hitting the same marks, all in control, as opposed to Isaac Sayer, ever so slightly ragged at the moment. I think he can feel the pressure.
Now, my info, we made a lot in the Rotax O plate about the last female top 10 finisher in one of the Rotax O plates. That was in 2021. The last female to finish in the top 10 in an IAME O plate was actually, I believe, Ella Stevens in about 2021 as well, as Sukmani Kira is running in 9th place. We talk about girls in motorsport, we talk about ethnic diversity. The Sikh community is getting right behind Sukmani Kira, and now there's nobody who is in front of Riley Cranham, who takes the lead of the race with 6 minutes to go.
He's worked his way to the front. Winner 1 week ago in Italy for the opener of the IAME Euro Series season, as George Edgar's off again on the exit of Ashby for the 2nd time in this race, going through a bit of rallycross, and I fear for him this time around, Henry, as Sam Woolley sweeps round the outside for 12th place. That may leave a little bit too much to do for Edgar Jr. to take this O-plate.
That is a bridge too far for the Cumbrian, who had fought his way back into 6th position. So Cranham and Sayer leading. Then a gap of 1 second to Buckley in 3rd. Buckley's teammate, Johnson, has got Carter right behind him 4th. Then there's and around goes Mayan Patel out of P8. And that is one more potential podium finisher falling by the wayside, because you've now got Cameron Edmonds, Sukmani Kira, Zach McDonald, Ethan Woodward and Archie Owens, all in Archie Owen rather, just ahead of Zach McDonald, Sam Woolley in the battle for 6th position. Edgar is 13th, Lines is 14th, and Zach Starbuck from the back of the grid is up to 19th place. And we've lost 4 drivers: Altonsoy, Shenton, Castro and Myers, Harry Myers.
That's a real shame for Mayan Patel. It's been a tough week for the Jade Racing team, as that's another move from Henry Carter through past Nat Johnston for P4. Can Carter start to turn the pace? Oh, looking at that front bumper, it's been a bit of a rough race so far for Henry Carter. 5 minutes of this one to go. Riley Cranham still leads, but got to give it to Isaac Sayer. Isaac Sayer is responding as down the inside goes Archie Owen on Ethan Woodward for P9. Isaac Sayer for Jamie Green Racing, who had a superb 2024, both nationally and continentally in IAME X30 competition. Can Isaac Sayer deliver another big result for a team that, yes, has still got a presence here nationally, but is more concentrating on their European programmes this year? That's why you've seen the likes of Nat Johnston move across the Mick Barrett team. Is down the inside. That's another great move from Sam Woolley. We said to watch out for the BMR restart driver in the number 34. He's now up into the top 10.
But of course, Jamie Green, setting up the team initially, ostensibly, family members: Will Green, Zach Green, Fred Green. This would be a win, a major win for a non-Green family member, which shows the growth of the team, not just as a family, bit of business, but an actual international business, full stop. But there's still some way to go. Cranham is looking ominous. And one thing that I've noticed, because Riley's done a lot of racing, he raced in Florida. I was out there for the Rotax Winter Trophy at the start of the year, and what Riley was doing, it was what got him to the front, then proved his undoing. It was the defense. It was when he had to defend. Very smart, but being a little bit too aggressive. And again, you spoke to his mechanic, Lewis Diamond. I spoke to his mechanic. This is something. And again, even in the space of a couple of short months, the difference in him is palpable. You can see where he's now. He went backwards, didn't get flustered, has now moved forwards calmly, is leading and is pulling away.
And particularly in finals, often very strong in heats and pre-finals and those kind of races. As here's a move, this is round 4, 5, 6 between Johnston and Carter, and this one goes the way of Nat Johnston. Johnston back up into P4. Riley Cranham, most of the time, very relaxed character out of the kart, always up for a little bit of a chat, but I agree, sometimes he can just tighten a little bit in a final. That seemed to change over the last few months, and can he do it again here to take a second victory in the space of 8 days? 2.5 minutes to go. This is the still continuing battle between Nat Johnston and Henry Carter. Cameron Edmonds trying to close in there.
Art
over the
alert,
curb.
art alert, everybody. That is fantastic. If you want a great advertisement for karting, just replay that shot. Fast, colourful, furious, spectacular, talented. There's a move. No, yes, no. Carter has to play second fiddle again to Johnson, and good job MDL Motorsport, MDL Racing and Cameron Edmonds continuing to run in the top 6. They pulled away from Archie Owens, Marnie Kira, Zach McDonald. So Amelia Nelson, the last female race to finish in any British O-plate in the top 10. Is your record about to be smashed by Marnie Kira on her first event out of Inter?
I was going to say, it's another driver who's taken that big step from the Inter category up to the junior category, and again the continuation of what I talked about with her dad at Valencia. She's enjoying her racing, she's enjoying the challenge of these bigger pieces of machinery and more experienced drivers, but it's been a good start for Marnie Kira. This battle is still going on for 4th place, but it's got a new contender in the shape of Cameron Edmonds. Really has woken up this morning and found something with the MDL team. Pace in the super heats was very good indeed. It's not out of the question yet that there could be an outside chance of a podium. They'd need something to happen ahead for the likes of Buckley, Sayer and Cranham, but they're well positioned at the moment. 5-second penalty for Archie Owen in the number 14. We did see Archie Owen involved in an incident with Mayan Patel earlier on in this race. 30 seconds to go. Cranham has control. Edmonds going down the inside, takes Carter's P4 away, but we know from the battle we've seen for Carter versus Johnston over the past 15 minutes or so, Henry, that Carter is not going to give that one up.
No, Henry Carter is not known for rolling over and giving up lightly. No, he's certainly not. He will come back at Edmonds, that is for sure. But as the clock edges towards 0, the top 3 positions, barring any post-race technical issues, nose goes or Cameron Edmonds over the curbs, we could have our first podium settled. Riley Cranham has won the Motorsport UK Kart Masters British Grand Prix twice, 2022 in IAME, 2024 in Junior Rotax. He has come 2nd and 5th in the British Championship in years past, and he has got 3 top 10 O-plate finishes to his name, a 3rd, a 5th and a 7th.
Oh, Max Endicott out.
Endicott out. But Riley Cranham, well, he can run the 2, or potentially in 1 lap's time he may have another option to run a different digit. 1 lap to go through oblivion. Fine lady, yellow flag waving, up towards Christmas.
This is it now for Riley Cranham in what is a very, very big year for this young man. He is no longer in the shadow of teammates at Fusion Motorsport, and he is surely going to pass the first test of this Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championship season. He did it 7 days ago in Italy. He's going to do it again here at Whilton Mill. The 2-plate is going to be the owner of the O-plate in 2025. Riley Cranham wins in Junior X30 and is British Open champion for 2025. And he wins it with a clinical, professional performance that will please Dan Hazelwood and the whole Fusion Motorsport team. He wins by 0.87 seconds. Singapore's Isaac Sayer for Jamie Green Racing is your runner-up, and Ty Buckley for Mick Barrett Racing. We said there was going to be an MBR driver, at least one, maybe more, on the podium here this weekend. Ty Buckley has answered the call for the Republic of Ireland. He is third.
Look at how many drivers pulled alongside Riley Cranham to shake his hand, to give him a fist bump. That tells you more about the man than about the driver. And in many ways, that's more important. But what a performance from Singapore's Isaac Sayer to come second for Jamie Green Racing. And Ireland's Ty Buckley again for Mick Barrett Racing. You did call it P3. We have seen, I think Henry Carter got a nose cone penalty, but Amelia Nelson, you are now no longer the last female driver to be a top 10 finisher in a Motorsport UK British O-Plate, because on her junior debut, Sukhmani Kira has taken that mantle by finishing 9th on the road provisionally, and that may be higher. And there's Finlay Lines. It wasn't meant to be for Finlay, finishing 12th on the road. There's George Edgar going through. George, 2 off-track excursions. He finishes 13th. And I love that. There's Freddie Wood.
Who hadn't driven a junior spec kart round Whilton Mill before this weekend.
Well,
a top 15 result. That's a really good effort from Freddie.
Austin Gibson, the 52 kart goes Aaron Richardson. There's Riley Cranham. There's the smile. Oh, Lewis Diamond can breathe easy. You said it well. He has essentially become the team leader of the Fusion team. You know, the Fusion Talent Factory churns them out, driver after driver, for generation after generation. And the pressure for being the most experienced driver in that team, effectively the team leader, not every youngster copes with it. This one on our screen now is.
And I think the P word there, pressure, is what's impressed me most with Riley Cranham this weekend. I've been calling him the favourite for this race for probably a good 6 weeks now, since I saw his performance at IAME Winter Cup. You know, yes, he's had a very good start to his European season, but the tracks, the style of racing out in Europe, very, very different to back here in the UK. And to come back from that victory 7 days ago and know that, you know, everyone's looking at you. That qualified performance wasn't quite up to scratch, but he pulled through, and he is now the British Open champion for 2025 in Junior X30. Let's have a look at how Riley Cranham did it. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from that one here at Whilton Mill. This was the start, a good start for Rocco Lee and Shenton, who led from pole position. There was Zach Starbuck.
Yeah.
Real shame for Zach Starbuck after a brilliant superheat that he wasn't able to be a big part of this race. In the end, would race through to P19.
Yeah, finished 19th. Obviously, he gained a few and then lost a few places. But Rocco Shenton starting on top. We said the David versus Goliath story. He was passed. He repassed Riley Cranham. But this is where, again, Cranham doesn't get flustered. You said he tightens up there. There was a bit of a Isaac Sayer moving forward. So again, Cranham back to 4th. Didn't bother him. Shenton back to the race lead. At this point, George Edgar was there, but Edgar would eventually have 2 off-course excursions and finish down in, let's have a look, where did
around
George Edgar finish? Around 13th place. There was the first of the off-track excursions.
That's the moment.
Is the moment that Rocco Shenton, his O-plate went south, just clouting those curves, and he can feel the engine has come loose.
Engine came loose, and I think also the radiator took a good old hit as well with those flip-flops. So a mistake there from Rocco Shenton, taking him out of the race.
Well, you know, it's the pressure, it's the final. But then we had Isaac Sayer opened up a lead, and Cranham fought just slowly, picked his way back. 10th after 10th after 10th after 10th. Caught, passed, made the move. That's the reason Art Join got the 5-second penalty. Exit stage left from Mayan Patel, who eventually finished 18th.
Good moves from Sam Woolley across the course of that race. He was one of your biggest movers, if not the biggest mover in that race, up to P10. Plenty of commitments over the curbs here at Whilton Mill from everybody involved. You had a quick sight of Zach McDonald through there. He's had a positive weekend. But Riley Cranham, once he had the lead. It was a good effort from Isaac Sayer to keep him honest, but in the end, Riley Cranham wins it comfortably by 0.8 of a second, and as we say, passes the first test of this 2024
Here is
season.
our 2025 Junior X30. Here's our 2025 Junior X30 Open champion. Riley, how does that feel?
Feels amazing. Yeah, just feels good.
That wasn't an easy race for you. You didn't quite get the start you wanted, and of course Isaac got a great lead early on in the race. You hunted him down and you made the decisive move.
Yeah, obviously it was a tough start to the race. Obviously just had to keep focused all the way through. Eventually caught him, and I think I got a little bit of a gap at the end.
Of course, you already had the number 2 being second place in the British Championships last year. You're about to receive the O plate. There's only one more single-digit number that you want. Are you going to be able to get that this year as well?
Hopefully, if everything goes right.
Right, Riley, I will bring in the IAME importer, Ron Meadows, to present you your O plate for 2025 in the Junior X30 category. Congratulations, Riley.
Tremendous stuff there. Riley Cranham is our first O-plate recipient.
And of course, that's our first on-screen appearance of the new IAME importer to the UK, Ron Meadows. And again, what a great way to start off your tenure as a UK importer with the O-plate the drivers are delivering. Senior X30, the Tim Wilson Motorsport. There's Molly Pugh. Go to Molly Pugh 21 on Instagram to support her skydive for the brain tumour charity. We certainly hope that Molly's father, who has a brain tumour, is going to recover and be fighting fit. Let's quick look up the grid. The 63, Oliver Harris. And this is Fred Green, just standing at the side of the track, you know, trying to maintain cool, calm collectivity. Jack Dan for the Simon Wright Racing team. There's Dave Classen. He escaped us at the Paddock show, but Harrison Morrow is right there. But after hot-footing it from the Parc Ferme, we can now hand down to Piers Pryor, who is on the grid ready to chat to some of our senior X30 contenders.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yes, down on the grid. We've had one O-plate being handed out, Junior X30. Next up, Senior X30. This is hotly contested. You can see how many karts on the Senior X30 grid. Very well populated, and it's going to be led off by Cian Geraghty. I'll let Cian put his helmet on so he's not midway through his routine before I interrupt him. So I'll grab a word with our second place driver, Fred Green. Fred, come on in. Fred, second place on the grid. You've had good pace at times this weekend. The superheat didn't go exactly to plan, but can you make amends in this final?
Yeah, for sure. I don't think it quite panned out for me, to be honest. I tried to do the best I could with what I had. But yeah, we're starting at the front for the final, so get stuck in.
Do you think you were lacking a little bit in that superheat?
I think we lacked a bit of speed at the start when I was leading. And then after I dropped back a bit and just gathered myself, we looked quite fast, so I think we should be right.
Any changes on the wagon ready for this one, or are you just sending it as is?
Yeah, a few tweaks, but yeah, I don't think the speed will be what wins this race, to be honest.
Interesting thoughts, Fred. Thank you very much for that insight there. We'll grab a word with our pollster, Cian Geraghty. We've chatted to him a couple of times this weekend already, but it will be remiss to not talk to you ahead of the final. The best place on the grid, Cian. You must be looking forward to this one.
Yeah, I'm quite confident. Just see how the race goes. No real plan, just see how it goes and try and come out on top at the end.
Absolutely, of course, as you always do, is try and get on top. Well, interestingly, we just heard from Fred there. He said that he doesn't think pace is going to win this race.
You can never tell. If someone gets away, then it might do. If it ends up being a scrap, then it'll probably come down to who races the best or who stays in the race.
I think I know the answer to this one, but would you rather it be pretty chilled or a bit of a scrap?
If it's me that gets away, pretty chilled. If not, then a scrap.
Sounds good to me. And we've only got time for one more interview. I'm just going to walk a bit further down. Let's grab a quick word with Harrison Whitcomb outside of the second row, fourth place. Harrison, you were well in the fight for that superheat. What can you do in this final?
Yeah, I'll just look to try to do the same. Obviously, I won't defend as much, just to try to get the O-plate.
Right, Harrison Whitcomb going fourth place. Third place, Gabriel Stilp. He's going to be going for it. 2 rolling up laps ahead of this Senior X30 British Open Championship final. That's up next.
Well, what a build-up. Your starting lineup for the Senior X30 British Open is as follows. Andrew Mather.
Kieran Geraghty starts on pole position for Senior X30's O-Plate. Can he add the O-Plate to the GP plate he won last year? Fred Green won here 1 week ago, starts alongside on the front row. Gabriel Stilp in his first final in quite a few months starts on row number 2. He's joined by Harrison Whitcomb.
On row number 3, Lewis Bird and Morgan Moore. Harrison Mackie, reigning British Junior X30 champion, and Jack Buckley on row 4. Oh, we've got Rian Darmadasa in the barriers there.
Fifth row of the grid, Micah Taylor and Samuel Branston. Alistair Cresswell and Sam Lewis go from row number 6.
Row number 7, Fiona Strange and Ryan Ashberg. Ollie Rands and Tristan Powell on row number 8.
Laith Khan and Harvey Roth go from row 9. Is it going to be more heroics from Roth? Jensen Pugh and Rayan Darmadasa, they're due to go from row number 10.
Then CJ Bennett and Spencer Braum, although Braum in trouble. Kart in the pit lane. Have they got that? Another PSX racing kart refusing to fire. Harrison Morrow and Luca Mann on row 12.
George Quartermain and Jack Dan go from the 13th row of the grid. Oliver Harris and Max Cooper on the penultimate row, row 14. Molly Pugh and Henry Ryan complete the 30 runners this for the 2025 Motorsport UK Senior X30 O-Plate. There is Spencer Braum.
Yes.
That looked a bit frantic in there, Henry.
He did. So, okay, Cian Geraghty, reigning Senior X30 GP plate champion, third in last year's British Championship. Lewis Bird, 3 times a nationally ranked driver. 3 7th place GP plate finishes, 5th in the country last year. Gabriel Stilp, a double British champion, IAME Warriors final champion. Harrison Mackie, again a double British champion in Junior X30 GP and the British title last year. We have got Spencer Braum will start from the back. He was a runner-up in the Rotax Grand Finals E20 class, but the lights go out. We're off and racing Senior X30 into oblivion and beyond.
Good start for all of our Senior X30 runners. No repeats of the incidents that we saw in the Superheat. Fred Green's trying to go around the outside of Cian Geraghty, not able to do so. Luca Mann's in a spot of bother towards the back of the field through Christmas Corner. Everybody else just trying to survive on this first lap of many through the course of the next 15 minutes or so. There's a resumption of the Harrison's battle that we saw this morning in the Superheat. Harrison Whitcomb in the bright red helmet just ahead of Harrison Mackie. So Whitcomb's lost some positions there in the early stages of this one. But coming around to complete lap number 1 then, it is Cian Geraghty leading from Fred Green. 1-2 at the front of this field. Gabriel still there in third, who's been absolutely rapid on his return to competitive action this weekend. Good start for Morgan Moore as well. The Irishman, the smiling Irishman, up to P4. There goes Harrison Mackie through past Harrison Whitcomb for P7.
Well, I mean, Morgan's a smart. One person that may not be smiling in Morgan's direction would be his premium karting teammate, Harrison Whitcomb. You can see Harrison there in the number 66 kart, down in 8th place. Harrison was 4th going up the hill, and I sort of, just out of the camera shot, Morgan was, he just outbraked himself, dived to the inside, he was sideways, and that forced Harrison Whitcomb wide, and then that led Harrison to losing a few more positions. But certainly, I mean, Morgan wasn't trying to make a pass.
No.
He just missed his braking point and he was going through no matter what. New leader, Fred Green.
Good move there from Fred Green. Deep on the brakes, late on the brakes to get through past Cian Geraghty, but that won't worry Geraghty too much at this stage. This might, though. Gabriel Stilp down the inside, and we're seeing a repeat of what we've seen across the course of the weekend so far, Henry. These Croc promotion runners are very, very quick in the early stages of these races. They're able to get to the front, assert their position. Cian Geraghty's got to trust that his wagon will suddenly light up, as that is a brilliant shot once again through and over the curb in the early stages of this one. Cian Geraghty's just got to believe, okay, this is fine. We've seen this before. We'll wait for later on in the race for the GP plated kart to come on song.
This proves my point. In life, the only place that Croc should be is in the water or on a go-kart track. Never on your feet. We got a pair of Crocs leading. And it's a good pair of Crocs. That's the only time I'll say that as well. Morgan Moore in fourth position. Then Lewis Bird for the BMR restart team. Keeping a watchful eye in fifth. Micah Taylor. Great drive from Micah Taylor in another crop promotion car with a different livery. He's got that black nose cone on it, the number 48 car. Then it's Mackie. Then it's Whittingham. Luca Narroway watches on from the sideline. Jack Buckley 9th, Sam Branston 10th. We've got an 8-kart breakaway at the front. New second place driver, Cian Geraghty. New fourth place driver, Lewis Bird.
And that had to be done for me for Cian Geraghty, because Fred Green was starting to gallop away. Maybe a bit of a teamwork to be done there. Harrison Mackie is on the move. Harrison Whitcomb is also on the move. I'm just going to point out this little nugget, this little fact from 12 months ago when we had the senior Rotax. Yes, that senior Rotax final here last year. With that pass by that man who was a reigning junior champion, had just stepped up into the seniors. Could Harrison Mackie repeat the kind of performance that we saw from Macaulay Bishop here at Whilton Mill 12 months ago? He's definitely going in the right direction. Is he going to have a look at Morgan Moore here for P5? No, just thinks better of it. Two drivers who, again, know each other very well from the Continental X30 racing scene. Harrison Mackie, who did have a chance of doing the treble, of course, last year of national, continental and international title. Didn't quite go his way, of course, at Wera, and he's looking to get a first major win here in the seniors.
Andrew, hold that thought, and then Piers Pryor, you have a thought. Try not to have too many of them, because you might get a headache. But what have you got for us, Piers?
Yeah, thanks, Henry. A headache is pending, but for now, Cian Geraghty is looking pretty good. I'm down at the last corner at the moment. First 3 or 4 laps, his car looked very lazy into the final corner. It seems to have switched on a bit now, which would lead me to believe potentially he's gone low on those pressures, and it looks like, because he's closing the gap, he potentially is. Just set the purple first sector of the race, so that car clearly working well as the race goes on in these longer finals. That could help him.
Okay, Piers, for the uninitiated, what do you mean by lazy? As in, was it understeery, was it twitchy, was it bogging down a bit? What define lazy for the viewers?
Of course, Henry, yes. It just looked like when he turned the steering wheel, it wouldn't react immediately. It looked like it was just a bit slow to his reactions. So understeer on the way in, a bit of oversteer on the way out. But now we're in the middle part of the race and the tyre pressures are increasing. It seems like he's got a bit more bite on the way into the corners, and it hooks up nicely on the exit. And that is what is giving him these better lap times. And of course, with this 3 or 4 minute longer final that we're having compared to the superheat, that could play out for him. Didn't get a chance to ask him about the tyre pressures at the start of the race, but I don't think he would have told me anyway.
No, thank you very much. Now, while Piers is explaining the tyre pressure and how that affects handling the kart, we have lost one of the main contenders. Gabriel he's still in there, but he's dropped to 8th position because as they came out of Osiers, Gabriel went grass tracking in spectacular fashion.
And my concern would be that would obviously not too bad. He's still carrying on, but coming back off that ankle break just before the World Champs in the autumn. You mentioned Joe Turney's recovery from a similar injury in 2023 to 2024, and at this time of year it was the longer races where Joe just started to tire and fade. He of course got very strong as the year went on. I just wonder for Gabriel right now, recovering from pretty much the same injury, is this particular weekend going to be one race too far? Not helped by the fact that he's just had a bit of a space shuttle flying mission over the exit of that curb.
Yeah, that was. I wonder if that might make the highlight reel. As we watch the battle continue, Harvey Roth running 13th, possibly his final race unless a sponsor can be found. CJ Bennett had lots of support from Ireland. Hopefully he's feeling a bit better today. He's running in 16th position. If you haven't seen the Paddock show, go on to the Karting UK YouTube channel. You can see our interview with CJ Bennett there. Sri Lanka's Rian Dharmadasa runs 18th after crashing on the rolling lap. Spencer Braum runs 24th after failing to get up the line. He started stone last. George Quartermain, the only retirement so far.
Not good news for Harrison Whitcomb fans. Sad to report, plus 5 second penalty for Harrison Whitcomb. So it's been a good weekend for him, but I don't think it's going to be the full redemption arc that the Whitcomb family would have hoped for at the start of this weekend.
He now knows what a Sunday at an O-Plate looks like.
Yeah, he definitely does.
Now, let's have a look back. Multiple views of Gabriel still auditioning for NASA.
So this was on the reverse angle, and it's just going to take off once, twice, thrice. That's going to hurt. That's going to hurt anyone in best physical condition, but a driver who's just come back from a 5 months off, that's not comfortable.
Yes, that was again. It's the initial takeoff was fine. The middle landing was fair, but then he bit the tarmac hard on the final descent. That was alongside Harrison Whitcomb. Now I should really know, being a commentator and all that, but I don't, so I'm going to ask the rhetorical question. We saw Harrison Whitcomb clip those flip-flops one of the laps previously. Would that potentially have predated the 5 second penalty?
Could be, if you do it too many times.
I didn't want to say it at the time because his mum Donna would get upset if you were pointing out, but someone gave a penalty, so I thought, right, now I might mention it.
But now for Gabriel still, well,
but it could be for something completely different.
It could be. But either way, it has been given.
I didn't mention it first, Donna. Can I make that very clear? It's Mother's Day, and I don't want to upset any Karting mum today.
But no, for Gabriel Still, he's still continuing on, and full credit to Still that he's able to do so. I think if it's the 1996 Olympics and you're Jonathan Edwards, that was a triple jump that you'd be pretty proud of.
Yes.
But this isn't the Olympics.
Is that still the longest-standing world record in all of athletics?
It is.
Yes.
Anyway, back to the sport that we actually get paid for. Fred Green still leading this one from Cian Geraghty. Apologies, I think the number 51's got a little bit of a transponder wobble, so the timing's being done manually by Ian Rogers and team in the timekeeping office, but can assure you, as Whitcomb's off. Whitcomb's off, and that is down at Ashby Corner. That was quite a strange re-entry. Normally you see drivers coming, we saw with George Edgar in the junior race. That looked to me like Harrison had been off on the entry to Ashby.
Picking up speed at the rate of knots that you would expect him to if all was well, and he had just sort of made a mistake, gone off or been forced off. I think that might be a developing issue, and indeed he has not come around through sector 2, and he is the second Argenti Academy driver after Finley Lines sees their O-plate chances go up in not literally smoke, but figuratively smoke.
Sadly for Harrison Whitcomb, bit of a repeat of the bad luck. As we said earlier in the week, if Harrison Whitcomb had no bad luck in 2024's Virtual's British Kart Championship season, he would have had no bad luck at all. Let's head down to Piers Pryor. What have you got for us, Piers?
He doesn't like you.
No.
I tell you what, let's have a go. Let's see if I can get him. Piers, what have you got for us? Doesn't like me either.
No.
I have a feeling that the battery in Piers' microphone might have gone eek. Meanwhile, we've got a battle of the race lead.
We have.
Piers can watch, we'll talk.
Cian Geraghty trying to close in. The gap was 0.5 of a second last time around, and Cian Geraghty was a touch quicker that time around. Another big clatter of the curb there over the line. What is the gap this time around? Identical gap, 0.56. Both of them on a 46.11 last time around. Ryan Darmadasa there in the number 22 does also have a plus 5 second penalty that we should report. That was from earlier in the race. I wonder if that may have been a start transgression, because we did see Ryan off the road during the formation lap.
He was in the barriers on the formation lap, but here we go. 3 minutes remaining. The gap is 0.56 of a second. Bird is third and will not be heard yet, but if they start to battle, then Lewis Bird might fly into the picture for the overall win. That's all the bird-related puns I got. I'm sorry.
The best news for Lewis Bird, let's think back to the superheat earlier on this morning where it was Stilt versus Geraghty, and Fred Green was in a similar position to where Lewis Bird is right now.
Yep.
They fought the top two, and in third place, Green was able to close in. That's the number 24 out of this race. Sam Lewis for Evolve Motorsport will go no further than lap 16 in this one. So yes, Lewis Bird isn't in full contention at the moment, but he's in that danger zone that if Gerrit is able to catch and overtake and disrupt the pace of the race leader, Lewis Bird has still got a genuine chance of winning this race at this stage. 2 minutes to go. Fred Green over the line to complete lap number 17. His gap is 0.46 of a second. That was a 46.23 that time around for Green. A 46.19 for Cian Geraghty. Geraghty's going to need to dig deep now and extract every little bit of pace that he's got from that self-prepared machine with his help from his dad, Nigel. What have they got today? Can they add the O plate to the GP plate that they won last year? Can it be another victory? He finished the 2024 season with a strong result, of course, at Three Sisters that gave him third in the championship last year, but this is the one and only opportunity that these drivers will have in 2025 to win the O plate. 64 seconds to go. We're going to have 3 more laps of this one. Fred Green keeping going with that metronomic pace. It's another 46.11.
Wow, I love these longer races. It's a real test of endurance. You've got a spectacular start. The middle is where all the different setups play out, and then the crescendo building towards the end. Piers Pryor, you're back with us. What have you got?
Yeah, apologies, I hadn't put a few quid in the meter there. I've topped it up now, but yeah, Harrison Wiscombe said he came together with Morgan Moore in the hairpin. His opinion was one thing, but I'm sure there's 2 sides to that story. Also, it sounded like a bit of an issue for the 24, I think it was. Sam Lewis said he had a vibration, so has come in as well. But I'll leave you to talk over the grandstand finish of this one.
Thank you. We're on lap number 20. This is where fitness comes into play. Around the bumps, the cambers. This track tests every fibre of muscle in all these drivers. Your arms ache, your neck is aching, your ribs are crying out, but you've got to push forward. The clock has struck 0. This is going to come down the wire. Green leads. Geraghty's not out of it yet.
And the trouble for Geraghty is that Fred Green keeps getting quicker. That was a 46.02 last time around. Final lap board is going to be out now. Fred Green takes the line. 46.17. He's quicker. He's quicker than Geraghty at this stage of the race. He checks over his shoulder. No need to defend into Christmas. That's one opportunity for Geraghty gone. Downhill now into the tricky braking zone of Ashby, over the little bump on corner entry. That was spot on, absolutely spot on from Fred Green. He's driven so many laps of this track. Wasn't here on Friday for free practice. People wondered, would he be on the back foot? Would he be able to replicate the form here 7 days ago? The answer from Fred Green and Crop Promotion is yes, yes, yes. Fred Green is British Open champion in Senior X30, and he wins it by 0.79 seconds. One of his biggest victories to date. What a performance from the driver in the number 51. Cian Geraghty is on a plate podium again. Second today here at the O Plate, and Lewis Bird, last year's number 5 seed, shows that he's still got the speed in 2025. For BMR Restart, Lewis Bird is on the podium.
And, well, celebrations on the circuit. Even some of the officials have been celebrating out on track. David Manchester throwing all his grids and his notes in the air with unbridled joy, I am sure. No, of course, there's no bias. He just dropped his paperwork. Silly boy. Fred Green, he can't take the O-Plate to the world of car racing with him, but I'm sure that the car racing world will know they have just gained a British Open champion to their ranks. Behind the top 3, Harrison Mackie, P4. There's Josh Parker, who works the Mick Barrett racing team, giving Fred a high five. Tristan Powell, a good result. Stilp, after his excursion. Fair play coming home in 6th. 7th for Sam Branston. Jack Buckley, 8th. Micah Taylor featured in the early stages, 9th. Alistair Cresswell, 10th. Harvey Roth, is that the last we will see of Harvey Roth? I sincerely hope not. Both me and the Tim Wilson Motorsport team and a lot of people on the live coverage will be hoping that Harvey finds a sponsor that allows him to continue. CJ Bennett comes home in 13th behind Theo Lestrange. We did see, well, so Jensen Pugh come home in 15th place. And on the last lap, we saw Rylan Ashberg pass Rian Dharmadasa for 16th position, the final corner. Another, the best privateer in X30, Rylan Ashberg doing it again. Harrison Mackie takes the prize for top finishing Harrison by 19 positions over Harrison Morrow, who finished 19th. And again, oh dear.
That's the new one. We missed it yesterday. Stunned to be P1.
Yeah.
Had a quick sight there of Will Green as well, who congratulated
seen him in the
in his new Atlassian Williams racing gear, of course. The rest of the running order: Spencer Braum in 18th place, Harrison Morrow and Max Cooper in the top 20, Laith Khan, Henry Ryan, Luca Mann, Jack Dan, Oliver Harris and Molly Pugh, your 26 finishers. Retirements for Morgan Moore, Sam Lewis, Harrison Whitcomb and George Quartermain. Let's have a look at some of the highlights then from that senior X30 O-Plate race for 2025. This was the very start of it. Fred Green, it nearly went all wrong there. Trying to go around the outside of Cian Geraghty, but it's good racing at the start.
Yes, and you just saw the aftermath of it, and that was Laith Khan going for a gap that existed when he went for the move and then didn't exist when he actually made the move. There's the move. Was that the move for the race lead? I believe it was. So Green, in what was a grueling race, as you watch the drivers come in from the pit lane, there was lots of drivers that are quick to get their race suits undone. They were, puffing and blowing away there because it was a hard battle. Now, Lewis Bird making a move on Stilp there, but at this point, Stilp was still in contention. He had already had his off. So there's Stilp. Now, at what point did Gabriel, though he was slipping down the order, was this pre or post? Here's. Oh, what a feeling! Oh, Gabriel Stilp recovered to finish 6th.
Did indeed. This is the moment where Harrison Whitcomb was out of contention.
Just look at the top of the screen, you see Morgan Moore escaping on the grass.
Indeed.
Discussions will continue.
Morgan Moore wouldn't finish the race, of course. This is the battle between Pugh and Morgan Moore in the number 16, so we're still running at this point. But it's Fred Green's victory. I think we can hear from him now, down with Piers Pryor.
Yes, down here with our winner, Senior X30 Open Champion 2025, Fred Green. That must sound pretty good.
Yeah, I'm over the moon. One of my first real proper titles in karting, so yeah, it's really good.
Absolutely, and you said to me on the grid that you didn't think this race was going to be won on pace. Well, you actually did win that on pace. You were being chased down by Cian. You mentioned to me a moment ago you knew he was coming, but you had enough.
Yeah, I knew it was going to be difficult once I got in the lead, and we made a few changes with the car and it helped my speed a lot and made it quite easy to drive. And yeah, as soon as you got within half second, I knew from my experience around here that it's hard to get that last 5 tenths down, so I just knew if I keep pushing on, don't make mistakes, I'll be all right.
We know that you're racing cars this year in the Trinetta Junior Championship. Are we going to see you run that O-Play at any point?
Yeah, for sure. I'm definitely doing Kart Masters, another one-off race to have a bit of fun at, and I'll do a few club races, yeah.
Fred Green, our 2025 Senior Open Senior X30 champion. Your trophy, your O-Plate will be handed by Rob Meadows, the UK IAME distributor. Congratulations, Fred. Right, so we now have up next one more of our O-Plate finals. But before then, a word from our title sponsor. Here we are on the grid for our O-Plate final for Water Swift, and it's a big grid. Look all the way down there. All of those drivers wanting to get their hands on the O-Plate for this 2025 season. But we'll start by looking at the front of the grid, and it is our pole sitter, Harry Williams. Harry, the number 8 for Fusion Motorsport. He's had a very, very good run so far. He qualified on pole as a second and a first in the heats, and then also a good finish in that pre-final. Can I grab a quick word, Harry, before the final? Harry, pole position, best place to start for the final. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. Not really that nervous. I just think we're just going to push away at the start and then battle it out at the end.
Absolutely. Of course, you've got a few teammates around you. Is that a good feeling?
Yeah, it's pretty good, but obviously only one person can win. And I think, yeah, like I said, we're just going to push away until the end.
Absolutely. We'll look forward to that. Good luck in the race. Harry Williams going from pole position. Austin Gibson starting in second place, the number 5. Austin, we just spoke to Harry, our pole sitter. He said that it looks like it's going to be try and just keep it calm at the start, is what he said, and then it'll be anyone's game at the end.
Yeah, it will be. It's the O-Plate's a one-off event, so it's going to be a big battle for the win. Yeah.
Do you think you've got what it takes to take that O-Plate today?
100%. I mean, the pace is there, the kart's there. It's going to be a hard battle, but we'll try to win.
Absolutely. That's our 2 Fusion Motorsport drivers in the front row. That is Harry Williams pole position, Austin Gibson starting in second place. I'm going to grab a word with our only non-Fusion driver in the top 4, and that is George House for XL Motorsport. George, Henry just told me a moment ago that you've been up and down the grid giving everyone high fives.
Yep.
Is that just good luck to everyone? Or is it because you're looking forward to a good race? Why'd you do that?
I did that because I wish everyone the best of luck for this race.
Absolutely. We've seen you've had great pace in the heats and the super heat this morning. What can you do in this final?
Hopefully I can break away, get a little bit of a gap, and then hopefully I can get the win.
George, good luck in the race. Looking further down the field, we've got a very, very packed grid. A lot of Fusion Motorsport drivers inside the top 15. Of course, Fusion in the orange, blue and white karts. We've also got the number 61 starting in 8th place of Zach Champney, a privateer, as also as Jensen Ackerman. Zach, it must feel pretty good to be in the top 10 in this competitive grid as a privateer, right?
Yeah, it's a very competitive grid, yeah.
What can you do in this one? Is your aim top 5, top 3, first?
First.
First, do you reckon you can do it?
Yeah.
I look forward to seeing you push on for that one. And we've probably got time for one more interview. If we look further down the grid, we've also got another privateer in 10th place, the Argenti driver of Chester Forks. Where is Chester? Chester is number 38. There he is, Chester. Chester, can we have a quick word? Chester, starting in 10th place, we've got 1 minute before the race. What are you thinking about right now?
Just trying to get into the mindset of trying to win, and yeah.
What can you do to get to the front of this field?
Just got to play smart and try and gain as many positions as possible.
We look forward to seeing you try and do that. Chester Forks starting from 10th place. This is the Water Swift race, the O-Plate final, and it's coming up next.
Thank you very much, Piers. The drivers are ready. We are ready in the box for what could be race of the day. The Water Swift O-Plate final. Here is your grid for it in 2025. Harry Williams starts on a pole position. It is an all-Fusion Motorsport front row. Austin Gibson on the outside of row 1. Alfie Davidson, the IAME Water Swift restricted champion from last year, is on row 2. And is joined by the informed driver George House for XL Motorsports.
George Clark and Jensen Ackerman go from row number 3. Austin Newstead and Zach Champney go from row 4.
Colby Patterson and Chester Forks form up the 5th row of the grid. Mason Brooks for XL Motorsports is joined by Night Measures on row 6.
Then it is Johnston Stewart, followed by Charlie Clough, Luca Narroway, he'll be moving forward, and Alessandro Salas.
Row 9 of the grid, we find Margus Kovetskis and Andy Stewart, Henry King and Oscar Kenny lead the top 20.
Lots of people supporting Henry King, including his dad Julian, watching I think from back home. Joseph Davis and Ilya Sami, Orion Mehta and Ethan Robertson. With Sophie Campbell, Ruben Sagoo and an injured Mason Hibbert at the back, although I don't think Mason has gone out. So, Chester Forks said, thinking about picking up one place at a time, moving towards the front. Nobody in this field knows more about moving forward than Chester Fawkes. He has got 11 podiums in the British Championship across the Bambino and Water Swift restricted class, more than any other driver in this field. Colby Patterson, Colby's mum sang the national anthem at the World Championships last year.
Did a brilliant job.
Patterson. Colby has been a nationally ranked driver 3 of the last 4 years. 2nd in Bambino, 5th in Water Swift restricted, 10th in this category last year. Margaret Kvetskis, he's got danger graphics on the car, so I can still say that. Woo!
Very quickly before the start, we should, of course, have Callum Graham on this grid as well. We do wish Callum the best of luck in recovery. He's suffered a broken collarbone after a cycling accident earlier in the week. We are ready then. 26 runners here in the O-Plate final for IAME Water Swift in 2025. They are away and racing for 15 minutes plus 1 lap. And it's Harry Williams once again who gets the best of starts from pole position and will lead up to Christmas Corner for the first time. Alfie Davidson is slotted into P2. George House shuffled down a little bit in the order. Zach Champney getting involved with things as they head towards Ashby for the first time. Austin Newstead has had a very good start as well. Henry's already up to P4.
And Jensen Ackerman, who is battling with Zach Champney for the honour of being the leading privateer, was forced a little bit wide coming through Ashby's there. Now, this is now going to be a high-speed game of chess. Harry Williams said to Piers Pry at the start of the race, yes, I've got a lot of teammates around me, but there's only one winner. How long can the 5, yes, count them, 5 Fusion Motorsport drivers, how long do they play nice for before it's every man, woman and child for themselves? And what about the outliers? What about the 24 of Colby Patterson, the 84 of Mason Brooks, the 2 leading XL Motorsport drivers? George House has dropped to 11th place, but then you've got the Evolve Kart of Luca Naraway. Already he's made a storming start up to 8th, and you've got privateers in the top 12 as well. Kvetskis, Ackerman and Champney. It's not going to stay like that for long, but all the main players are there.
Gibson through past Newstead for P4. That's allowed Colby Patterson a route through into P5. Colby Patterson, of course, last year was with Ollie Rowland Motorsport, had a very strong finish to the 2024 season. Rebuilding now in 2025. Newstead down the inside of Patterson retakes 5th place and reforms the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for Fusion Motorsport. Change for 9th place. Jensen Ackerman is through past the number 15 of Margaret Kvetskis. So that's the 2 privateers swapping around. Decent start for Joseph Davis as well, up 6 places for Premium Karting, and the number 78 is up into the top 15. And then Henry King is also on the move, has gained 3 spots, is up to 16th.
Don't sleep on the baby-faced assassin, Austin Newstead, running in 5th. He's got 6 wins in the British Championship. He's got, which is 9th equal. He has got the same number of Motorsport UK final wins as Gus Lawrence, a triple Senior X30 champion, and a certain Callum Bradshaw, ex-World Karting champion. When you look at him and he smiles, it looks like butter wouldn't melt. But we call him the babyface assassin because on track, there he is in number 4. When he makes a move, he is ruthless.
And the switch to Fusion Motorsport this year, all about data, all about having strength in numbers and better opportunities to find out where those hundredths lie in terms of race setup, in terms of driving ability and driving technique. Right now, Fusion Motorsport will be delighted with this top 5 lockout, but they've not got the fastest lap. George House has just put that in. He's got back up into the top 10, has got past Margaret Kvetskis, and we've still got 11.5 minutes to go. And here is House once again trying to find a way now through past Jensen Ackerman. Ackerman on the Synergy this weekend. It's a Birrell ART underneath, of course. It's a good package round, this place. We saw in the inter-categories last year at O-Plate meetings at Whilton Mill that set of machinery be a good platform to build upon, and Ackerman is continuing to have a pretty good race here, Henry.
I mean, we've got this Fusion Parade at the front, but let's not forget XL Motorsport. They're only going to get quicker and quicker and better and better. They've got some drivers. They need to finalise their British roster this year. You know, I've spoken to Dan Hart. I've seen Paul Hardy here. You know, already they have got drivers. They're not far off the Fusion machine. So it's going to be, you know, 10 years ago it was Eclipse, and then it was AIM, and then it was Oliver Rowland, and now it's XL. The one constant, there, those colours. And speaking to a couple of other people saying that, you know, why the advantage to the team? Well, on a test day, you know, you can go out with 5 karts and you can have 5 subtle setup changes on each one. They all come back in, they share the data to find the best one. If you're a privateer driver, you need 5 practice sessions to get the same results as the teams get in one. But you've then got to put it into practice. Having the best kart in theory is great. You've got to have the best kart, best driver on track when it comes crunch time, how to race. Here comes Luca Narroway, splitting the 2 XL Motorsport karts of Mason Brooks and Colby Patterson as they come out. And I'm glad that Whilton Mill painted the curves because you know, the drivers have been using them judiciously. Now 1 XL kart down, 1 more to go, and fantastic team driving. Davidson, we talked about why it was a good thing he stayed in Water Swift restricted last year. It gave him that extra little bit of nous. He knows how to win, he can handle the pressure, and so he's not getting flustered, he's sitting. This is good. Then Gibson, Clark and Newstead doing the same thing. Now George House starting to come back into play. Where's Mason Brooks gone?
He's 6th
he's
still.
He's still 6th. House and Patterson. So we've got 5 Fusions, 3 XLs, and a lone Evolve Falcon up at the front now. The privateers, for all their hard work, their labours in these long races, are starting to fade back ever so slightly. Champney is 10th, Ackerman is 11th. Johnson Stewart doing well in 12th. Chester Forks is just behind them as well in 13th position. Love these long races.
Yeah, the long races keeping people in play as well. Here's Zach Champney down the inside of Colby Patterson. So Champney moving up the order. I would say anyone in the top 13, do you know what, let's make it 14, have still got at least a small chance of a podium here today. This one's just simmering. This is on a long cook on a Sunday lunchtime here at Whilton Mill. Williams still leading from Davidson, Gibson, Newstead, Clark. They're just keeping ranks at the moment, knowing that the likes of Brooks, Narroway and House aren't too far behind. Out of the final corner, a little bit wide there.
Again,
for
Harry Williams doesn't want to do that very often, because if he does that a couple more times, Alfie Davidson will think to himself, okay, well, Harry's made 2 mistakes. That's going to be slowing us down. I've got to go.
Harry Williams waiting for his best results in these Rear Tools British Kart Championship events. Has had some good results on the European scene. Not necessarily
in last year's IAME Warriors final, Harry Williams.
And had a decent run of things in Euro Series as well. So out of the Osiers complex. That's another great shot.
Oh, come on now. Come on. Man's got to try and concentrate on commentating, and you're showing me shots like that. There's nothing better when the sun is shining than the Motorsport UK British Kart Championship. It's why more people watch this than any other karting in the UK. It's why we get the drivers from all over the world. And it's why, I've got to say, we're now officially calling this place Whilton Mill International. Wheel to wheel between Narroway and House.
Key laps here, I feel, for Brooks, Narroway and House, because I'm just not feeling that Mason Brooks has got the pace to close in on the Fusion 5 right now. And you can see George House is starting to think, hang on a minute, I need track position. Or Luca Narroway to make the move to try and break up the road. There's still a good amount of time here for the chasing peloton. Well, actually, it's the breakaway that's the bigger group of drivers at the moment to close in. But it's starting to get to that phase of the race, Henry, where you've got to start making the moves now. What was the pace like from Brooks that time around? 51.14. It's not bad. It's pretty much the same pace as Harry Williams at the very front of the field. But as a result, they're not closing in. George House has a look down the inside of Luca Narroway. Luca Narroway is in no mind to try and help George House here. There's a little touch between the two of them. This isn't going to be deciding where the O-plate goes. That's going to come, of course, later on as Narroway's off the road and House is through. House is through, coming out of Ashby Corner. But now, that chase group has been split up now, Henry.
And Luca Narroway, he may not be happy with the situation, but he's going to have to suck it up, Buttercup, and push House, or else your chances are gone. If you battle to try and get the place back because you're not happy, then you're going to lose all chances. This is where we'll see how has Luca matured. He's got to get his head down and think, okay, I'm not happy, but I've got to go for it. I'm getting word from the paddock, Andrew Mather, that Dan Hazelwood has just said if we get a Fusion top 5, it's free spray tan and teeth whitening for everybody in his house later on.
Oh, that's all you need for bigging you up for a big result here at Wilton Mill. Just over 4 minutes of this one to go. The other trouble for the chasing pack, the Fusions have increased their pace, all of them in the 51.0s. We're talking tenths of a second, but they really are starting to dominate this race now, as opposed to just have it under full control. Through the final chicane once more, 4 minutes to go. Harry Williams still leading the breakaway. Davidson, Gibson, Newstead, Clark, they haven't broken ranks for a good few laps now as we head onto lap number 14. The gap back to Mason Brooks now is 2.5 seconds. There are the chasing excels. George House looking for another victory. He will not give up.
Nope.
We saw this at IAME Winter Cup about 5 or 6 weeks ago, where he was on the front row, had technical issues on the formation lap, slipped back, came back through, didn't win that race, but he gave a mighty, mighty good go. This is a battle further back. This is Chester Fawkes coming back through the order, has just got ahead of Colby Patterson. But there's news. It's not good news for Excel Motorsport. George House plus 5 second penalty. So a penalty in race for the IAME Euro Series winner from 1 week ago. George House has a mighty, mighty tall order to win the O-Plate here today.
And now business starts to pick up. Consider this. On top, outside the restaurant, on the viewing gantry, there are 5 Fusion mechanics standing side by side. In the Fusion tent, there are 5 kart bays where they work side by side. There have been 5 sets of instructions that have gone out to these drivers. But these youngsters, they only listen so much. The urge to win. There's now 2 minutes to go. Gloves have got to come off. There is no I in team, but there's an I in win. And that is what all 5 of these drivers have driven beautifully to put themselves in this position. Now we'll find out who has kept that last little bit under their hat, ready for when it matters most of all.
Keep an eye on George Clark in 4th place. Oh, he just had the door closed on him there by Ozzie Gibson.
Bang.
Newstead back through to 4th place, but George Clark has a tendency to finish strong. Gibson's nearly out on the curb. 3 wide for a moment there with Newstead and Clark, and look, Mason Brooks is back. George House is back on the road, but remember, it's a plus 5 second penalty. He'd have to get way up the road to still win this O-Plate. But this is it now. This is why we've been talking about this race as a potential Alpha Live Race of the Week contender. 90 seconds, 80 seconds to go. Harry Williams still has position at the front of the field. The form book The record book would not suggest that Harry Williams has the best opportunity to win this race, but his form this weekend at Whilton Mill, he has kept himself at the front consistently. He's got to do it for 60 seconds plus one more lap, and he's got 1, 2, 3, 4 teammates, a former teammate and an IAME Euro Series winner immediately behind him.
Every driver has to break through. They have to burst through that glass ceiling and take their first major victory at some point. Is this the point for Harry Williams? Yes, he's defending. He's white lining it, but he's got to, because if he lets one through, they'll all come through. He's driven on the line for 12, 13 minutes. With 2 minutes to go, every man for themselves. Oh, and Davidson climbs up over the back of him. Davidson tried the crossover move, and that costs Alfie Davidson second. It's now Austin Gibson in the third. One champion replaced by another, and they're all chasing the one driver in the Fusion team that hasn't won a big one yet. And is this the moment?
And this is where the experience could count. Yes, Harry Williams has got prior experience in this category, but in a Fusion, he is new. Austin Gibson has been in these colours for the last year or so. He knows the team operation. Alfie Davidson is starting to fade a little bit. He's back down into 5th place, but it's been a sterling effort from last year's IAME Water Swift Restricted champion. One more lap to go. Any of these could win it. Harry Williams has control. Austin Gibson is going to be looking for the big Aussie move. There's near contact. There is contact. It's a repeat of the same thing from 1 lap ago. Somehow Williams is still in the lead. Mason Brooks is up into 3rd place now. Austin Newstead round the outside can only hold in 4th. There's more little touches further down the order. Williams defends into Ashby. Gibson's alongside. Mason Brooks is out wide and on the grass, and still Williams will not yield this lead. It's now Austin Newstead there in 2nd place. George Hout is 3rd. Luca Narroway's off the road into the boot for the final time. Can Harry Williams hold on for the biggest win in his young British karting career? Yes, he can. Harry Williams becomes British Open champion in IAME Water Swift with the most brilliant race from the front. He never, ever gave up. He didn't crack. And with all of the pressures from Newstead, House, Gibson, Davidson, Brooks, Narroway, all of them, Harry Williams has won it. Harry Williams is your new O-Plate owner.
Well, to Harry's dad, who's here, I haven't seen Harry's mum, to Danny Porter, who's on board now. What a winning start. Spoke to Danny yesterday. He went, "Got to come back. People have forgotten who I am." Danny Porter, he won British Championships with the likes of Vinnie Phillips in Fusion. A very, very experienced set of hands guiding this young man. He did it the hard way. Yes, he defended. You've got to imagine the nerves that's going through, because all his teammates have won it big, apart from him. So he had to make it happen, and he did. Congratulations. Newstead, 2nd, the baby-faced assassin. He was 6th in that. He was 5th in the Trainer Fusion karts for some time. George House will get a penalty, and congratulations. We have a privateer on the podium. Step forward. Zach Champney. What a drive. And Andrew Mather, if you finished 3 seconds behind the race winner, you were 15th.
What a
There's
race.
his dad. There's Danny P. There's Jordan Chamberlain as well, former Vice World Karting champion, who's, I think, there's a bit of coaching with Harry, and the rest of Fusion teammates. He's going to be thinking, if there's a couple of drivers that aren't happy with me, who cares? He's won. They'll get over it. Every one of these drivers are still exactly where they started the weekend in terms of where they stand the British Championship, because this is a one-off. This is a one-off. Oh, there is Aaron Richardson congratulating him. There's Austin Newstead again. There's the baby-faced assassin. You got looks like butter wouldn't melt, but he made some moves there in that frantic last few laps.
Future Motorsport are going to be delighted with that result, Henry. But I'll tell you what else is interesting.
Dan Hayes with his Dustin Evans spray tans and teeth whitening because we got a privateer amongst them all. Yeah.
The story of who's going to emerge on top in this team in 2025 is going to be fascinating. But it's the two new drivers in that stable at the start of this new season. They're the ones who've taken the first spoils of war in this season. I find that a very, very interesting scenario.
And there's George House, who finished third on the road, but will finish way down the... I mean, a 5-second penalty in that race drops you from third to
20th.
19th position.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at the highlights. And, you know, on paper, Harry Williams led from start to finish.
He did, yeah.
However, his biggest lead of the entire race was on the rolling lap.
Was indeed. His starts have been so good. We've not really mentioned it too much, just how good Harry Williams' starts have been, because he's often started from pole position. And I do wonder, in the story of this O-Plate weekend, how crucial were those heats in terms of just giving him the information and the data of how to lead from the front here this weekend. This was Mason Brooks down the inside of Colby Patterson in the early stages, and say this top 5 all Fusion drivers, Williams, Newstead, Gibson, Davidson and Clark all in there, and this first half of the race you've got to tip your hat to them. They did a brilliant job.
Yes, indeed. Now, I mean, there's Zach Champney. At one point, Zach wasn't even in the top 10. And it was interesting because the lead 5 Fusion drivers had gained 2.5 seconds on this group here, Narroway, Brooks and George House. There's the gap. But it was at about, and that maybe why George House got a penalty, I'm not sure, in race penalty. Maybe, I don't know, or who knows. But, you know, it was only at about that magic 2-minute marker. He was coming up the hill with about 4 laps. There was about 4 laps to go. 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes plus a lap that Harry started to defend. Now, there was a penalty in an earlier race for excessive defending. Spoke to the stewards. It was for the change of direction. If you notice there, Harry Williams, he makes one move. I thought Mason Brooks was going to pull an absolute worldie there, but didn't quite work out. But yeah, it's one movement. Williams defends, Williams wins.
IAME Water Swift O-Plate champion 2025, Harry Williams. Harry, how does it feel?
Yeah, it feels really good. I'm very happy. It was quite a long race, very hard. I'm quite tired after it, but yeah, I had a pretty good start. I was led the whole race and just started defending on the last couple laps and managed to take it.
I'm looking closely and I can confirm there are no cracks because you soaked up a lot of pressure there.
Yeah, it was very hard. Like everyone was trying to overtake me. Obviously, there was a huge pack behind me, so I managed to pull it off and won.
What were you thinking about in those final laps when you knew you had about 15 karts right behind you?
I just thought I need to defend, like brake kind of early so they don't go around the outside of me, and try not for them to get switched back if they go to the outside. I obviously come and squeeze them, but yeah, that's about it. I wasn't really thinking.
A brilliant drive, and congratulations, you deserve that one. And your O-Plate will now be handed to us by a very special guest, our current FIA CIK Karting World Champion, Ethan Jeff Hall. Ethan, also a Mercedes Petronas AMG F1 Team Junior. An O-Plate for you. Congratulations to our Water Swift winner, Harry Williams. And we'll now hear from a couple of our partners before we head into the Water Swift Restricted Final.
Here at Demon Tweaks, you probably know us for our massive kartwear range. We've got everything from suits, boots, gloves and helmets from the biggest brands in the business. But we are so much more than that, because if you're looking for kart parts, well, we've got you covered too. We've got everything from Rotax parts, sprockets and chains, discs and pads, data loggers and dashers, fuel tanks, steering wheels, bead breakers, and loads more. But of course, it doesn't just stop at the track, and if you're looking to build your skills in the sim, then we've got everything you're going to need to build the ultimate rig. So whether you're just getting started or you're already at the top of your game, Demon Tweaks has got you.
Wow, what a Water Swift final we just had. That was intense, and hopefully you've calmed down just a little bit, but it won't be for long because we've got Water Swift Restricted up in just a moment's time, a 20-car strong grid, and it's been brilliant racing from all of our Water Swift Restricted drivers so far. Harry Chapman, privateer, starting on pole position in the bright yellow car. I'm going to grab a quick word with Harry ahead of the O-Plate final. Harry, pole position, you've had a good run through the heats and the super heat. What can you do in this final?
Hopefully I can win it for my mum's Mother's Day present, and if I win it I get the U-plate of course, and I'd love to win it.
That's lovely. Is your mum here today?
Yeah, she just stayed there.
Where is she? Where's mum? Where's mum? Wave mum. There she is. There's mum. Is he going to do okay? Is he going to do okay? He'll be fine. Apparently mum's not going to be fine, so that's okay. That's really nice. What do you reckon your biggest challenge is going to be in this race to hold off the pack?
Probably like if someone leaves me I might come off, but the main competitor is probably Dimitar Uzanov.
Yeah, of course. Harry, good luck in the race from pole position. And on the outside of the front row, Dimitar Uzanov. Dimitar, under my... it came second, or started second in this one. Of course, you've had a lot of success in the heats. Couldn't quite make it work in the pre-final, pre-final, super heat. What can you do in this one?
Well, I'll just try and get to the front so I can just beat them and then put my finger up so I know I've won.
So you're visualising that number one already?
Yeah.
Absolutely, of course. We just spoke to Harry. He reckons you're going to be his closest challenger. What's your plan going into this race to get one over on him?
Just trying to do some switchbacks and then defend like on the last lap or something like that, last minute.
We'll see how that goes. Our second place grid driver, Dimitar Uzanov. Third place, we've got Reggie Chandler for PSR. Reggie, we okay to have a quick chat? Okay, Reggie, how are you feeling ahead of this race?
Pretty nervous.
Sorry?
Nervous.
Nervous. That's good though. Sometimes the nerves make us drive better, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, good luck to Reggie in third place. Ralph Martin in fourth. Fifth place is going to be Albie J Subs. Albie, quick word before we get going. How are you feeling ahead of this one? We know you've got the pace. What can you do?
I definitely could get to the front, and I'm hoping that I can put away and win the O-plate.
We'll see how you get on. Of course, that was our pole position driver after qualifying yesterday, starting in fifth place. We only have a few moments before the Water is Restricted O-plate final.
Thank you very much, Piers. Time for our last IAME O-plate of the day. It's second race event in the calendar for the Wera Tours British Kart Championship season. Here is your grid for the final in IAME Water Swift Restricted. Harry Chapman starts on pole position, is joined by Dimitar Uzanov on the front row. Reggie Chandler and Ralph Martin go from row number 2. Albie J Stubbs and Bodie Batch will fancy their chances from row number 3. On row 4, it's Ollie West and Louis Williams Maps.
We have Freddie Baker and Patrick Wood rounding out your top 10 ahead of Finley Bedford and Leo Russell. Corey Lyons from Ireland and Theo Tyak on his 11th birthday starts on row number 7 ahead of Phoenix, Millen, Sexton and Felix Booker.
Darcy Durnford and Harry Murphy go from row number 9. Frank Morris and Riley Aston Wilkins complete the grid of 20. Record grid for IAME Water Swift
Yes.
restricted in the Wera Tours British Kart Championships event. Big reason for that, the interclub license is now what you need. That's a change for 2025, and that is the same scenario as well for the full season. Which
Very
starts
quickly,
Dimitar
Uzanov had that penalty in the superheat.
Yes.
For excessive defending. It was 2 movements. He moved to the inside, then back to the outside. That's classed as weaving, which isn't allowed. So that was the decision. But there's going to have, and that looks particularly scruffy, and we'll go around again. It gives me a chance to remind you all that Harry Chapman in the number 32 kart is the 2023 Bambino Motorsport UK champion, and Ralph Martin, the 2024 Might E Bambino champion. Let's have a little look. 6 podiums for Ollie West in the British Championship. He was second in last year's Bambino series, and of course this is a class with Darcy Durnford in it for 8 to 12 year olds. That is the target age group that the Motorsport UK Girls Academy is looking to secure more female participation in this level of karting. You need to go and check out your local team sport indoor kart track. There is Harry Chapman. Reggie Chandler, he's down as a privateer, but there was a mechanic with a Piers Sexton racing jacket looking after him, which tells me that he may now, he's changed on our screens. Here we go then. O-plate number 4, Water Swift restricted, is go.
Good start for Harry Chapman. Has the early lead in this one as they sweep through out of oblivion, through the kink of Fine Lady and towards Christmas Corner for the first time. Ralph Martin on the inside steps up to 3rd place, has got the attentions of Dimitar Uzanov on the outside, who will start the second part of this first lap in 4th place. Further down the order, looks like Freddie Baker's had a decent start, had troubles in the superheat, but is running nicely inside the top 10 into Ozies for the first time. Oh, a little bit of a moment there for Patrick Wood in the number 36 on the novice plate, but rejoins the circuit and rejoins the race.
And this is, you know, we've got drivers like Harry Chapman and Ralph Martin who are already Motorsport UK karting champions. We've got drivers like Dimitar Uzanov, who was electric at the Micromax O-plate. We've got drivers like LBJ Stubbs, who, even though he's in Water Swift restricted, he still races out in the UAE. He's got, you know, a lot of support there as well. But then you've got drivers at the back of the field. You know, this is Leo Russell's 6th ever kart race. It's still one of the first 5 ever kart races for some of the novices with the black plate. So you've got this really good mix. It's resulted in a record grid of Water Swift restricted, but there are drivers who are, you've got drivers that know how to win British titles, and you've got drivers that, you know, this will be the longest race they've ever done so far in their careers.
And a little quick look there at Louis Williams Mabs in the number 22, the DAP. It's a Kart Republic design chassis underneath, but great to see the DAP brand back on the grid here in the British Championship.
Of course, Ayrton Senna drove a DAP when he didn't win the world title because he lost to Terry Fullerton. But 2 years ago, as there's LBJ Stubbs picking off Reggie Chandler at the Christmas Corner, 2 years ago, Noah Baglin, not vice world champion, but nearly world champion. That's a good and there's the 88 and the 24 coming in the Bodie Batch and Ollie West. But Noah Baglin turned up at the SCUSA Supernats in Las Vegas on a DAP chassis with a specially designed body kit that looked like the JPS Lotuses that Ayrton Senna used to race. And Senna wasn't averse to doing that either.
And that's the birthday
Theo
boy.
Tyack getting some, not the type of coverage he wanted on his birthday, but not only did he have the graphics kit designed with JPS, he had the boots, the gloves, and the race suit, and the crash helmet. It was an Ayrton Senna tribute, and he came second on that day. And there we have new leader. Is he? No. He led for about a metre, I think, Dimitar Uzanov.
A good response there from Harry Chapman, who's driven a good number of miles around this place over the years of his young karting career. Just kept the steering open. Uzanov's trying to get down the inside there through Wilkins. Chandler holds the lead.
And do you know what? We've got plenty of support for a lot. We've got Hristovs here supporting Dimitar Uzanov. Lucy Beamish supporting LBJ Stubbs. Tina Chandler supporting Reggie Chandler. So, you know, but watch Ralph Martin. Talk about experience. Ralph Martin's not on the picture there. He is now 5th position. These races are getting a little bit more spread out than you sometimes see just because of the different experience levels of the drivers. But the cream rise to the top. Reggie Chandler, he was 9th in the Kart Masters British GP last year as a Water Swift restricted kart. LBJ Stubbs, he was 8th in the Micromax O-Plate 2 weeks ago, 8th in the 2023 British Bambino Championship. And of course, Chapman and Martin are both British champions already. Uzanov, 7th in the Micromax O-Plate, but he was much quicker than 7th, if you catch my drift.
And he's taking the lead of this race.
Look at the marbles there. Look at the marbles, and there's the DAP. You can quite clear Louis Williams-Mabs in 8th position behind Freddie Baker and Ollie West.
Key lap this for Chapman to see if he's got the pace to stay with Uzanov, because Uzanov set the fastest lap of the race on that last tour of the circuit, even though he was doing some overtaking up at Christmas Corner. Looking a bit further down the order, who's making progress. Well, LBJ Stubbs has a little look for 2nd place through Ashby. Louis Williams-Mabs is up to P8. Leo Russell has followed through as well, so the son of former British champion and Rotax Grand Finals winner Benji Russell.
Yes.
There he is, having a
Who's
good
here?
squabble at the moment with Bodie Batch. That's the Agenti Academy driver within this IAME Water Swift restricted category. So this will be a good measure for young Leo against the driver who's had a good number of races, another driver who's come through Bambino programs and is now stepping into the IAME Water Swift restricted category in that number 88. This is a good battle for 9th place.
Yes, it is. And there is, Finley Bedford in the number 54 kart. That orange, yellow and white machine. Here's the first, that was just a quick glance at the Daily Motorsport, number 14 of Ireland's Corey Lyons, who is now just ahead of the recovering Patrick Wood. Now, Phoenix Millen Sexton. He was 15th yesterday. We spoke to the Paddock show, and he said he was hoping for a top 5, but anything better than 15th would be good. He's 14th. So, you know, then it's Felix Booker, Frank Morris, Darcy Durnford, Harry Murphy, Riley, Aston Wilkins, and Theo Tyack is still out there. And that's going to be important for all these drivers, especially someone like Theo. You know, he's at the back, he's had an incident. Just do all the laps. You'll learn a lot about yourself as a driver if you do all the laps. And LBJ Stubbs, is he quick enough to win this race? Undoubtedly.
Yes.
Are all the pieces in place quite yet in terms of speed, racecraft, kart positioning, understanding how to make moves, when not to make moves? It's getting there, you know. It's getting there. But it takes time for these youngsters to put all the pieces together. And Stubbs had a couple of little looks at the inside and hasn't quite pulled the trigger. Hasn't been assertive enough. Possibly a bit of a fear of, I don't want to pile in and then cause an accident.
I think the other factor is that Chapman's very good on the brakes, particularly up into Christmas Corner.
He's
it
very
looks
good
easy
on the power as well,
yeah.
because he's shoveling Uzanov along there. Lovely.
On a track map, Christmas can look like a really easy corner to overtake into. It is anything but Chapman's going to have a go at doing exactly that. You see that last 10 metres or so.
Yes.
Uzanov's got good mid-corner speed as well. I'll be interested on Piers' view of what he can see of the dynamics of these karts. Stubbs has another little go, not quite able to commit. Again, down into Ashby Corner. That's an even trickier overtaking zone around this circuit because, of course, you're going downhill.
Yes, it's downhill off camber. But, of course, the worrying thing is that Albie's going to half commit to another move again, and the door's going to close, and then there's a problem. So either sit and push, or, well, there is a word, something I'll get off the pot. You know, move or get off the pot. that type of thing maybe. But he's going. It's a learning process.
Yeah.
You know, it's a learning process. You'll go back. You'll review this race. There's the tap of Louis Williams Mabs being pushed along by that very well-driven novice number 92 of Fred Baker. Now Stubbs on the outside. So obviously he made a bit more of a concerted effort because he was on the outside. He was forcing Chapman offline. But of course, this is just giving Uzanov a couple of extra kart lengths gap.
It is indeed, and Uzanov's kart, which we've been seeing dancing around the corners a lot so far this weekend, is starting to look even more composed. That was good corner speed from Chapman through the toe of the boot. Over the curb, 6 minutes to go then. End of lap 10, Uzanov leads, Chapman P2. Stubbs and Chandler have made it a top 4 breakaway over Ralph Martin in 5th place. Ollie West is up to P6. Freddie Baker has got P7. Here comes Chapman down the inside. Bit of an assist from Stubbs. Uzanov trying to hold him around the outside, and it's going to be Chapman's lead, and Stubbs is through as well.
Now, smart driving, LBJ Stubbs. I thought he was going to actually go through with Chapman going into Christmas corner, but again, hesitated, backed out of it, and then it worked out okay. There's Reggie Chandler, new crash helmet design. The guy that painted that crash helmet, Ashley Crossy, he's getting married next week. I don't know what the wedding present. Well, I mean, what you get a helmet painter on his wedding day if you're a client?
I have no idea.
To the spray paint and by the way,
some masking tape.
yeah.
I've got lots of that at home.
Masking tape and spray paint. But Chandler, again, has he got the speed? Well, he's got the speed to stay with the leaders. But if there's some gaps to start to develop, now, is Chandler going to start to drop off? He's going to need to get onto Uzanov. Now, this is where the stewards are watching. You know, Chapman, you can move to the inside, but they don't swing out wide because that's a change of direction. There's the stewards that they'll be monitoring this. You can drive around the inside of the track, and there's the move. Finally, LBJ Stubbs, does he? And now he's going to lose a position, does he? No.
That was good from Chapman, though. He did the defence around the outside of like, okay, I can see that. I'm going to give you just enough room to get round the corner, but not get off the corner quickly. That was wise stuff from Harry Chapman. And this is a big lap now with just over 4 minutes to go, because for the first time in this race, the lead is up to several kart lengths. It's up to 0.4 of a second. Chapman has received a warning flag. So that is consistent, is it not, with what we saw earlier? That we've seen Chapman move once, then twice. That's not in the rule book.
No.
So warning flag has come out.
Harry Williams in the previous race, he defended, but he just hugged the inside line.
Yeah.
He didn't weave, you know. That's the thing. You could spoke to the stewards. They said if the kids want to drive around the inside of the track for 15 minutes, that's up to them. It's not going to work for them, but they're allowed to do that. It's when they drive up the inside, going down, and then swing out wide to try and take the apex. That's where you come a cropper, so to speak. But again, we're able to give you the views of the stewards room to show you what they're doing. Because of course, you know, it's easy for people on the live chat to say, "Oh, he's robbed" and what have you. But no, there are rules, and more often than not, it's the kids, the young kids that fall foul of the rules because they're learning, because they're 8, 9, and 10 years old. Now, Chapman, the number 32, he's doing this as a privateer. That graphics kit, there's an HC Racing with a bright yellow and black easy up awning in the paddock that Harry's working out of. LBJ Stubbs, again, he's getting more confident as LBJ Stubbs. He's going to have to commit at some point, but not commit too hard. Here comes Uzanov. Now Chandler, we're 3 wide into the boot. 2.5 minutes to go. Finally, Stubbs hits the front, but for how long? He keeps the lead. Uzanov into second. It's now XL Motorsport from the JPD UK team, from Piers Sexton Racing, and now privateer driver Chapman, 1st to 4th. But still these 4 locked in combat.
This is where Uzanov's strong, though, so that's fine. One single move by Stubbs. Kept his line through the corner. Oh, that's a bit too close between Chandler and Chapman, and it's going to lose them time. We could be down to 2 in this one with 2 minutes to play. Ralph Martin still has an outside chance of a podium here. They're in 5th place, but LBJ Stubbs has the lead. Has he got the race pace to keep Dimitar Usinov, who's been lightning quick all weekend? Has he got the pace to keep that JPD UK prepared machine behind? Good work by Usinov trying to get Stubbs off the racing line, but it's a good recovery from the race leader through the final chicane. That offers a chance to Chandler and Chapman to get back involved in this. 90 seconds to play.
And you can see Reggie Chandler frantically signaling to Harry Chapman, come on, push me, we're not out of this one yet. And I think Harry Chapman can probably see that it is game on. Now, one move, we're not going to try and second guess what the stewards are doing. We're only going from what we were told, and the rather contentious issue early on. But let's just call it as we see it. And Usinov working hard, less than a minute to go. Chapman and Chandler. It's such a shame there's not 4 steps on the podium. There's only 3 steps on the podium. Someone is going to miss out, even though none of them deserve to miss out. Ralph Martin is still 5th and closing. Piers Pryor, we got 30 seconds to go. What have you got for us?
I'm watching in the last sector, and that lap before when LBJ Stubbs defended into the boot, really heads-up driving. He went narrow into the right-hander of the boot, stopped it on the apex, and a slight touch from Dimitar on the back meant that he dropped back, and that could potentially be the decisive defensive move in this race.
Because as Usinov defends second place, Albie Stubbs did not defend. Oh, there's lap traffic! There's lap traffic with 10 seconds to go. Good driving. That driver has obviously had a collision, the number 11. Oh, he's going to get out of the way, coming through Wilkins and Ogiers. And that was
Riley Aston Wilkins.
That was Riley Aston Wilkins. Gets out of the way. Stubbs, the clock strikes 0.
Here we go then, on to the final lap in a moment's time. Can LBJ Stubbs hold on to O-Plate victory? Dimitar Usinov, arguably the fastest driver in this class so far this weekend, is right there in second place. This is where Stubbs is good, in the fast corners. In this race, he's been able to power away. He's not going to have to worry about defending, as out of the race goes Riley Aston Wilkins. Good effort there by the novice. Stubbs is ticking the counters, ticking the corners off here towards O-Plate victory. Great scrap going on for the final spot on the podium between Harry Chapman and Reggie Chandler. Usinov's opportunities are diminishing. Chandler's down the inside and has taken 3rd place away from Harry Chapman. Just a few more corners to go for LBJ Stubbs. Usinov is closing all the time through the final chicane. Is there a response from the number 62? Not this time. LBJ Stubbs for Excel Motorsport wins in IAME Water Swift Restricted and is your newest British Open champion. He takes the 2025 O-Plate. Usinov, a brilliant run this weekend, takes P2, and Reggie Chandler on the final lap is 3rd.
And I'm looking out, you can see Albie's mum and Albie's younger brother looking really, really delighted, taking congratulations there from some of the other parents. Usinov, well, what a result. Excel Motorsport's full-time debut in the Motorsport UK British Kart Championship, and one of their youngest members gives them a British Open title. Game on for 2025, I believe. Usinov just capitalising on the promise that we saw at the Rotax O-Plate, and Reggie Chandler on the podium. Heartbreak for Harry Chapman, the privateer driver, led more often than not. So the 2 former British champions, Chapman and Martin, finished the top 5. There's Johnny McDonald from Shocks Performance, who provides the whack for LBJ Stubbs. There's Henry King, who does a lot of racing out in the UAE with Albie when they go out there. And there's Albie's dad, fist pump there from Albie dad. I tell you who else is going to be pleased. Is going to be British touring car drivers Jade Edwards and Josh Cook, because Albie's dad's firm has sponsored Jade in the past, and Jade was here, has helped do a bit of driver coaching with Albie in the past, along with Josh, and they're going to be pleased as well. And there's the smiling face of our newest British Open winner. And day of breakthroughs, first big win. We saw it for Harry Williams, seen it for Albie Stubbs as well. Dimitar Uzanov, he should be very proud of that drive as well. And he's there going, right, okay, where's my, I'm going to get my hair done now, where's my interview, where's my interview? There's Reggie Chandler with that, where's Reggie? Let's, taking his brand new crash helmet off. There's Albie's mum, and if you can see a little curly-haired, Dan Hart, XL Motorsports team co-boss, along with Paul Hardy. There's Paul Hardy as well, congratulating Albie, and it looks like we have got a Williams driver. There's Sam Fugit, mechanic for Albie Stubbs, and that's another title to add the long list of honours that Sam has got as a mechanic as well. And with Jason Dredge, who runs the, Dimitar Uzanov's team, helping Sam, that's good to see as well. Let's have a look back then at the highlights from Water Swift Restricted.
Good race, good start for Harry Chapman from pole position. Led things early on in this one. A good move from Ralph Martin. He had third place in the early stages of this one. And clean running throughout the course of things for the IAME Water Swift Restricted category. A lot of new faces in this one in 2025. But a continuation of what we saw in 2024. That, there'll be the occasional little skip and jump along the way. But everyone but one driver making it to the end of this one. Louis Williams-Mabs has had a good couple of weekends here at Whilton Mill and recorded a top 10 finish in this one. That was the first move from Albie Stubbs. In the first half of the race, I think, obviously we were saying we want the attack, but he was being patient.
Was hesitant. Yeah, he was, I spoke about, when were all the pieces going to fall together, because he was half committing to moves. During the course of that 15 minutes, he realised, he understood that half commitments aren't going to work. I'm going to have to just bite my lip and send it and time things well. Like, again, he hesitated there. That worked out well for him. And then, right, okay, I'm going to have to go and commit, and defended there, and Red Chandler's still there, but there was the move that finally did it. And Uzanov almost squeezed him, right, but he's held firm. All credit to Dimitar Uzanov there, because he could have just thought, right, no, I'm going to keep pushing Albie wide until Albie runs out of track, but he didn't.
No.
There's that sticker with Racing Respect in the front of the cart that is oft derided, but that was,
And Uzanov has impressed me this weekend. I think if we see Uzanov in the full championship, he's going to be a factor throughout the way. But there's the new winner. Albie Stubbs takes the O-plate. He's down in the paddock with Piers Pryor.
Yes, I'm down here with our Water Swift Restricted O-plate winner, Albie Stubbs. That was a hard-fought race. That must feel pretty good.
Yeah, it was really hard.
You had to come through, you got overtaken a couple of times, you had to bide your time, but you chose the right moment to overtake.
Yeah, definitely. We started from P5. We got a few little shunts on the start. Some people came down the inside, but by the end of the first few laps, we managed to get up to about P3. Then it was just carnage up at Christmas, and I managed to do them all up there, mostly.
Amazing. You were pushed hard at the end by Dimitar. Did you think he might be able to get through?
Not really, because I've had a few days on track with my coach, and he taught me how to defend. But we managed to take the win, and it was a really good race.
Anyone you want to thank?
My dad, my mechanic Sam, XL, and just all my family for supporting me.
Albie, congratulations. Will Green, Williams Racing Formula 1 Junior and IAME Euro Series driver, is going to hand over your O-plate. Congratulations, Albie Stubbs, our O-plate winner in Water Swift Restricted. And now we only have one race remaining, and that is the Honda GX200. But before then, a word from our partners. And just like that, we're on the grid for the final time today. Last but not least, Honda GX200, the 14-kart strong grid here, ready for their O-Plate final. On pole position, we have Ronnie Jones. We haven't managed to speak up with Ronnie. Ronnie, do we have a quick chat for the final? After the race. We'll chat to Ronnie after the race. Ronnie's in the zone, getting ready. It's an old MJR front row. On the outside, it's Srikantan. Shrelan, can we have a quick word? How are you feeling ahead of this O-Plate final?
Very good.
Very good. Why do you feel so good?
Because I'm confident that I'm going to win.
Amazing. It's great to hear. You've got your teammate alongside you, so I'm sure you're looking forward to a good race as well.
Yeah.
How do you think this one's going to go down?
Really well. If I can keep it with Ronnie, then I'll be good.
Amazing. So that's an MJR front row. Third place, Elliot Bork. We spoke to Elliot's standing up with me, so I might as well grab a word with Elliot. How are you feeling ahead of this race inside of the second row? Off on a good place to start here at Whilton Mill.
Yeah, I'm feeling good. I think I have a chance of getting a podium, and it's going to be a tough race, but yeah, I think I can do quite well and get a podium.
Not just a podium, do you reckon a win is on the cards?
Yeah, but it's going to be a tough race, so you never know what's going to happen. It's the O-Plate, so yeah.
Of course, it is the O-Plate. What can you do? What's your best opportunity to take that O-Plate today?
Oh, I'm just going to try as hard as I can, see what I can do.
Elliot Bork, thank you very much for chatting to us. Third place of the grid, Zip Factory team, alongside his Zip Factory teammate Archie Cannon. Archie, can we grab a quick word? You've come a long way down from Scotland to race this weekend. Can you make it worthwhile?
Yeah, probably can.
What can you do in this one?
Have a good chance of winning.
And do you think you've got the pace to take it to the front, boys?
Maybe.
We'll see. Of course, you've got the S-plate on there for winning the Scottish Championship as well, or Scottish Open, which is, shows that he can win in these one-off events. Also, as we go further down the grid, we've got a couple of loads of different drivers, and I wanted to draw attention to some of the drivers' steering wheels. A lot of the drivers have different messages from the mechanics. The number 40 here, that is Harry Search. He's got eyes forward, and I think I was in one or two of the ambition carts further down the grid. I saw some different messages as well. It's interesting to see the psychology of different drivers and mechanic combinations. Some mechanics wanted to G their drivers up, some mechanics trying to calm their drivers down. I think one of the drivers had send it on the steering wheel. Who's got that? Who's had that with the word send it? That was the number 22 here of Oliver Ratton. But a lot of the other drivers having the words relax or chill. So lots of different psychology going on here. But we're just now a few moments away for the final O-Plate in IAME and Honda 2025. And that is Honda GX200. That's coming up next.
Here we go then for Honda Cadet GX200, the final race of this O-Plate Sunday. Ronnie Jones starts on pole position. He's been perfect through the heats so far this weekend. Can he go one race more and succeed Ralphie Branscombe as Honda Cadet British Open champion? Trying to stop him on that front row, an all MJR front row. It's Shailen Srikantan in the number 23. Elliot Bork and Archie Cannon are looking for another good strong result for Zip Factory team in this race.
Luke McGall and Harry Search go from row number 3. Harry Grant and Luca Bicocchi on row number 4. And then possibly the most improved driver here this weekend, JM Prakash, P9 for the Ambition Motorsport team. And the first of the Duffy brothers, Jerry, leads Reggie with Oliver Ratton. Send it in between them.
6th row. There's 14 runners in this one. The 7th row of the grid will see Scotland's Carl Kerr alongside his compatriot Aidan Donnelly. It's quite a list of drivers who've won the Honda Cadet O-Plate in its history. And in recent years, Branscombe, as mentioned, has moved up to the junior category this year. Kieran Bernard had some very good runs last year as well, racing an international
FIA Academy driver. Yes.
Kenzo Craigie, 2022.
World
He's done pretty well recently.
Junior? Yeah, did right. He's done okay, yeah.
Noah Wolf, he won in 2021.
Well. Yes.
Mitchell Gibbons as well in 2019 of the names that spring to mind. So Honda Cadet GX200, it'll be a standing start, of course, 15 minutes plus 1 lap. And there is the number 70 of Ronnie Jones.
Grid interviews, I have to say,
absolutely,
from all those youngsters, because you then look at the pedal extensions they got on their karts, because they're some of them are very, very short of stature. But that is interesting. with the messages on the steering wheel. There's only one message left now as the green flag at the back of the field is waved. That message is go, go, go for the final O-Plate of 2025. Honda Cadet underway and already one driver goes over the grass at oblivion. But could this be last year at the Rotax O-Plate? We went the Honda Cadet race went last and it was one of the best. What can this year's Honda contenders do? Several of them were in the O-Plate last year. Bork was 8th, Cannon 7th, McGall 2nd, Sriakan 16th, Prakash 15th, Grant 10th. So there's a lot of experience out there, Andrew. But up at the front, a driver that's new to the British Championship, a team who's new to the British Championship. It's the MJR duo of Ronnie Jones and Cheyenne Srikantan.
At the moment, it's a 1-2 still for MJR, but look at the lead that Ronnie Jones has got at the end of the first lap. 0.8 of a second almost with 14 minutes to play. Carl Kerr has got through past Reggie Duffy. I thought it might have been Reggie Duffy off at the first corner, but Reggie Duffy is still there in 13th place. There's a nice move. Luke McGall, as you mentioned, Henry, was second in the final classification of this race last year. And, well, our winner of last year's O-Plate for Honda Cadets, Ralphie Branscombe, experience was a big thing on that day as well. He was in his second year of Honda Cadet and had been third in the same race back in 2023. Can McGall go one step better than 12 months ago? He's got to find a way through past Archie Cannon, or maybe work with Archie Cannon at this stage of the race to close down those two MJR runners. Warning flag, our first notification from race control in this race is out for the number 45. That's Harry Grant in P7.
Now you can see at the back of the field, Reggie Duffy went off earlier on. He's been sort of jettisoned from the main pack of cards. Aidan Donnelly also off at the back. But again, the whole inter-club license, the requirements, means that you've got drivers racing at a British Open who are just starting out in karting. Now, there is the turquoise blue and deep blue of the Ambition Motorsport team, Paul James's outfit. They still remain the, this is a very American-y word, the winningest Honda Cadet team. I know. They have won more finals than any other team in the modern era of the Motorsport UK British Kart Championship, Ambition Motorsport.
We've got to find another word
I
to
hate
replace winningest.
Winningest.
We'll make that our aim for
Most
the season.
Successful. Get the thesauruses out now. Also, while we're in the very early stage of this, we're watching J.M. Prakash again making, well, that's Elliot Bork, sorry. You know, what would be the message on your steering wheel if you were a driver? Because when I raced, it wasn't a steering wheel. I had go written on my right shoe and stop written on my left shoe. That was as far as I got. But
I think I'd go back to Dad's Army and just have a bit of don't panic.
Don't panic.
Don't panic, Captain Mallory. Anyway, 11.5 minutes of this one to go. Ronnie Jones is your race leader by around a second and a quarter at the moment from his teammate Shailen Srikantan. In third place at the moment, it's Archie Cannon, and then this fight for fourth. Bork, McGall, Search, Grant, Prakash, all in it at the moment from fourth down to eighth. Many drivers in this one looking to improve on their results from 12 months ago. Up the hill now towards Christmas Corner. Bit of a check over the shoulder there from Elliot Bork, but no need to worry at this stage. 3 seconds off the lead at the moment. There you just saw Ronnie Jones flash through. Shot pace at the moment for the race leader, 53.96 last time around. These drivers that we're looking at in the mid-54s.
Yeah, now we spoke to Ronnie Jones's mum on the Paddock show yesterday, and of course this being Mother's Day, and I asked her, are you one of the mums that cannot watch your son? Or are you one of the ones that cannot take your eyes off your son? Because there's two different camps.
Yes.
You know, and no, Ronnie's mum said, no, I have to watch every single corner. And I think that Ronnie's mum and the MJR team are standing just out of this camera shot on the inside of the run into oblivion. So, you know, if you're if you're standing next to the lady whose eyes she hasn't blinked in the last 5 minutes and she's feverishly working through her fingernails, that'll be Ronnie's mum.
Harry Grant has just done the fastest lap of the race, 53.93. As through there, does indeed go Harry Grant. So Harry Grant said to me at the start of the weekend, Henry, a top 5. That's the aim. And I kind of like that.
Did he?
Sorry, he said, it's been a long weekend, hasn't it? But he said to me, top 5. Top 5 is the aim. And I kind of like that response. Not to say that drivers shouldn't have ambitions of winning any race that they compete in, but we talked to Harry at the start of the 2024 season and then talked to him at the end about what he was looking to learn and what he had learned across the course of his first full year at this level. Now into his second year and looking to build, but build in a consistent way that's achievable, not getting eyes too big for his boots in a way.
Well, okay, this time last year, in fact, virtually this weekend last year, Harry was 10th in the O-Plate. By the end of last year, when the British Championship finished, he was 8th in the country. Now he is running P5, ostensibly in what will form the majority of the British Championship grid this year. So, progress. He's making progress. Of course,
and he's hitting his targets.
He's hitting his targets. He's hitting his, and it's hard. It's easy to remember that these drivers are 8, 9, 10, 11 years old.
Yeah.
A full rundown. Jones is pulling away the expected scrap for the lead has not materialised and is unlikely to materialise. However, there are some of the mums that at least that's Reggie and Jerry Defficy's mum there watching and nervously. She's got double trouble. But at least they're all. How do you look at two brothers racing at the same time? Yes.
Might give you a headache.
Yes.
Change for third place.
Yes.
Elliot Bourke has got through past Archie Cannon. That was up at Christmas Corner. A textbook move from Elliot Bourke to take that position. Has now got to work even harder to keep. This is proper Honda Cadet racing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 carts all together, staying together, occasionally changing position, not able to break away. You often see this at Whilton Mill. Has Cannon got a response as they go up the hill? These two are teammates, of course, on the Tip Factory team, who had a 1-2 in this very race 2 years ago. But right now it's looking like a 3-4. Harry Grant's still there in 5th place, but if they keep working together, and this is often the thing we talk about with Honda Cadets, that it's not just about the speed and how quickly can do a lap time, it's about the racecraft. You think of the names who've won in Honda Cadet over the years. Alex Albon is one who particularly jumps to mind. What is Alex really known for? As well as having a really nice Honda Cadet racing back about 15 years ago. But he's overtaking. His racecraft is so good, even up to the level of Formula One. And those are skills that he picked up at racing these kind of karts. Splintered apart a little bit in the second half of this group. McGall and Search have just fallen back a little bit. But these three working together. What was it last time around? 53.98 for Bourke, 54.07 for Cannon, 54 flat for Grant. They are closing in on Srikantan. That's not that Shailen Srikantan is driving slowly. Shailen's driving great, 54.17, but he's on his own.
8 wheels working together are always quicker than 4 wheels working on their own. Just behind this group, the next kart just behind Harry Search is 1.1 seconds. That's JN Prakash. There, number 44. Last year, he was 16th in this race, 15th in this race. He was 40 seconds behind the winner. And that was on pace alone. And flash forward, he is now the best of the best placed of the Ambition drivers in this race, and is 6 seconds behind the win. But again, nothing. 3 seconds behind this battle, and it now is a battle. 5 minutes to go. There's JM Prakash. We talk about Harry Grant's there's improvement, and all credit to the Ambition team there, taking a driver who at the end of last season, let's not forget, Andrew, was still not at the front. he was out the back.
This is genuinely the first time that we've seen Jayan Prakash on race pace in the group.
Yeah.
He's in the peloton, as it were, and,
Yes.
and that is such a big step forward and a commendable step forward for Jayan, as you say, and all the work that Paul Janes and the Ambition Motorsport team have done with him and continue to do with their other drivers.
That's
Luca
right. Stop
Bicocchi having a
praising
good-
Paul Janes now, so I'll be forced to then make a Paul Janes height joke. And I don't want to do that today.
No, we did
No, I
that
don't
one
want to do that
yesterday.
today. No, exactly.
Battle for second place. Srikantan has been caught, but is not yielding. He's holding that second place, and maybe right now, Srikantan, Bork and Cannon are going to stay line astern. No, they're not. Bork's going to have a go for P2. And realistically, I think that is the move to make if you're Elliot Bork. You've got a driver between yourself and your teammate now. Let's see if Elliot can push on and break away. I just think that 3.36 second gap up to Ronnie Jones. Yes, there's the best part of 4.5 minutes remaining on the clock. It's going to be a little bit too big to pull back today. That was a sweet move from Archie Cannon down the inside into the early part of the boot for third place. So it's a 2-3 now for Zip Factory team.
And I've got to say, Honda Racing, you know, the last time I saw a Honda Cadet driver gapping a field like this was Theo Makouris.
Yeah.
He did it as a privateer, and of course he went on, you know, he's still in the paddock now, and his parents run Delta Raceware, and Theo did a bit of radical racing, you know, when budget allowed, but again, as a privateer, you know, but now, 3 minutes to go, because you can see, I think that Cheyenne Srikantan may have been holding the Zip duo up, because no sooner has Elliot Bork got past Srikantan, he is pulling away, but the gap is 4 seconds, and there's only 3 minutes to go. It's just, well, you know, hindsight's a wonderful thing, Andrew, but maybe if the trigger had been pulled a little bit earlier, we could have had a race on our hands to lead. But this is not to take anything away from Ronnie Jones, because now Cheyenne isn't running the MJR graphics kit. We're not seeing much of the MJR graphics kit at the moment because Ronnie Jones is up the road. I'm sure that we will before this one is over and done with. But yeah, you know, what's the best way to win a race is to not be talked about, because you've just cleared off, and everyone's going to look for the battles further down the order. And so Ronnie, he didn't want to speak with Piers prior before the race, and I have to have a word with him there, because you know you're not allowed to do a Lewis Hamilton in karting. You've got to speak to Piers or Nicole. It's the law.
It is indeed. 2 minutes and 20 to
You'll
go.
learn.
Luke McGall and Harry Search are having a good fight, by the way, just behind in 6th and 7th places. So we're keeping a half eye on that one. Ronnie Jones's lead is now 4.5 seconds. Elliot Bork now in the position that Sheldon Srikantan was in a few laps ago, in second place, but a bit lonely at the moment, and with 3 drivers trying to chase him down. Still Harry Grant there in 5th place. He said a top 5, you never know. There could be a chance of a podium here for Harry Grant, which would be an absolutely tremendous result for him and his dad. Running as a privateer, they have their own trailer that they bring to every single event. It's in the same livery as the Kart. It's a really, really good effort from them. And as I say, they had top 5 as their target at the start of the weekend. They are achieving that, but there's a potential for more here. Fastest lap has gone in, 53.81 for Ronnie Jones. He's just doing it the old-fashioned way. Don't lose concentration. Keep pushing on. It's the last race of the weekend. Don't need to save tyres. Keep pushing on. Gap is now up to 4.7 seconds.
Yes, and now let's have a. I mean, that's again. I'm trying to look at the sponsor's name on the side of that Harry Grant Kart. Is it JP Letting backed driver? And again, we've got several comments coming in on the live. You know, there's people that Amber Clark saying it's our first weekend supporting Theo Tyack. So, you know, welcome aboard to the world. And I'd imagine there would be maybe a couple of pennies that have gone Theo's way. Well, there should be, you know. But again, new people supporting these young drivers, you do start to see, and it's again, you start to see more and more companies appear on race suits and overalls. And I mean, you know, a driver might have 4 sponsors. Well, only one of them can be mum or dad.
Yeah.
You know, that there could be a family business, and traditionally that was the only sponsor. But now, as these drivers get more media savvy, as karting gets more coverage, courtesy of Alpha Live, courtesy of the work that Motorsport UK do to promote this championship, and all the support we get from Wera Tools and Demon Tweaks and Kart Sim and all that. The viewing figures reflect the uptick in visibility for the sport and popularity, and then more companies start parting with pennies to help more and more drivers go racing. One of those being Harry Grant, who's now only one step off the podium, Andrew Mather.
It is indeed, up to P4. A couple of warning flags have gone out in this race that we should know. Archie Cannon's had one for the S-plate. That was a few minutes ago. The number 12 of Jerry Duffy has as well, and 2 to number 45 of Harry Grant. So we're on the final lap now. 4.9 seconds is the gap. Elliot Bourke now knows he's got to defend. He's got to be careful here. There is your race leader. What a job this young driver has done this weekend. He has been on top form throughout, and he's done something. It's not, shouldn't go unnoticed. It's got pretty similar helmet colours to Theo Mercurius as well, with the black and the gold. But Ronnie Jones, since qualifying on Saturday, hasn't put a foot wrong. He comes through Osiers. He's going to join a list of very illustrious names in the recent history of the Honda Cadet O-Plate, including, of course, an OK Junior World Champion a few years ago. Remember the name, Ronnie Jones. He is here to make a big impression in 2025, and he is your new Honda Cadet Motorsport UK British Open Champion. Zip Factory team have 2 drivers on the podium in this race again. It's a 2-3 for them today, with Elliot Bourke and Archie Cannon.
And behind them, Harry Grant, he put 4 fingers up as he crossed the line, so he's happy with 4th. The top 5, well, Shailen Srikantan was 2nd and stayed and a top 5 finish. Harry Search, Luke McGall, Jayan Prakash, Jerry Duffy and Oliver Ratton round out the field, the top 10 rather. The good news is all 18 drivers finished, and all 14 drivers completed all 18 laps. Sorry. Reggie Duffy and Aidan Donnelly, yes, a little bit further back. There's Luca Picocchi and Kyle Kerr as well. But they got their laps in. They learned a lot. There is the what will become the oft-seen colours in this championship. The MJR. Martin, Matthew, Michael, Margaret, Jackson, I forget. But that's it, the MGR team, they're the support package, there's the star, and Ronnie Jones. Well, Bulldog on the back, Bulldog spirit. He certainly took a bite out of the opposition in that one.
Well, the next time we'll see Honda Cadets in action in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships will be the first full championship round meeting on the weekend of the 11th to the 13th of April. Will be at Warden Law. That's the first of 2 back-to-back weekends for us at Warden Law,
not for me.
of course. Not for you.
I'll be the first one.
Yeah, so
I'll set off now, is it?
Yeah, Ken walking. So I do hope we can see, if you're at home, if you've got a Honda Cadet entrant, get them on the grid for Warden Law. We'll be off to Lark Hall again. It's a brilliant trip to Lark Hall last year for Honda
International.
Cadets.
There's the family. So I think that's Ronnie's sister there. She was jumping up down. There's Mum in the dark glasses behind him, and there's other family members. I think there might even be Nan there in the green dry robe somewhere. And there's Dad, and well done. Well done indeed.
Rest of the dates for Honda Cadets, say 4th to the 6th of July at Lark Hall. It's a back-to-back for Honda Cadets as well in the mid-part of their Wera Tools British Kart Championship season. 11th to the 13th of July, they'll be at PF International, and the season finale will be back here at Whilton Mill the weekend of the 5th to the 7th of September. And the big question here after this weekend is Ronnie Jones goes over to congratulate his teammate Shailen Srikantan, and that's good to see. The team spirit for MJR is, can anyone beat Ronnie Jones? Because on the basis of this weekend, that is going to be a tall order.
This is great. You know, we don't often get a chance to do this, but at the end of a race, what happens? Well, the drivers come in, the mechanics got to work, carts on trolley, the scrutineers are there to say, I want fuel samples. There's Carlos Fuel, so you want a fuel sample. But the drivers, they're wandering around, They meet their parents, their family members, their supporters. They talk about the race. This is, I know we got some highlights coming up, but if you really want to know what goes into being a kart driver, this is a great viewpoint of, you know, and of course, he's just won the British Open Championship. The adrenaline is now subsiding. But yeah, he's not allowed to leave Parc Ferme. He's been weighed. They've had their nose cones checked. Yeah, carless fuel. They're taking the fuel samples up on there now. The technical team behind those, behind well, it looks like a door to the cold room there. You know, the meat locker. In the meat locker, all the technical scrutineers and what have you. They'll be coming out and saying, "Okay, take this, that, and the other off your carts for inspection."
Let's have a look at some of the highlights from that last race of the weekend, race 20, the O-Plate race for Honda Cadet GX200. And the familiar sight from the get-go, Ronnie Jones leading from pole position. Good start as well from Srikantan. It was an early 1-2 for MJR. And then the two Zip Factory team runners of Bork and Cannon. I've got to say, Bork and Cannon as teammates worked really well together here today.
They did, and again, if you see there, now, I'm not saying that Ronnie Grant wouldn't have won this race anyway, but the margin of victory, the die was cast there. You saw Bork trying to make the move and failing on Srikantan, and that slowed them both down. That gave Grant the edge, and then he was up the road. As Nicole Sutherland would say, he got his shopping and checked out.
That was the move from Elliot Bork to get up to second place. Really impressed with Harry Grant this weekend. Another driver who has gone forward and was pointing forward. He will be very happy with fourth place here this weekend. Good to see the Duffersey brothers in action. Jerry and Reggie coming home in 9th and 13th places, both for Ambition Motorsport. Other highlights from Ambition Motorsport, including Jayan Prakash's 8th place. What a huge step forward for Jayan this weekend. This, again, was the battle between Srikantan and Bork. Bork up to second place. He'd be followed through by his teammate Archie Cannon to record two drivers from the Zip Factory team on the podium here today. And a good fight as well. Again, Harry Grant had that top 5 aim at the start of the weekend. He talked to us in length about it during the build-up show on Friday afternoon, and he achieved it. That was an unfortunate moment for Kyle Kerr in the Charles Leclerc helmet in the number 11, but he still finished 12th.
Yeah, and then you've got Harry Grant, you know, battled. He tried to take third there at the end, couldn't quite do it. But the AP lifting cart comes home in P4. One more time, let's head down to Piers Pryor.
For the final time, we have our winning driver, Ronnie Jones. A dominant weekend, pole position, won every heat, won the super heat, and in the final as well. That must feel pretty good.
Yeah.
How do you feel right now?
Excited and just happy.
Also, I can see you getting a lot of celebrations with your family just through the fence there. It's going to be a good feeling to go and see them, isn't it?
Yeah, before the race it was really just don't know what to feel, but then now,
And I know you don't like these interviews particularly. You've been avoiding me all weekend, but we had to interview you after such a dominant victory. 6.7 seconds. Did you even think that you'd be able to win by that margin?
No way.
Amazing driving. Ronnie, you've done so well this weekend, and you deserve the O-Plate handed to you by Williams Racing junior driver Will Green. Your O-Plate, show it to the camera. You'll be able to run that for the next 12 months in Honda Cadet. And for the final time, before we go and chat to Henry and Andrew to close out the show, we'll hear a word from our partners.
Here at Demon Tweaked, you probably know us for our massive cartwear range. We've got everything from suits, boots, gloves and helmets from the biggest brands in the business. But we are so much more than that, because if you're looking for kart parts, well, we've got you covered too. We've got everything from Rotax parts, sprockets and chains, discs and pads, data loggers and dashers, fuel tanks, steering wheels, bead breakers, and loads more. But of course, it doesn't just stop at the track, and if you're looking to build your skills in the sim, then we've got everything you're going to need to build the ultimate rig. So whether you're just getting started or you're already at the top of your game, Demon Tweaks has got you.
Well, there we have it. 5 O-plates handed out, 4 on IAME and 1 in Honda GX200. Andrew, Henry, thank you so much for taking us through the racing. What a day, what a weekend it's been so far.
Yeah, a fantastic way. Like we said, this is the curtain raiser for the British Championship for all classes. We had one excellent O-plate 2 weeks ago. We had another excellent O-plate this weekend. The standard of racing, I think, has been excellent. What have you thought?
Yeah, I fully agree with everything you said there, Henry. Particularly this weekend, you know, we've seen clean racing across all 5 categories, and it sets us up well for a really good set of championship seasons. Can't wait for us to head up north, up to Warden Law. As I say, we've got everyone there over 2 weekends. So bring on the season proper, and congratulations, of course, to all our O-plate winners.
And of course, again, a great job by Piers as well. The atmosphere that you were able to capture with all the interviews, you know, and what have you, the excitement, it does bode really well, because we've got familiar names in familiar teams. We've got people moving up. We've got new names coming into the championship, new teams coming into the championship, and it looks like, yeah, the big guns, as it were, have got some new rivals, which is really good for the general competition of the sport.
Absolutely, and we've had so many good races this weekend, but can I have a personal highlight from each of you?
Oh, the smell of his chili at lunch was outstanding.
Can we have a personal on-circuit highlight, please, Henry?
On-circuit highlight. I mean, you have to say Harry Williams in Water Swift. Not just because the race was superb, but as you watch these young men and women grow, you know, literally and physically, and seeing him break through and take that win against the level of competition. I mean, that's not to decry, you know, Fred Green. It's not to decry Junior X30 or Water Swift Restricted or Ronnie Jones in Honda. But I think that's a special moment for a young man that's worked hard with his family to get to the promised land, as it were.
And Andrew, for you?
I think for me, it's the number of targets hit this weekend. I mean, we've just seen in that Honda Cadet race, the likes of Jayan Prakash, you know, Harry Grant, you know, going better than they've done before. They weren't the only ones. Sukhmani Kira's introduction to the junior ranks here in this championship, brilliant top 10. Great to see a female driver up in the top 10. You know, you've got the likes of Zach Starbuck, had a good weekend, unfortunate in the final. Luca Narroway as well, we saw him performing much better than before. On the flip side of that, though, I think I've got to give mention to Riley Cranham. I have been saying he's the favourite all weekends prior. He's still my favourite for the championship, but to answer the questions and deal with the pressure, that not so great qualifying at the start of the weekend, and still come through and take a win, that's something that Riley perhaps wasn't quite able to achieve 12 months ago, and it's good to see that side of his racecraft he's even stronger now in 2025.
Do you know what? I'll second that. I've been watching, obviously, on the dummy grid. Every time he's turned up the dummy grid, it looks like business as usual. He qualified, was it 18th, or not where he wanted to. Came to the grid, no problem whatsoever. But that pretty much concludes, unless you've got anything else you want to add, Henry.
Well, we do, you know. We just want to say one final time, Happy Mother's Day.
Of course.
We mentioned all the time that the mums are the glue to every racing family. They deal with the stress, they deal with the anguish and everything else. But I just want to say, you know, say happy, for those of us that are lucky enough to still have our mums, Happy Mother's Day. And for those of you watching at home, if you haven't seen your mum yet, give her a call, pop over, and when the next time you see her, when you're leaving, take an extra 5 minutes. Don't pick up your phone and have a look and scroll through. Ask if she wants another cup of tea, sit down and have a chat. So happy Mother's Day.
Happy Mother's Day, everyone. Thank you very much from Henry Baudet, Andrew Mather, myself, Piers Pryor. It's been an amazing weekend. We hope you'll join us in a few weeks' time for the 11th, 12th and 13th for the Rotax Round 1 at Warden Law. We'll see you then.